Chapter 979. Honglong. The sky collapsed and the earth sunk. The void was completely shattered. This time, desolate Yun Tian couldn't resist anymore. The big saber in his hand flew out of his hand. He let out a miserable cry, spurting out blood from his mouth. Even the palm that was holding the big saber was shattered. Bang bang bang. At the same time, the Sky Integration Grand Formation could no longer withstand Jiang Chen's ferocious attacks and shattered. Many 6th grade great saints spurted out blood due to the backlash of the Grand Formation. They were severely shaken. How could this be? Is this bastard still human? The Sky Integration Grand Formation has been broken by him. Damn it. We are all injured now. We are no match for him in a one-on-one fight. What should we do? Quickly send a distress signal to St. Origin Palace. Otherwise today will be the doomsday of our 6 major families. Everyone's facial expression changed dramatically. Even the patriarchs exclaimed. Some of them thought of asking Saint Elixir for help. Jiang Chen was too terrifying. At this time they were afraid that only the experts of St. Origin Palace could kill Jiang Chen and alleviate the crisis of the 6 major families. However, only the patriarchs had the ability to send a distress signal to St. Origin Palace. Therefore, the patriarchs of the 6 major families didn't dare to be negligent. One by one they began to take out a special messenger talisman. Do you want to ask for help from St. Origin Palace? I won't give you the chance. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. He had seen all of this. How could he not know what the patriarchs of the 6 major families wanted to do? How could he give them the chance to ask for help? The battle had already reached such a stage. He must give the 6 major families a heavy blow. The 5 elemental domains spread out. At the same time, Jiang Chen summoned the Zulong Tower. The huge Zulong Tower was golden and transparent. It blended perfectly with the 5 elemental domain, shrouding the entire void instantly. All the 6th grade great saints on the battlefield were shrouded in it without exception. What is this place? What a powerful domain aura. It's actually a fusion of 5 different domains. Also, this seems to be the space of a supreme treasure. Are we imprisoned? Damn it. I have no idea what means this bastard has used to completely seal the spatial zone here. This place has turned into an enclosed space. Our messenger talisman has lost its effect. There is no way for us to send a message to St. Origin Palace. It's over. This crazy devil wants to kill all of us in here. He's too cruel. Now that this place has been completely sealed, we can't get out and we can't send any messages out. The experts of St. Origin Palace can't come. Are the 6 major families going to face annihilation? The moment they were completely sealed by Jiang Chen, everyone, including the patriarchs of the 6 major families, felt deep fear, despair, nervousness, and all kinds of negative emotions that they had never felt before. Jiang Chen's powerful strength had shattered their confidence. Now they had even lost the courage and fighting spirit to fight against Jiang Chen. Dozens of 6th grade great saints were no match for Jiang Chen even with the Sky Integration Grand Formation, let alone now that they had been destroyed. The people outside the battlefield were stunned. The change was too fast. The experts of the 6 major families were defeated too fast. Not to mention the experts of the 6 major families, even Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian didn't have time to react. At this moment, although everyone was trapped in the Zulong Tower, the people outside could still see the situation inside clearly. He's not going to kill all of them, is he? Heavenly Leopard King said in disbelief. Does Brother Heavenly Leopard think that he doesn't have the guts to do so? Gu Xiantian smiled. He knew Jiang Chen too well. This kind of person must never be provoked. Once provoked, the consequences would be absolutely terrible. What the 6 major families had done today had touched Jiang Chen's bottom line. They would be digging their own graves if they wanted to dismember him. The world is going to be in chaos. Lang Xingtian sighed. He had long expected that the world would be in chaos, but he didn't think that this day would come so soon. In the ancestral spirit tower, Jiang Chen's face was cold. The heavenly saint's sword in his hand was radiating boundless killing intent. Under the shroud of this killing intent, everyone's heart was covered with a layer of haze. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill us? Do you know the consequences of doing so? Narang Chongtian shouted. I know. Jiang Chen said 2 simple words. Since you know, then quickly let us go. Otherwise you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Shi Haotian yelled. I really admire your courage and intelligence. Even at this moment you still dare to threaten me. I don't know if I will be consigned to eternal damnation, but you all will be consigned to eternal damnation soon. Zhou Xian said. He turned into a ray of light and dashed out. The heavenly saint's sword shrouded a 6th grade great saint. The 6th grade great saint only let out a wail before he was cut into half by Zhou Xian on the spot. To deal with an ordinary 6th grade great saint, Zhou Xian could kill them instantly even without transforming into his half-dragon form. Plus, these people in front of him were all injured. Even a peak 6th grade great saint like the Patriarch would be instantly killed by Zhou Xian. Then Zhou Xian began a bloody massacre. Every slash of his sword was accompanied by a shrill wail. No one could resist his sword. The 6th grade great saints who were trapped in the Zulong Tower and the 5 elemental sphere were like turtles in a jar. Zhou Xian killed them as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. The people watching from the outside were frightened. This was a one-sided massacre. If there was no accident, all the 6th grade great saints in the Zulong Tower would die tragically. It was hard to imagine what would happen if these people died in the Pure Land. It was certain that Saint Origin Palace would be alarmed. The moment Zhou Xian started his massacre, the world would be plunged into chaos. No one could imagine the consequences of this battle. The world was shaken. Although Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian were on the same side as Zhou Xian, they were still frightened when they saw such a battlefield. They were the most powerful existences in the Pure Land, the pinnacle figures here. They had never thought that a 6th grade great saint could be so weak. The massacre continued. Zhou Xian had no intention of showing mercy. The entire Zulong Tower was a miserable scene. Those who were usually high and mighty were now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They had completely lost their resistance. However, after Zhou Xian killed them, he immediately threw the corpses out of the Zulong Tower. Otherwise, the Zulong Tower would automatically absorb their essence, which would bring serious consequences to Zhou Xian. Han Yen was on the 2nd floor of the Zulong Tower. Han Yen was on the 2nd floor of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda. He wasn't in the battlefield, but he could see everything clearly. Seeing Zhou Xian's growth and recalling the first time they met in the whirling sun city of Qi province, it felt like a lifetime had passed. The speed of Zhou Xian's growth had caught him unprepared even though he was his sworn brother. Everyone, don't sit still and wait for death. Attack the barrier here and tear an opening. As long as we can tear an opening, we will be able to escape from this place with our control of spatial force. Narang Changtian shouted. Now Zhou Xian was like a peerless devil king, a bloodthirsty devil king, the god of slaughter, the god of nether. It was impossible for them to fight against him. The only way to escape was to tear an opening in this sealed spatial zone. Unfortunately, they didn't know much about the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was so strong that they wouldn't be able to escape even if they were exhausted to death. As a matter of fact, even without the Zulong Tower, the 5 elemental sphere was enough to make them suffer. Zoosh. In a flash, Zhou Xian appeared in front of Narang Changtian. A pair of cold eyes were staring at him. His face was filled with dense killing intent. Zhou Xian, what are you doing? Narang Changtian's complexion changed. That's right, this was the first time in his life that he felt fear. It was a deep fear. Standing in front of him, Zhou Xian made him feel a strong aura of death. That's right, it was the smell of death. What am I doing? You should know very well that I've told you long ago that offending me will be your nightmare. Now the nightmare has descended. Zhou Xian said. The heavenly saint's sword pierced through Narang Changtian's chest with a pu-chi sound. The sharp sword chi wreaked havoc in his body mercilessly. Narang Changtian could feel that his life force was draining away rapidly. He was in complete despair. Pu-chi. Zhou Xian pulled out his long sword and threw Narang Changtian's body down. He had left Narang Changtian's corpse intact, which was already giving him a lot of face. Patriarch. No. Everyone from the Narang clan roared. Some of them rushed forward to catch Narang Changtian's corpse. Countless people from the Narang clan were filled with despair. At this moment they felt that the sky had collapsed. All along in their hearts Narang Changtian was a godlike existence. He was high above them, inviolable and omnipotent. Today the god in their hearts had fallen. This kind of blow was unimaginable and unbearable for ordinary people. The 8 major clans of the Pure Land had dominated the Pure Land for so many years. Now the first patriarch had fallen. He died tragically under the sword of Zhou Xian. This was an incomparably tragic scene. This was a historical moment. Zhou Xian, you're finished. You dared to kill the patriarch. You're a crazy devil. No one in the world can save you now. Huabaitian's entire body was covered in raging flames. He roared at Zhou Xian. Think about how to save yourselves first. Narong Chongtian is only the first, but he definitely won't be the last. Today all of you will die. All the patriarchs of the 6 major clans will die together. You will also have a companion. You won't be lonely. Leaving your corpses intact is the greatest favor I can give you. Zhou Qian's eyes had already turned red from killing. His speed was extremely fast. With the combination of the flaming wings and the spatial shift, his opponents couldn't even see his shadow. Pucci. Chapter 980. I'm going to die. No, Huabaitian was very unwilling. He was the patriarch of a family with a high position and a tyrannical cultivation base. He was the same as Narong Chongtian. He had never thought that he would die one day. He felt that he still had a bright future ahead of him. One day he would enter Saint Origin Palace for further cultivation. He might even break through to the immortal realm and ascend to the immortal world. But now all his dreams had come to an end. Zhou Xian had become his ultimate nightmare and the end of his life. No, our patriarch has been killed too. That abominable devil. It's over. Our whole family is finished. No one is a match for this bastard. Now even our patriarch has been killed. The world is going to be in chaos. Zhou Xian will never stop. I'm afraid that all the patriarchs of the 6 major families will die tragically today. All the 6th grade great saints will die. The Hua family was grief-stricken. The 6 major families were in complete chaos. Everyone's eyes were filled with grief and despair. In the face of a powerful existence like Zhou Xian, they felt powerless. This was destined to be a one-sided massacre. All the 6th grade great saints were imprisoned by Zhou Xian. None of them could escape alive. After killing Huabaitian, Zhou Xian struck again. The heavenly saint sword turned into a life-reaping sword. Wherever it went, blood splattered and blood-curdling screams filled the sky. In just a minute there were only 4 people left in the Zulong Tower. They were Desolate Yuntian, Dan Yangtian, Bing Longtian and Shihaotian. Only these 4 patriarchs were left. The rest of them had died. The scene was extremely miserable. The remaining 4 were the overlords of Pure Land, but now they were like stray dogs. Their faces were ashen and they had given up all resistance. It was useless to resist. Zhou Xian was too powerful. No one was a match for him. Plus, they had witnessed Zhou Qian's ruthlessness. Zhou Xian would never let them go no matter what. It's over. It's all over. Ah, I hate it. I hate that I didn't kill this brat at the spiritual space mountain back then, causing today's disaster. Zhou Xian, you will be finished if you kill us. You have killed so many people today. The world will be in chaos. Saint Origin Palace won't let you go. The 6 major families won't let you go. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of Saint Origin Palace. The 4 overlords roared. Apart from despair and fear, there was also deep regret in their hearts. When Zhou Xian came back from Void Triangular Domain, he was merely a minor saint. At that time, killing Zhou Xian was as easy as killing an ant. However, they had given up such a great opportunity to save their face, which led to today's disaster. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death. The more powerful a person was, the greater their fear of death. They had a bright future ahead of them and a high and mighty status. They thought that they were immortal. Humph. From the moment you offended me, your fate has been decided. I, Zhou Xian, am the nightmare of the 6 major families. Now that the nightmare has come, you will reap what you have sown. Saint Origin Palace will end up the same as you all for offending me. Zhou Xian harumphed coldly. Sword light swept across, beheading the heads of Dan Yangtian and Bing Longtian. He had already killed so many people he didn't mind killing a few more. Moreover, the grudge between him and the 6 major families had already reached the point where only one of them could survive. There was no need to say anything. If Zhou Xian didn't kill them, they would try everything they could to kill Zhou Xian. They might even implicate his family members. This was what Zhou Xian didn't want to see. There were only 2 people left on the scene. Desolate Yuntian and Shihaotian's faces darkened. They knew that death was right in front of them. Now it's your turn. Xianxia walked towards the two of them step by step. Xianxia, I have already sent a message to Desolate Palace. The experts of Desolate Palace will be here soon. If you dare to kill me, you can already imagine the consequences. Desolate Yuntian said loudly. Haha. Desolate Yundan, you are afraid now, aren't you? It's impossible for you to send a message from me. Even if you do, it will take at least half an hour for them to arrive here from Saint Origin Palace. Everything will be too late by then. Xianxia laughed loudly. Honglong. At this moment, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. A crack appeared in the void and a gray-robed elder walked out of it. After the elder appeared, the entire sky was filled with a strong pressure, making it difficult for people to breathe. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the elder. When Desolate Yuntian saw the elder, he was overjoyed and shouted hastily, "Sixth uncle, save me." That's right. The elder was an expert of Desolate Palace who came from Saint Origin Palace. Xianxia found out that he was a 7th grade great saint, which was many times stronger than a 6th grade great saint. That's great. Brother Desolate, I never thought that you could send a message to Saint Origin Palace. We are saved now. Shi Haotian was overjoyed. He thought that this place had been completely sealed by Xianxia. Their signal talisman had lost its effectiveness, but he didn't expect that Desolate Yuntian could still do it. Of course, this is the unique signal talisman of our Desolate family. It can't be stopped. Xianxia, you are finished. Desolate Yuntian became arrogant once again. Xianxia was a little surprised that Desolate Yuntian could send a message to Desolate Palace, but he felt relieved immediately. After all, Desolate family was different from the other major families. They had powerful immortals and their means were naturally different. It wasn't surprising that they could send a message. The experts of Saint Origin Palace are here. They are the experts of Desolate family. This is great. Xianxia is going to be finished this time. We must kill him. This man is too dangerous. He is merely a 3rd grade great saint, but he already has such powerful means. If he is allowed to continue to grow, the consequences will be unimaginable. Kill. We must kill Xianxia today. He is a mad devil and has committed heinous crimes. He has killed too many people. The people of the 6 major families were stirred up. Finally, they saw a glimmer of hope when they saw the experts of Desolate Palace. They were truly frightened by the terror of Xianxia. Ancient people and demon races' facial expression changed. For many of them, this was the first time they saw the experts of Saint Origin Palace. In their hearts, Saint Origin Palace was a high and mighty existence, a true holy land, the pinnacle of Saint Origin world. As soon as the elder of Desolate Palace appeared, he immediately saw the tragic situation on the battlefield and the trapped Desolate Yuntian. A surge of fury surged out from his body instantly. Zhoosh. The eyes of the elder of Desolate Palace fell on Xianxia like a knife. He said furiously, "Little bastard, you did all of this. Good. Very good. Not even the greatest saint in the past was as arrogant as you. How dare you kill so many people of our family? Even if you have 100 lives, it won't be enough for you to die today." Desolate Palace is too confident. Sending only a 7th grade great saint to kill me, Xianxia? I really don't know if you are too confident or your old life is worthless. You coming alone is no different from courting death. If I were you, I would go back immediately. Perhaps I might still have a chance to live. Xianxia laughed loudly. He didn't put the 7th grade great saint in his eyes at all. He was now in his dragon form and possessed the combat strength of a 7th grade great saint. If he went all out, it wouldn't be impossible for him to kill a 7th grade great saint. If the one who came from Desolate Palace was an 8th grade great saint or a few 7th grade great saints, Xianxia was afraid that he would turn and run without hesitation, but now he had no intention of running away. It wasn't easy to encounter a 7th grade great saint. This was a good opportunity for him to test his combat strength. Arrogant. Too arrogant. I can't believe that someone as arrogant as you would appear in the Pure Land. Little bastard, I order you to release the Patriarch of Desolate Palace at once. Otherwise, I will consign you to eternal damnation. The elder of Desolate Palace was infuriated. Given his identity, he was like an overlord in the Pure Land. No one had ever dared to talk to him in such a manner. Humph. Then I will consign your patriarch to eternal damnation first. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed two rays of ruthlessness. Without any warning, the heavenly saint's sword pierced through Desolate Yuntian's glabella. Desolate Yuntian's body trembled. The smile on his face hadn't disappeared completely. He thought that he would be saved when his sixth uncle appeared, but he didn't expect that he would die before his sixth uncle could do anything. This was the true meaning of being consigned to eternal damnation. No. Desolate Yuntian couldn't believe it, but the reality was cruel. Only now did he realize how fragile a man could be in the face of death. Zhou Xian, who was standing at the side, was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Jiang Chen would dare to kill a 7th grade great saint. This wasn't something that could be described as audacious, it was simply insane. You should go to hell too. Jiang Chen drew out his long sword and swung casually, cutting off Zhou Xian's head. At this point, dozens of 6th grade great saints from the 6 major families of Pure Land were killed, including the patriarchs of the 6 major families. The 6 famous giants had all fallen in this battle. This battle would definitely shake the world, and it would definitely be recorded in the history of the Saint Origin realm. Jiang Chen's name would also become famous because of this battle. This earth-shattering battle would be sung by the future generations. Bastard! The elder of Desolate Palace went berserk. Anger surged from the top of his head. He stared at Jiang Chen, unable to believe that there was such an arrogant young man in this world. Killing the elder of Desolate Palace in front of him wasn't just a humiliation to himself, but to the entire Desolate Palace. Little bastard, today you will die no matter what. I will let you taste the pain of hell. The elder's murderous intent soared to the sky. He had already made up his mind to kill Jiang Chen. Old man, you talk too much. Let's see who will die first. Chapter 981. Such a scene made many of them have the urge to spurt out blood. Arrogance. This was way too arrogant. Jiang Chen was definitely the most arrogant person they had ever seen. He was pointing his sword at a 7th grade great saint. A 3rd grade great saint was clamoring to kill a 7th grade great saint. Such a scene wouldn't be seen even in their dreams. Ancient people and demon races' blood was ignited. They were deeply impressed and attracted by Jiang Chen's domineering qi. Only a man like him would not waste his time in this world. Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. His qi was very influential. After obtaining the Heart of Blaze, the qi that he casually exuded could influence many people. This is too awesome. If I have such a day, it will be worth it even if I have to die immediately. That's right. Jiang Chen is too handsome. He is my true idol. Stop dreaming. Why don't you take a mirror and look at yourselves? How dare you compare yourselves with Jiang Chen? Aren't you ashamed? Do you think Jiang Chen can deal with the elder of Saint Origin Palace? That's a 7th grade great saint. He's too powerful. It's hard to say. Since Jiang Chen could kill so many 6th grade great saints, it means that his strength is comparable to that of a 7th grade great saint. Plus, he has created countless miracles all along. I admire him so much that I won't be surprised if he can kill that 7th grade great saint today, said Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. Ancient people and demon race couldn't restrain their excitement. Many of them were guessing whether Jiang Chen could deal with the 7th grade great saint, but when they thought of Jiang Chen's past achievements, they wouldn't be too surprised if he could really kill the 7th grade great saint today. Compared to the ancient people and demon race, the people of the 6 major families weren't as calm. They hated Jiang Chen to the core. Now they had pinned all their hopes on the Elder of Desolate Palace. They hoped that the Elder of Desolate Palace could kill Jiang Chen and avenge their patriarch and elder. Little beast, you are too arrogant. I will let you know what true power is. The Elder of Desolate Palace was infuriated. Without saying a word, he struck a palm at Jiang Chen. The huge golden palm was incomparably dazzling, pouncing at Jiang Chen like a cage. This kind of pointless attack is useless against me. Jiang Chen didn't even glance at the attack of the elder. He raised his hand and blasted out a punch. The huge fist collided with the golden palm. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The elder's palm was shattered into countless pieces by Jiang Chen's punch, scattering in the void. What? The elder exclaimed, doubting his own eyes. He was a mighty 7th grade great saint, which was many times stronger than a 6th grade great saint. He didn't know how long it had been since he put a 3rd grade great saint in his eyes. In his opinion, killing a third-grade great saint was no different from crushing an ant. But after fighting with Xianxia today, he had witnessed the true meaning of a monstrous genius. Although his attack just now was just a test and it wasn't his full strength, Xianxia had just casually thrown out a punch and he hadn't used his full strength either. From another point of view, both of them were on the same level. Old man, you better be careful in front of me. Just use whatever means you have. Don't die before you have the chance to use them. That would be a pity. Xianxia spoke loudly, not putting the elder in his eyes at all. He was now in his half-dragon form. Given his current cultivation and combat strength, he was indeed qualified to not put his opponent in his eyes. I don't believe that a puny third-grade great saint can fight me. Heaven-splitting divine claw. The elder of Desolate Palace was filled with strong murderous intent. He no longer dared to look down on Xianxia. He struck out the powerful heaven-splitting divine claw of Desolate family. This claw was many times stronger than Desolate Yuntian's. Scales were growing on the surface of the golden palm. At this moment, the elder's hatred for Xianxia was monstrous. Desolate Yuntian was not only the patriarch of Desolate family, but also his nephew. As the sixth uncle of Desolate Yuntian, not only did he fail to save Desolate Yuntian's life, but he also watched his nephew die in the hands of the enemy. One could imagine the kind of anger he felt. Honglong. The heaven-splitting divine claw tore the sky apart, enshrouding the entire battlefield, leaving no chance for Xianxia to escape. As soon as the heaven-splitting divine claw appeared, it locked on Xianxia's chi, making it impossible for Xianxia to avoid it. Haha, come on. Xianxia laughed wildly. He wasn't going to be courteous with the elder. He raised the heavenly saint sword high up. Under the state of man and sword unification, he and the sword seemed to have turned into a huge dragon, dancing back and forth in the void, looking extremely valiant. Howl. The heavenly saint's sword made an ear-piercing howl and slashed at the heaven-splitting divine claw. Bang. The two attacks collided with each other, producing a large amount of sparks. The heavenly saint's sword slashed at the inner part of the heaven-splitting divine claw, but it didn't completely tear it apart. The heaven-splitting divine claw was very terrifying and indestructible. The two attacks were in a stalemate on the battlefield. Both of them wanted to get rid of the other. Why is this kid so tyrannical? I can feel that his strength is earth-shattering, giving me tremendous pressure. That sword is also incomparably terrifying. Can actually break my heaven-splitting divine claw. The elder's facial expression changed. He couldn't believe that there was such a monstrous genius in the heavens and earth. Tear it apart. Xianxia exerted his strength again. Countless of dragon marks surged out like blood-red dragon shadows. The power of the heavenly saint's sword instantly doubled. With a chi-la sound, the heaven-splitting divine claw was slashed into half from the center by the heavenly saint's sword. Dang dang dang. The elder of Desolate Palace was pushed back by the tremendous counterforce. His pair of blood-red eyes were filled with shock. He was fighting a third-grade great saint, but he was pushed back by his opponent. This gave him the urge to spurt out a mouthful of blood. By God! He actually pushed back a seventh-grade great saint? Is he still human? No, this is impossible. How can he be so powerful? The gap of 4 grades is almost irreparable. Not even a 7th-grade great saint is a match for this crazy devil. Is there no way for us to avenge ourselves? The experts of the 6 major families had high hopes, but when they saw that even a 7th-grade great saint was pushed back by Xianxia, it was as if a basin of cold water was poured on their heads. Now they no longer had any extravagant hope that the elder of Desolate Palace could kill Xianxia. Judging from the current situation, it was already good enough that he wasn't killed by Xianxia. Brother Wolf, did you see that? The combat strength of this 7th-grade great saint is almost the same as the combat strength of Desolate Yuntian and the others after they used the Sky Integration Grand Formation. The Sky Integration Grand Formation has been torn apart by Xianxia. In other words, Xianxia's current cultivation grade is enough to suppress the elder of Desolate Palace. Gu Xiantian said, his eyes were incomparably bright. That's right. This is really surprising. I'm afraid that this 7th-grade great saint isn't a match for Xianxia, but he is after all a 7th-grade great saint. I suppose it's possible for him to escape. Lang Xingtian sighed. Every time Xianxia appeared he would bring them shock and miracles. Ever since the incident in Void Triangular Domain, Jiang Chen's name had been circulating in the Pure Land. All the earth-shattering events in the Pure Land had something to do with Jiang Chen. In the sky above, the battlefield had been shattered. There were a few big holes in the sky. The cold spatial airflow was rustling. Jiang Chen had suppressed the 7th grade Great Saint with a single strike. His attacks were even more violent. The Heavenly Saint's sword turned into a dazzling divine light and appeared in front of the Elder in a blink of an eye. The Elder roared. 7 long swords appeared around his body. Each of the 7 swords had 7 different colors. This was a type of saint weapon. When the 7 swords attacked together, their power would increase dramatically. This kind of combat weapon was the scariest. At this moment, the Elder of Desolate Palace wouldn't dare to look down on Jiang Chen anymore. He channeled all his energy into the 7 long swords, forming a dazzling sword formation. Each of the swords was like a heavenly sword, unstoppable, thrusting at Jiang Chen. Good sword formation, but it's impossible for it to cause any harm to me. Jiang Chen praised the sword formation. With a swoosh, a pair of fiery wings appeared on his back. The reddish-gold fiery wings merged with his blood-red dragon wings. It was the flaming wings. With a casual flap of the fiery wings, Jiang Chen dodged the most powerful attack of the sword formation like a fish in the sea and entered through the gap of the sword formation. Jiang Chen dived into the sword formation and cast out the Great Soul Derivation technique. Immediately he found the weak point of the sword formation. The Heavenly Saint's sword fiercely slashed at the weak point. A loud bang was heard and the sword formation was shattered in an instant. The 7 long swords let out a buzzing sound and started trembling violently in the void. I'll gladly accept these good swords. Jiang Chen summoned the Zulong Tower and absorbed all the long swords. The Elder of Desolate Palace turned pale with fright. Those were his natal combat weapons. It was impossible for them to be summoned by someone else. He hastily tried to summon the 7 swords, but to his dismay the swords didn't respond at all. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Old man, there's no need to summon them. I have completely subdued your combat weapons, said Jiang Chen. Impossible. The Elder of Desolate Palace didn't believe it, but the truth was just as Jiang Chen said. He could no longer sense the chi of the 7 swords. This was no small matter. If he lost those combat weapons it would be a great loss. Little bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Violent Blood Sea. Chapter 982. This was a powerful taboo technique that required the consumption of essence. It seemed like the Elder of Desolate Palace was going all out. His heart was bleeding after losing his 7 long swords. Hoo-hoo. A gust of bloody wind was set off in the sky. The yuan qi released by the Elder of Desolate Palace had all turned blood red. The viscous airflow had evolved into a sea of blood that was filled with violent qi. Once the opponent fell into it, they would be affected by the environment and their mind would be affected, turning them into a violent person. Their mind would fall into chaos and at that time they would be full of flaws. The attack of this violent sea of blood would be enough to take the opponent's life without the need for the opponent to make a move. One had to admit that this was a ruthless move. The speed of the attack was extremely fast and the range of the attack was very wide, leaving no chance for the opponent. Just like now, Jiang Chen was instantly enveloped by the sea of blood. The sea of blood was like a ferocious beast swallowing Jiang Chen in an instant. This horrifying scene made many people nervous. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was the last attack between Jiang Chen and the Elder of Desolate Palace. If Jiang Chen could break this attack, the Elder of Desolate Palace would suffer a strong backlash and be finished. If Jiang Chen couldn't break this attack and was deeply affected by the sea of blood, he would be finished. This was a deadly attack and also the final life and death battle. Little bastard, I'll let you have a taste of the terror of my blood sea. How dare you rob my combat weapon? How hateful. The Elder of Desolate Palace gnashed his teeth in anger. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Old fart, you want to trap me with just this? Ridiculous. Jiang Chen's voice sounded out from the blood ocean. He didn't put the violent blood ocean in his eyes at all. This kind of attack that could affect one's mind was essentially no different from an illusion, but it was more terrifying than an illusion, because it carried an extremely powerful attack force. Jiang Chen's voice echoed out from the blood ocean. However, this attack was useless against Jiang Chen. not to mention the illusion technique that could affect one's mind. Putting aside the terror of the Great Soul Derivation technique, Zhou Xian himself was proficient in the Illusion Heart Sutra. The illusion technique contained in the Berserk Blood Sea was child's play compared to the Great Illusion Realm. Zhou Xian's speed was extremely fast. He slashed dozens of times in an instant. The sword light of each slash was like an incomparably powerful waterfall, instantly cutting the sea of blood into pieces. Long. Soon after, the entire sea of blood exploded. Countless rays of bloody light filled the sky, and the violent waves of air swept out. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the strong destructive aura. Many people opened their mouths wide, thinking that if they were in such a battlefield, they would probably be crushed into powder immediately. There was no chance of survival at all. The Berserk Blood Sea was broken by Zhou Xian's brute force. The Elder of Desolate Palace spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly became sluggish, completely different from his previous powerful state. He had suffered from the backlash of the Berserk Blood Sea and suffered extremely serious injuries. Not only that, the Elder of Desolate Palace had already consumed a lot of his essence when he cast the Berserk Blood Sea. He was almost like an arrow at the end of its flight. At the very least, he had lost the ability to fight against Zhou Xian. Run. The Elder of Desolate Palace didn't dare to be negligent anymore. He was completely scared out of his wits by Zhou Xian. This person was too terrifying. At this point, there was no other way but to escape. If the battle continued, he would lose his life here. The Elder of Desolate Palace disappeared in the blink of an eye and went into the deep space. But how could Zhou Xian give him the chance to escape? Almost as soon as the Elder made his move to escape, Zhou Xian also moved. Old man, if you had chosen to escape from the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But now you don't even have the chance to escape. Zhou Xian's momentum was monstrous. The flaming wings were extremely powerful. In a blink of an eye, Zhou Xian drilled into the void. The next moment, a hole was blasted open in another part of the void. Zhou Xian walked out from it. At this moment, Zhou Xian was carrying a person in his hand. It was the Elder of Desolate Palace. The Elder of Desolate Palace was in an extremely embarrassing state. He was carried by Zhou Xian like a dead dog. His whole body was covered with blood. The scene set off a storm in the crowd. The people of the 6 major families had the urge to spurt out blood, especially the people of Desolate Palace. Their hearts were about to be torn apart. The ups and downs of their emotions made them dizzy. By God! Does he have to be so overbearing? That's a mighty 7th grade great saint, but he didn't even have the chance to escape. Is he still human? A mighty 7th grade great saint, an elder of Saint Origin Palace, a high-ranking figure of Saint Origin World, was killed by Zhou Xian just like that. Zhou Xian is only a 3rd grade great saint now. It's hard to imagine how powerful he will become when he advances to the 4th, 5th or 6th grade. As long as Zhou Xian doesn't fall, he will become a supreme figure, an invincible existence. Even the greatest saint wasn't as powerful as him when he was at his peak. No one wasn't surprised. Ancient people and all the youths of the demon race had regarded Zhou Xian as their idol. Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian were incomparably glad that they had befriended such a peerless figure. As patriarchs, they knew the situation of Saint Origin World better than anyone else. They also knew about the situation of Saint Origin Palace. Desolate Palace was ambitious and would annex the other 7 major families sooner or later. The emergence of Zhou Xian had brought a great turning point to this fixed pattern, giving them a glimmer of hope. The Elder of Desolate Palace was completely under Zhou Xian's control. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Zhou Xian's grasp. Zhou Xian, how dare you kill me? Do you know what my identity is? The Elder of Desolate Palace said viciously. I don't care what your identity is. In my eyes, your identity is my enemy. There is only one ending for an enemy. Death. Desolate Yuntian is dead and so are you. Your Desolate Palace will have the same ending for provoking me. Zhou Xian was ruthless. If the Elder of Desolate Palace knew that Zhou Xian had another identity, Gu Xian, he wouldn't have uttered such threatening words. Gu Xian of Desolate Palace dared to scheme against Desolate Emperor, let alone him. Zhou Xian, you are a mad devil king. Desolate Palace will never let you go after you kill me. You will surely die a miserable death. Not only you but your family, friends and everyone related to you will all die. 9 generations of your clan will be annihilated, said Jiang Chen coldly. The elder of Desolate Palace continued to threaten Jiang Chen. Fine, I won't kill you first. Today I will let you witness with your own eyes how I, Jiang Chen, will exterminate your family in front of you. I will kill every single member of Desolate Palace and completely destroy Desolate City. After saying that, Jiang Chen immediately casted out the true dragon palm. A huge dragon claw that was 100 meters in size slammed down on the camp of Desolate Palace. Honglong. Arg. Screams filled the sky as the palm descended. At least hundreds of people of Desolate Palace died on the spot. They didn't even have the chance to resist. After that, Jiang Chen raised the Heavenly Saint Sword and slashed out 1,000 miles long sword chi. The dragon-shaped sword chi slashed towards Desolate City. The boundless chi waves were filled with destructive waves. The entire Desolate City was slashed into 2 halves. Countless buildings collapsed with a loud bang, turning into ruins. A bottomless ravine was created. Smoke billowed in the air. It was a tragic scene. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was too cruel and tyrannical. A city was destroyed in an instant. Perhaps only a few people inside died, but the entire city was completely destroyed. Desolate City was the gate of the Desolate Clan. It represented the face of the Desolate Clan. This was the first time something like this had happened in the Pure Land. This scene completely scared the people of Desolate Palace. The elder of Desolate Palace was completely dumbfounded. After witnessing hundreds of descendants being killed and Desolate City being destroyed, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Old bastard, I will kill all the people of Desolate Palace here right now. Then I will go to the hinterland of Desolate Palace and kill every last one of them. I will turn the entire Desolate Palace into ashes. Do you believe me? Jiang Chen said loudly. He didn't intend to kill those people, nor did he intend to destroy Desolate City. However, the elder's words made him angry. He hated it when people threatened his family and friends. I believe you, I believe you. Jiang Chen, just kill me. Please let Desolate Palace go. The elder of Desolate Palace burst into tears. He didn't dare to speak any more harsh words. Desolate Palace was indeed powerful, but unfortunately, they were in the Pure Land and the news hadn't spread to Desolate Palace yet. He had finally witnessed how cruel Jiang Chen was. He didn't dare to doubt the authenticity of Jiang Chen's words. If he continued to provoke Jiang Chen with words, Jiang Chen might really kill everyone in front of him. If Jiang Chen really wanted to kill, not a single person of Desolate Palace would be able to escape. Not only that, the inheritance and hinterland of Desolate Palace would also be turned into ashes. His life wasn't that valuable. Bang! Jiang Chen slapped the elder's head and killed him. His corpse fell from the sky. At this point, all the experts of the 6 major families were dead. Even their last hope was gone. Everyone was trembling with fear and didn't dare to say a word. In the face of such a cruel enemy, they felt that it was better to keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, they would end up like the hundreds of people of Desolate Palace. This was a mad dragon. Once a mad dragon was enraged, corpses would fall for thousands of miles. One should never challenge the bottom line of an expert because they never knew what mercy was to their enemies. Jiang Chen looked at the experts of the 6 major families and said loudly, "All of you get lost. I, Jiang Chen, disdain to kill you all." Chapter 983. The people of the 6 major families had fled. Desolate City was destroyed. Many 6th grade great saints were killed. Even the 7th grade great saints of Desolate Palace were killed by Jiang Chen. This was a major event that had never happened in the Pure Land. Today's battle was bound to be earth-shattering. The chaos of Saint Origin World had begun. Jiang Chen would become famous after this battle. Soon he would become an existence that no one in Saint Origin Palace didn't know. Ancient people and demon race didn't speak a word. Their eyes were fixed on the white-clothed figure in the sky. The current Jiang Chen had already returned to his original form. Thinking of Jiang Chen's combat strength that was like a war god, they couldn't calm down for a long time. Han Yen walked out of the Zulong Tower. His injuries had almost recovered. He patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, "Awesome." Han Yen grinned. Jiang Chen's performance today could only be described as awesome. However, Han Yen also knew that after today's battle, Saint Origin world wouldn't be peaceful anymore. The news here would soon be known by Saint Origin Palace. Yen returned to Eastern Continent immediately and moved the entire Martial Saint dynasty to the Ancient People's territory. Also moved the Nebula sect to the Ancient People's territory. I'm going to Western Domain later. Saint Origin Palace will soon receive the news. I'm afraid that they will use my family members as a threat if they can't find me. Jiang Qin said to Han Yen. At the same time he used his divine sense to tell Han Yen about how he had changed his identity and entered the ancient palace. Alright, I'll go to Martial Saint Dynasty now. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, he didn't dare to show any neglect. He knew what kind of serious consequences today's battle would bring. Given the means of Saint Origin Palace, it was an incomparably easy task to investigate Jiang Chen's background. Jiang Chen had killed so many people of the 6 major families. If he disappeared, perhaps the higher-ups of the 6 major families would use Jiang Chen's family and friends to threaten him. The Martial Saint dynasty was Jiang Chen's root, and it was also his concern. He couldn't allow anything to happen to the Martial Saint dynasty. Otherwise, the consequences wouldn't be something that Jiang Chen could bear. Therefore, if he wanted to fight against the 6 major clans, he had to deal with the Martial Saint dynasty first. With Han Yan's current abilities, it was extremely easy for him to move a dynasty over. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Jiang Chen came to Zhou Xian and said, Patriarch, I've asked Yen to move Martial Saint Dynasty and Nebula Kid to the Ancient People's Palace. I hope the Ancient People can guarantee their safety. Don't worry. Even if the 6 major families are too arrogant, they won't dare to come to the Ancient People's Palace to kill your family. Zhou Xian guaranteed. The 6 major families might fall out with the Ancient People for Jiang Chen, but as long as Jiang Chen wasn't in the Ancient People's Palace, the 6 major families wouldn't go to the Ancient People's Palace to threaten Jiang Chen's family. In any case, the 6 major families weren't that shameless. These 7 swords are for you. With a flip of his palm, Jiang Chen took out the 7 swords he got from the Patriarch of Desolate Palace and handed them over to Zhou Xian. These 7 swords could be used to arrange a powerful sword formation. Although Jiang Chen didn't think highly of them, he had to admit that these 7 swords were very powerful. In the hands of the ancient people they could play a great role. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony then. Zhou Xian didn't stand on ceremony with Jiang Chen and kept the 7 swords. Jiang Chen, you have killed so many of the higher-ups of the 6 major families today. I'm afraid that the people of Saint Origin Palace will come soon. What's your plan now? Asked Lang Xingtian. It doesn't matter. I have my own countermeasures. By the time their experts come I will already be gone. I'm going to the Western Domain now. You don't have to worry about me. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned and vanished. He didn't need to worry about Martial Saint Dynasty and Nebula sect in Jiang Chen's hands. Putting the important figures in the hands of the ancient people would save Jiang Chen a lot of worries. Jiang Chen was going to the Western Domain to look for Tyrant. He had to accomplish the task that Ancestor Green Lotus had assigned to him. Now that the world was going to be plunged into chaos, if Tyrant could grow stronger quickly, both of them would become his right-hand men and his right-hand men. Not long after Jiang Chen left, he suddenly stopped. By the way, Xiaoyu is still in the ancient battlefield. This little girl still doesn't know what has happened outside. If she hears the news of me being killed the moment she comes out, I'm afraid that she will do something stupid again. If she falls into the hands of the 6 major families, the consequences will be unimaginable. I have to go to the ancient battlefield first to see what has happened to Xiaoyu. Suddenly Jiang Chen thought of Yan Qinyu. Back then Yan Qinyu and Han Yan had entered the ancient battlefield together. Then they got lost. Yan Qinyu didn't come out even after the ancient battlefield had collapsed. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, Yan Qinyu must be in the same situation as Han Yan. She should have obtained a great fortune in the ancient battlefield and was currently absorbing it. However, Han Yan had refined a powerful Gu Tianma and came out, but Yan Qinyu still hadn't come out. It had been too long. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen was afraid that Yan Qinyu would cause trouble and fall into the hands of the enemies after coming out, the fact that Yan Qinyu hadn't come out after such a long time made Jiang Chen worried. Therefore, he decided to go to the ancient battlefield first to find Yan Qinyu before going to the Western Domain. In the Eastern Continent, the purgatory space had already been broken. It had turned from a trial ground into a wasteland. However, it was still a space of its own, isolated from the outside world. The ancient battlefield had been destroyed by the Dragon Phoenix trial, but there were still some spaces left. For example, the small space that Han Yan had been in was not affected at all. Time was of the essence. Soon Jiang Qin returned to the ancient battlefield ruins. The current ruins were completely different from the previous one, and there weren't many empty spaces left. Therefore it wasn't difficult to find Yan Qinyu. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Jiang Qin performed the Great Soul Derivation technique and sent his soul power into the void. Immediately he found that there was a space that was different from the other remaining spaces. In that space the aura was extremely cold. It was the coldest kind of aura. Jiang Qin had refined the pure water of heaven and earth, so he was extremely sensitive to this kind of coldness. Xiao, you must be in that hidden space. It seems that she has had a fortuitous encounter. Her 9 yin meridians have already begun to change. It has directly affected the aura of this space. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Qin's mouth. No matter what, it was a good thing that he had found Yan Qinyu's location. The aura that came out from that space wasn't because the space itself was cold. It was because Yan Qinyu's location had affected the environment. Jiang Qin was almost certain about this. Jiang Qin tore open the space barrier with his bare hands and stepped into it. A cold wave suddenly rushed over, causing Jiang Qin to be startled. The entire space was a vast expanse of whiteness. Even the air had been frozen. Every inch of space was solid. This space had been completely frozen, turning into a solid. If an ordinary person entered here, they would immediately be frozen into a popsicle. They wouldn't even have the ability to walk. However, Jiang Qin was not affected at all as he walked in this place. Jiang Qin's eyes fell on an ice sculpture in front of him. Through the ice sculpture, Jiang Qin could see what was going on inside. At this moment, Yan Qinyu was inside the ice sculpture. However, her form was constantly changing. Sometimes, it was herself, and sometimes, it was another ferocious-looking woman. When the woman appeared, she was struggling violently. Her beautiful face had become distorted, as if she was enduring endless pain. Profound ice beast. Jiang Qin exclaimed. He could see that the woman was definitely not a human. She was an extremely rare profound ice beast. Jiang Qin sensed the profound ice beast's aura. It was at least 10,000 years old. A 10,000 years old profound weapon beast, how terrifying was that? With Jiang Qin's eyesight he could naturally see what was happening in front of him. It seemed like Yan Qinyu's situation was similar to that of Han Yan's. There was a powerful 10,000 years old profound ice beast in this space. Yan Qinyu had the 9 yin body. When the 10,000 years old profound ice beast encountered her, it definitely wanted to devour and refine her. However, it was obvious that the 10,000 years old profound ice beast had outsmarted itself. It didn't expect that Yan Qinyu had already condensed the heart of the ice god. That was a supreme existence, the true inheritor of the ice god. The 10,000 years old profound ice beast was also the people of the ice god. It was conceivable that when the 10,000 years old profound ice beast was refining Yan Qinyu, it would be controlled by the heart of the ice god. After such a long time, the 10,000 years old profound ice beast had already lost its ability to resist. It was like an arrow at the end of its flight. It was only a matter of time before it was completely refined by Yan Qinyu. After refining this 10,000 years old profound ice beast, Yan Qinyu's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, reaching a very terrifying level. Under the influence of the 9 yin meridians, Yan Qinyu's growth would be even greater than Han Yan's. She might even advance to the 5th grade Great Saint. This fortuitous encounter was truly too great. Brother Qin, lend me a helping hand. Yan Qinyu's voice came out from the ice sculpture. The battle between Yan Qinyu and the 10,000 years old profound ice beast had reached its final stage. Jiang Qin's appearance was just too timely. As long as Jiang Qin lent a helping hand, Yan Qinyu would be able to refine the 10,000 years old profound ice beast immediately. All right. Jiang Qin didn't dare to be negligent. He circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique again. His powerful soul force turned into an invisible divine sense sword, piercing into the ice sculpture with a swoosh. At this moment the 10,000 years old profound ice beast appeared. The divine sense sword pierced into the glabella of the 10,000 years old profound ice beast. Arg! The 10,000 years old profound ice beast let out a mournful wail. Its body began to distort and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 984. After the 10,000-year profound ice beast was completely refined, the ice sculpture started to crack and crumble, revealing Xianxia. Xianxia was sitting cross-legged on the ground, trying to digest the last of the benefits. Her qi began to rise little by little. In just a few minutes she had reached the peak of 4th grade Great Saint, but it wasn't the end. She was still advancing to the 5th grade Great Saint. Sure enough, this is a great opportunity. The heart of the ice god represents the inheritor of the ice god. It's too scary. It seems like Xiao Yu's cultivation will reach the peak of the 5th grade Great Saint soon. At that time, given the scariness of her 9-yin physique, even an ordinary 7th grade Great Saint wouldn't be a match for her. Zhou Xian was in a very good mood. He was very happy to see Xianxia's growth. He knew very well that it wasn't easy for Xianxia to come this far. In order to follow him, this young girl of Red City had embarked on a difficult and boring path of cultivation. It was all because of her hard work that she could achieve what she had today. The freezing cold air was sucked into Xianxia's body like a tidal wave, and all the cold air in the air had disappeared. This was the frightening part of the 9-yin body. Xianxia took a deep breath, then she walked up to Zhou Xian and gave him a big hug. Congratulations on advancing to the 5th grade Great Saint. Zhou Xian smiled. Brother Chen, Xiao Yu will be able to help you fight your enemies in the future. Xianxia said with a happy expression. Xiao Yu, a lot of things have happened during this period of time. I'm very pressed for time now. Now that I have found you, I feel relieved. Listen to me. Zhou Xian didn't have much time to waste, so he used his divine sense to tell her everything that had happened during this period of time. Xianxia gaped in disbelief. She had advanced to the 5th grade Great Saint, thinking that she would be able to help Zhou Xian fight against the 6 major families of Pure Land. She didn't expect that the higher-ups of the 6 major families had been annihilated by Zhou Xian. And now Saint Origin Palace was involved. Brother Chen, what are you going to do? Xianxia asked. I'm going to Western Domain first before returning to Saint Origin Palace. I have asked Yen to move Martial Saint Dynasty and Nebula Sect to the Ancient People's Palace. After you go out, you can also go to the Ancient People's Palace. At this time, the Ancient People's Palace is the safest place. Zhou Xian arranged. I know. Be careful, Wang Yao said. Xianxia nodded her head. She was completely obedient to Zhou Qian's words. Zhou Qian kissed Xianxia's forehead. This girl was so sensible that he never had to worry too much about her. This kind of thoughtfulness really made him feel sorry for her. After that, Zhou Qian brought Xianxia and left the ancient battlefield. Zhou Qian and Xianxia went their separate ways. One went to the ancient people's Pure Land, while the other went to the Western region. Western region's Green Lotus Mountain. This place was as peaceful as before. The Great Laying Temple didn't look for trouble with the master and disciple, as if the conflict between them had never happened. During this period of time, Tyrant had been in seclusion to break through to the Great Saint realm. When Zhou Qian arrived, he immediately met Great Master Ranfeng. Great Master. Zhou Qian cupped his fists at Great Master Ranfeng. Seeing Zhou Qian, Great Master Ranfeng's expression changed to one of surprise. Then he was overjoyed. Haha, little friend, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian smiled. It seemed that although Great Master Ranfeng never left his house, he still knew about the world's events. It seemed like he also knew about the news that Zhou Qian was jointly killed by the patriarchs of the 6 major families. However, he didn't know that today, Zhou Qian had returned in a domineering manner and killed all the higher-ups of the 6 major families. Long time no see, Great Master. You still look refreshed. Zhou Qian said with a smile. Little friend, your growth is what really shocked me. In such a short time, your ability has already left me far behind. You are indeed the #1 genius in the world. Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but praise. These words came from the bottom of his heart. It was his first time seeing a peerless genius like Zhou Qian. He had never seen a person's growth to such an extent. Great Master, did the Great Laying Temple cause any trouble for you during this period of time? Asked Zhou Qian. He was quite concerned about this issue. After all, the relationship between Great Master Ranfeng and the Great Laying Temple wasn't good. Xianxia was the reason why Great Master Ranfeng had a conflict with the Great Lane Temple. If Great Master Ranfeng suffered the revenge of the Great Lane Temple because of him, Xianxia wouldn't feel good about it. No big trouble, but small troubles keep coming. Great Master Ranfeng shook his head. It seems like the Great Lane Temple still hasn't given up. Sooner or later I will tear them down. 2 rays of cold light shot out from Xianxia's eyes. He naturally knew what Great Master Ranfeng meant by, no big trouble but small troubles keep coming. The Great Lane Temple had been looking for the inheritance left behind by Ancestor Green Lotus. They often came to disturb the peaceful cultivation of the master and disciple. Xianxia guessed that the reason why the Great Lane Temple didn't come looking for Great Master Ranfeng was because they hadn't obtained the inheritance left behind by Ancestor Green Lotus. If they had obtained the inheritance, they would probably attack Green Lotus Mountain. "Little friend, where have you been all this time?" asked Great Master Ranfeng. "I changed my appearance and went to St. Origin Palace. I happen to have good news for you. I have found the whereabouts of Ancestor Green Lotus." Xianxia went straight to the point. All these years, Great Master Ranfeng had been racking his brains in order to find out more information about Ancestor Green Lotus, and he was constantly worried about him. Therefore, Xianxia had to tell Great Master Ranfeng about this good news as soon as possible. "What?" Sure enough, after hearing the news about Ancestor Green Lotus, Great Master Ranfeng almost jumped up from his seat. The news was like a thunderbolt that struck his head. He had been working hard for this information for 100 years. Today he finally got the news. That kind of emotion and excitement was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. "My master, he's still alive." Great Master Ranfeng's voice was trembling. "That's right. Ancestor is still alive, but he's imprisoned. I can't release him for the time being. But that day won't be long. There are some things that I can't tell you for the time being. I can only tell you that Ancestor is fine now and will be fine in the future. The day you and your master will meet is not far away," Xianxia said. The fewer people who knew about the secret of Desolate Family, the better. Even Desolate Emperor and Heavenly Ping King didn't know about it. After all, this secret was of great importance. Good. Master, it's been 100 years. I knew that you wouldn't die." Great Master Ranfeng turned his head and looked at the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus. 2 lines of tears rolled down from his eyes. It was said that a man shouldn't shed tears easily, let alone a Buddha of Buddhism. This showed how deep the relationship between Great Master Ranfeng and Ancestor Green Lotus was, and how important Ancestor Green Lotus was in Great Master Ranfeng's heart. "Great Master, is Tyrant still in seclusion?" Xianxia asked. "Yes. His cultivation base is now at the peak of 9th grade minor saint. He's only a step away from the Great Saint realm," Great Master Ranfeng said. If there was one person he was proud of in his life, it would be Tyrant. The relationship between him and Tyrant was like that of a master and a disciple, and also a father and son. "Great Master, please wake Tyrant up now. I don't have much time left. I have to leave some matters here. Ancestor Green Lotus has something very important to give to Tyrant. After obtaining this treasure, Tyrant will immediately be able to break through to the Great Saint realm. Not only that, he will also be able to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, growing to an extremely terrifying level." Xianxia said solemnly. He wasn't boasting. A Saraira that contained immortal soul was a priceless treasure that couldn't be measured. "Alright, I will wake him up now." Not long after Great Master Ranfeng's voice faded, the void in the main hall trembled. A silhouette suddenly appeared. It was Tyrant. When Tyrant appeared, he immediately saw Xianxia. A grin appeared on his face and he immediately gave Xianxia a big bear hug. "Motherfucker. You're really a beast. I haven't seen you for a long time, but your cultivation base has become so strong." His words didn't sound like an eminent monk at all. His way of doing things was just like the scum of Buddhism. Naturally, Xianxia was very happy to see his brother reunited. From Tyrant's reaction, he could tell that Great Master Ranfeng didn't tell Tyrant about his death. Otherwise, with Tyrant's temper, even if he wasn't strong enough, he would have gone out to fight the 6 major clans. At least he wouldn't have stayed here in seclusion to cultivate peacefully. "Tyrant, let's cut to the chase. Something big has happened during this period of time. Ancestor Green Lotus has been found. Zhou Xian could only use his divine sense to compress everything that had happened during this period of time into a divine sense and transmit it to Tyrant. After listening to it, Tyrant's expression was the same as Yan Yu's. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had never thought that such a big thing would happen during this period of time. More importantly, Ancestor Green Lotus had been found. This made him extremely excited. Ancestral Master is really imprisoned. Tyrant sighed endlessly. Although he had never seen his ancestor before, he worshipped him very much. A person who could make his master worship him was like a god in his heart, a person who stood high above the masses. Tyrant, Ancestor Green Lotus asked me to give this Saraira to you as a gift. You can refine it as it will bring you endless benefits. This Saraira contains the immortal soul of Ancestor Green Lotus. I'm afraid I don't need to explain its value. I'm waiting for you to grow stronger. Soon Saint Origin World will be plunged into chaos. At that time we will have to fight side by side. Chapter 985. Tyrant's expression suddenly changed. He stared at the relic in front of him that was emitting a pure golden light. He couldn't calm himself down for a long time. Not only him, even Great Master Ranfeng who stood next to him had the same expression. As eminent monks of Buddhism, they knew better than Zhou Xian how powerful and valuable this relic was. Thank you, Ancestral Master. Tyrant had never been so solemn before. Whether it was his tone or expression, he had never been so serious. He slowly received the relic, feeling as if it weighed billions of kilograms. Kneel down. Great Master Ranfeng looked at Tyrant and said, You have never met the Ancestral Master, but the Ancestral Master has given you such a great fortune. This is enough to show how much importance the Ancestral Master has placed on you. Tyrant, you will have to rely on yourself in the future. I hope you won't disappoint the Ancestral Master and me. I hope that one day when the Ancestral Master is freed from his prison, you will be able to contribute your strength. Tyrant knelt down in front of the statue of Ancestor Green Lotus and kowtowed 3 times in a row. That kind of reverence was something that ordinary people couldn't achieve. Even without the relic in his hand, it wouldn't change the unshakable position and lofty image of Ancestor Green Lotus in his heart. Zhou Xian felt incomparably gratified when he saw this scene. For so many years, this pair of master and disciple had been guarding Green Lotus Mountain, waiting for this day. Today they finally got the news of Ancestor Green Lotus. Both of them couldn't help but feel excited. Tyrant, continue your seclusion. I will return to Saint Origin Palace now. You don't have to worry about Ancestor Green Lotus. He has a huge bargaining chip in his hand. Even Desolate Palace won't dare to touch him. Zhou Xian said, Little friend, this poor monk is truly unable to repay the kindness you have shown us, master and disciple. Great Master Ranfeng bowed to Zhou Xian. You're welcome, Great Master. We are on the same side. Zhou Xian hastily helped Great Master Ranfeng up. He was a good friend of Ancestor Green Lotus in his previous life and Tyrant in this life. Therefore whatever happened to Ancestor Green Lotus was his business. Naturally, Zhou Xian wouldn't shirk his duty. Little Qianzi, be careful in Saint Origin Palace. I will refine the relic as soon as possible. Tyrant stood up from the ground and said to Zhou Xian, All right, I'll leave now. After saying that, Zhou Xian's body swayed and disappeared. He had gone to the ancient battlefield to look for Yanqinyu. Now he had settled the matters in the western region. He had wasted almost all of his time. Zhou Xian estimated that the 6 halls had already received the news. Soon they would send real experts to deal with him. Therefore Zhou Xian had to return to Saint Origin Palace before the experts of the 6 major palaces arrived. Given his current combat strength, he wasn't strong enough to fight the experts of the 6 major palaces. It was necessary to use Gu Chen's time to stall for time. The first thing Zhou Xian did was to go to Gu Palace and find Gu Xiantian. Without alerting anyone, he asked Gu Xiantian to open the passageway to Gu Palace. Not long after Zhou Xian left, the experts of the 6 major palaces finally returned from Saint Origin Palace. The first to arrive was the expert of Desolate family. Due to the death of the elder of Desolate Palace, the experts of Desolate Palace had sensed the shattering of his soul jade slip. A total of 3 experts of Desolate Palace returned. 2 of them were 8th grade great saints and 1 was a 7th grade minor saint. Compared to the people of Pure Land, An 8th grade great saint was a supreme existence. Once an 8th grade great saint appeared, he would be revered by countless people. The 3 experts of Desolate Palace returned to Desolate Family first. Then they were led by a few 5th grade great saint elders of Desolate Family to the battlefield outside Desolate City. When the 3 experts saw the destroyed Desolate City and the battlefield that had been completely destroyed, and the blood that was splashing everywhere on the ground, monstrous anger was ignited in their hearts. Bastard! Bastard! Damned bastard! No one has ever dared to kill the people of our Shao clan. He must be tired of living. He must be tired of living. Kill him. We must kill him. Search the entire world immediately. We must find that Xianxia. I've already collected a trace of that little bastard's aura on this battlefield. Now I'm going to use the method of deduction to find that little bastard. The anger of the experts of Desolate Palace couldn't be appeased. The 8th grade great saint had collected a trace of Xianxia's qi. He was going to use this qi to locate Xianxia and drag him out. Not long after the experts of Desolate Palace appeared, the experts of Dan Palace, Narong Palace, Bin Palace, Shur Palace and Hu Palace also appeared. All of them were peerless 8th grade great saints. When they saw the battlefield, they were instantly infuriated. The combined anger of so many experts almost burned the void. Elders, all of you must seek justice for our tribe. That Xianxia is insane. He has killed so many people and almost caused our tribe to fall into an irrecoverable state. That's right. That's right, Elder. It's too tragic. That battle was too tragic. We have to kill Xianxia to avenge our family. Only then will we be able to avenge our family. How many years has it been? No one has ever dared to treat our family like this. This is the first time our patriarch has been killed. This is a great humiliation. The experts of the 6 major families burst into tears, complaining to the experts of the 6 palaces. They shuddered when they recalled the scene of Xianxia killing the experts of the 6 major families. Their hatred for Xianxia had reached an extreme level. Xianxia, I have never thought that such a heaven-defying figure would appear in the Pure Land. He must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise he will leave behind endless troubles. We must kill him. He will still die even if he runs to the ends of the world. There is his remaining qi here. Let's immediately use the divination technique to scan the entire Saint Origin world. We must not miss a single corner. We must drag him out and grind his bones into ashes. All the experts of the 6 major palaces were furious. No one knew how many years had passed since the establishment of the 8 major families in the Pure Land, but there had never been a case of a patriarch being killed. This was the first time in the history of the Pure Land. Not only did the 6 major families lose their patriarch, they also lost the face and dignity that they had accumulated over the years. Their high and mighty prestige had been severely challenged. For a moment, all the 8th grade great saints joined forces and began to search for Xianxia using the great deduction technique. They wanted to explore every corner of Saint Origin world and drag Xianxia out. Gu Palace. Xianxia came to Gu Firmament's place. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to make such a big mess this time. The experts of the 6 major families have already gone to the Pure Land. I guess they are looking for you all over the world. You have killed the patriarchs of the 6 major families. This is the first time in the history of the Pure Land. The 6 major families will never let you go. Gu Firmament sighed. He had expected that Xianxia would cause a big incident this time, but he didn't think that it would be so serious. However, it could be seen from Gu Firmament's face that he was very satisfied with Xianxia's action. Since Xianxia wanted chaos, Xianxia should just let it be. From this, Gu Firmament could see that Xianxia was a peerless genius. A 3rd grade great saint could kill a 7th grade great saint. Such combat strength was the first time in the history of the Pure Land. Moreover, Xianxia was decisive in killing. He never hesitated when he wanted to kill. Even Gu Firmament couldn't do such a big thing like killing the patriarchs of the 6 major families. Gu Xiantian had already been told about what had happened in the Pure Land. Although Gu Firmament was here, he knew everything that had happened in the Pure Land. Of course. They want to kill me, so I must kill them. The 6 major palaces are going against me, so they will end up the same way in the future. Xianxia's qi fluctuated. Even Gu Firmament was affected by his arrogant attitude. He could imagine that once Zhou Xian grew stronger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Palace Master, you have to send powerful experts back to the ancient people to suppress the situation. If the experts of the 6 major palaces can't find me, I'm afraid that they will vent their anger on my family and friends. Now that my family and friends are in the ancient people, I will feel more at ease if there are experts guarding them. Zhou Xian said. You don't have to worry about this. I have already sent 4 8th grade great saints back to the ancient people to suppress the situation. The experts of the 6 major palaces won't dare to act recklessly. You should focus on your cultivation now. Although you are very powerful now, the gap between you and the 6 major palaces isn't small. Gu Firmament said. Zhou Xian nodded. What he lacked now was strength. He had to do everything he could to improve his strength in the shortest time possible. Gu Firmament was a meticulous man. He had thought of everything that Zhou Xian had thought of, which saved Zhou Xian a lot of trouble. In the Pure Land, the experts of the 6 major palaces had used the great deduction art to deduce the situation for 2 days straight, but they couldn't find any trace of Zhou Xian, which made them extremely depressed. Damn it. Could it be that this man has completely disappeared? We can't even sense him when we work together. Even the ancient people and the demon race can't find any information about him. Are we going to let him get away with it? This man has extraordinary talent. He is a real miracle. If we don't kill him now, he will surely leave behind a great calamity. What should we do now? This man has completely disappeared. We want to kill him for revenge, but we can't find any trace of him at all. The experts of the 6 major palaces were incomparably depressed. They had been deducing the situation for 2 days in anger, but they didn't find anything. Since he won't show up, we will kill his family and friends. Then we will eliminate his entire clan. That will lure him out. The 8th grade great saint of Desolate Palace said viciously. That's right. We must eliminate his entire clan. Kill his family and everyone related to him. Let's see if he will show up or not. Someone agreed immediately. Elders, we have investigated. Zhou Xian came from the eastern continent. Martial Saint Dynasty is his hometown. His father and friends are in Martial Saint Dynasty. Also, Nebula Sect is the sect that Zhou Xian belongs to and has a close relationship with Zhou Xian. Chapter 986. Head to the eastern continent immediately. Capture all the people who are related to Zhou Xian and Martial Saint Dynasty. The 8th grade great saint of Desolate Palace gave the order. The current situation was exactly what Zhou Xian had expected. Zhou Xian had already expected that if the experts of the 6 major palaces couldn't find him, they wouldn't let this matter go. They would shift their anger to his family and friends and use this as a threat to lure him out. However, the experts of the 6 major palaces were destined to be disappointed, because Zhou Xian had already prepared for this. Today the entire Martial Saint Dynasty had vanished into thin air, let alone finding anyone who was related to Zhou Xian. The elders of the 6 major palaces who were sent to the eastern continent rushed there furiously, but soon returned with a depressed look. What happened? An expert of Desolate Palace asked with a frown. Elder, it seems like that Zhou Xian has already prepared for this. The entire Martial Saint Dynasty has vanished into thin air, including the buildings. That place has become an empty land. It's fortunate that not even a strand of hair of such a huge sect is left. It's as if it had never existed. It seems like Zhou Xian has already predicted this and is fully prepared. Someone said furiously. This kid is meticulous, courageous and resourceful. He will certainly become a great threat in the future. The expert of Fire Palace couldn't help but sigh. Everyone could feel the scariness of Zhou Xian. The scariness of Zhou Xian wasn't only because of his talent and strength, but also because of his extraordinary wisdom. Basically, everything was under his control. He would never leave any traces behind when he did something. He would never give his opponent a chance to threaten him. Undoubtedly, such a person was very scary. He had almost no weaknesses. It was extremely difficult to deal with him. Elder, Martial Saint Dynasty and Nebula Kid must have been moved to the Ancient People's Palace. In my opinion, we should go to the Ancient People's Palace and ask for them. A 5th grade great saint elder of Desolate family said. After all, our target is Zhou Xian, not his family. If Zhou Xian stayed with the ancient people, It would be fine even if we broke through the ancient people's doorstep. However, we are going to the ancient people to deal with Jiang Chen's family and friends. To us, those ordinary people are not good for the prestige of our 6 palaces. An expert from the Bin Palace shook his head. I can't care so much anymore. I have to lure Jiang Chen out and get rid of him as soon as possible. I can't give him too many chances to grow. The expert of Desolate Palace shook his head and flew towards the ancient people's palace. The experts of the other 5 major families followed suit. They were aware of the stakes and the potential threat of Jiang Chen's existence. Now that Jiang Chen had disappeared without a trace, they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen even if they used their divination technique. If they wanted to kill Jiang Chen now, they could only start with Jiang Chen's family. In any case, they had to go to the Ancient People's Palace to have a look. Ancient People's Palace was vast. Even if the Martial Saint Dynasty and the Nebula sect were to enter, it still wouldn't feel crowded. At this moment, the buildings of Sacred Object Dynasty and Nebula sect were covered with a layer of light. It was a powerful formation that protected them. Zhou Xian knew the importance of Martial Saint Dynasty to Jiang Chen, so he didn't dare to neglect it. Long. Suddenly, a gigantic hole appeared in the clear skies. Outside of the ancient race, many unparalleled powerful beings walked out of the void. Every single one of them was a powerful being. Just the aura that was casually emanating from their bodies was enough to send chills down one's spine. Oh. Look, these people are very strong. They should be the supreme experts of the 6 major families who have returned from Saint Origin Palace. They must be here for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen isn't here at all. It's useless for them to come here. Are you stupid? Jiang Chen has killed so many experts of the 6 major families, including their patriarch. How humiliating is that? Jiang Chen isn't here, but Jiang Chen's family and friends are here. I guess the experts of the 6 major families have come for Jiang Chen's family. They really don't care about their face. They can't kill Jiang Chen, so they threaten Jiang Chen's family. This is a disgrace to the 6 major families. That's right. If they are here for the people of Martial Saint Dynasty and Nebula sect, they are too shameless. However, a few of our ancient people have returned from Saint Origin Palace. The experts of the 6 major families won't dare to rampage here. The arrival of the experts of the 6 major families immediately attracted the attention of the ancient people. Many disciples of the ancient people saw them and began to discuss about them. Many of them had already guessed the intention of the experts of the 6 major families. They couldn't find Jiang Chen, so they came to threaten Jiang Chen's family. Zhou Xian, come out. The leader of Desolate Palace shouted at the ancient people. Immediately, all the higher-ups of the ancient people flew out, but the leader wasn't Zhou Xian anymore. Instead, it was 7 elders with powerful qi. These 4 elders had extremely powerful cultivation base. Their qi was enough to make people feel pressured. They were the experts of Gu Palace, all of them were 8th grade great saints. Who dares to clamor outside the ancient people's territory? The leading elder's tone was deep and impolite. Gu 7, I didn't expect you all to come back. The experts of the 6 major families were stunned when they saw a few experts of Desolate Palace, but they found it normal when they thought about it. After all, the ancient people were famous for cheering on Jiang Chen. It wasn't strange that Gu Firmament would send experts to guard the ancient people's territory after the news was spread to Gu Palace. This man was ranked 7th among his peers. He was also the 7th elder of Gu Palace. That was why he was called Gu 7. I was wondering who it was. Ancient people are the foundation of Gu Palace. I can come back whenever I want. I don't need to ask for permission from Desolate Palace. Besides, the law enforcement palace is under the control of us ancient people. According to the rule of Saint Origin Palace, the 8 major families are not allowed to return to Pure Land and disturb the peace of Pure Land. Today, so many of you have come to our ancient people's territory in anger. I must give you an explanation. You all have disregarded the rule of Saint Origin Palace. After I return, I will report this to the palace master and send you all to the law enforcement palace for punishment. Gu 7 spoke in a very domineering manner. He didn't give them any face. The first thing he said was to show his power. What Gu 7 said almost made them faint. What they were doing now had indeed violated the rule of Saint Origin Palace. According to the rule, Law Enforcement Palace had the right to punish them. What made them even more depressed was that Law Enforcement Palace was now under the control of the ancient people because of a guy named Gu Chen. Gu 7, I think you know why we are here today. That Jiang Chen has killed so many experts of our 6 major families, including the patriarchs of our 6 major families. Such a crazy and rebellious act. We, the 6 major families, must seek justice and kill him. You ancient people have praised Jiang Chen. I guess that Jiang Chen might be hiding in your ancient people. As long as you hand over Jiang Chen, we will leave immediately, said Desolate Wuling. In his point of view, the reason why they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen was probably because Jiang Chen was hiding in the ancient people. Gu 7 might have a way to conceal Jiang Chen's qi. Of course, this was just their speculation. Jiang Chen isn't here. Ancient people, you can go back now, said Gu Xian. We don't believe it. Why don't we go in and search? Said an expert of Fire Palace. Presumptuous. This is the territory of the ancient people. How can you search as you wish? If Jiang Chen isn't with the ancient people, it means he isn't with the ancient people. An expert of Gu Palace was displeased. What a joke. If they allowed them to go in and search as they wished, the reputation of the ancient people would be ruined. Since Jiang Chen isn't here, please hand over Jiang Chen's family. This is a grudge between the 6 major clans and Jiang Chen. I hope you ancient people won't get involved, said an expert of Narong Palace. They couldn't figure out Jiang Chen's whereabouts even after joining forces. It seemed that the ancient people didn't lie. Jiang Chen was probably not here. Otherwise, even if they couldn't figure out Jiang Chen's exact location, they could at least figure out his approximate location. Since Jiang Chen wasn't here, they would go straight to the point and state their purpose of coming here. Haha, Desolate Wuling, you bunch of old guys are so shameless. How dare you set your sights on someone else's family? If you have the guts, go and seek revenge on Jiang Chen. With your status, you actually want to threaten him with a few mortals. Do you really have no sense of shame? Gu 7 immediately burst into laughter. What a joke. The most important reason they were sent here by Ancient Firmament was to protect Jiang Chen's family. Humph. Cut the crap. If you don't hand them over, we will attack you directly. An expert of Hua Palace harumphed coldly. Then you can try. We, the ancient people, have never offended you. If you attack us here, it will be the same as provoking the competition between the 8 major families. Can you bear the consequences? Someone yelled, giving tit for tat. That's right. The people of the 6 major families are too shameless. Threatening someone's family when they can't find the person is disgusting. At this time, a voice was heard from afar. Then another 3 powerful 8th grade great saints appeared. Their bodies emitted a sky-piercing demonic qi. The qi was so strong that no one dared to look at it directly. That's right. Damn it. The people of Demon Palace are also involved in this. Desolate Wuling couldn't help but curse. It seemed that it was impossible to get Jiang Chen's family away today. Putting aside the fact that this was disadvantageous to their reputation, the fact that there were so many 8th grade great saints in Gu Palace and Demon Palace made it impossible for them to succeed. Chapter 987. The situation had become very tense. To the experts of the 6 major palaces, it was already a very shameless thing for them to ask for Jiang Chen's family and friends. If they were to start a fight because of this, the reputation of the 6 major palaces would be swept away. More importantly, there were so many 8th grade great saints in Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Even if they were to start a fight, they wouldn't be able to get what they wanted. Instead, they would be infamous for thousands of years. After all, the ones who were hiding among the ancient people were Jiang Chen's family, not Jiang Chen himself. Another point was that the current law enforcement palace was no longer in the hands of Desolate Palace, but Gu Palace. Even the experts of Desolate Palace wouldn't dare to act recklessly. What should we do now? An expert of Sure Palace asked. What else can we do? They have already made sufficient preparations. Even if we start a fight, we won't have a reasonable excuse. If we start a fight now, not only will we not achieve our goal, it will also give Law Enforcement Palace an excuse to kick us when we are down. The current Law Enforcement Palace is no longer the same as before. Ancient people and demon race have full control over it. Let's rush back to Saint Origin Palace now. That Jiang Chen won't be able to hide for long. Desolate Wuling said. The others nodded. Now that the plan to threaten Zhou Xian with his family and friends had failed and they couldn't find Zhou Xian, it was meaningless for them to stay. It was better to return to St. Origin Palace and see if the experts of St. Origin Palace could deduce the location of Zhou Xian. Ancient people, demon race, the fact that you are protecting Zhou Xian means that you are going against the 6 major families. You 2 families won't have a good ending. Desolate Wuling said viciously before he left. You don't have to worry about our ending. Gucci waved his sleeve, signaling Desolate Wuling to get lost. In the next few days, St. Origin Palace couldn't stay calm anymore, especially the 6 major families. It could be said that they were completely agitated because the incident that happened in the Pure Land had spread across the entire St. Origin Palace. Zhou Qian's name was like a whirlwind that swept across the entire palace, causing countless uproar and shock. Who the hell is that Zhou Qian? Why haven't I heard of it before? Damn it! That bastard actually killed so many of our men. This is simply a great humiliation. We must find this person and kill him. The patriarchs of the 6 great clans have all been killed. Such a thing has never happened before. I can't believe such a crazy person actually appeared in the Pure Land. I know this person. Previously he killed many experts from the 6 clans in the ancient battlefield ruins. Later on the 6 clan leaders joined forces to kill him. I did not expect him to still be alive. This person is a rare genius. If he is not eliminated he will be a great disaster. Everyone was talking about it. The people of the 6 major palaces were gnashing their teeth in anger. This was too hateful. This was an ocean of hatred that was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. If Zhou Qian's reputation wasn't taken seriously by St. Origin Palace because of the battle in the ancient battlefield, then now Zhou Qian's reputation was unparalleled. However, they couldn't find any trace of Zhou Qian now. They couldn't do anything even if they wanted to take revenge. For the past few days, even the palace masters of the 6 major palaces couldn't find the location of Zhou Qian. It was as if this person didn't exist at all. Of course, it would be a miracle if they could deduce his whereabouts. Zhou Qian was now completely inside the Zulong Tower, completely isolated from the outside world. No one would be able to find him. Furthermore, he cultivated the dragon transformation skill and was proficient in the Great Soul Derivation technique. If he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him even if he stood right in front of them. There was a Gu Qin in St. Origin Palace and a Zhou Qian in Pure Land. Before one wave subsided, another wave arose. How many years had it been since the emergence of 2 peerless geniuses in St. Origin World? However, the people of the 6 major palaces still couldn't link these 2 figures together. Who would have thought that Zhou Qian and Gu Qin were the same person? These days, Zhou Qian had been in seclusion inside the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was a sacred treasure. There were many magical functions that needed to be explored, but to the current Zhou Qian, exploring the Zulong Tower was an incomparably difficult task. Cultivation was one of the factors. On the other hand, the Zulong Tower only had 3 floors. Compared to the 99 floors Zulong Tower at its peak, it was too weak. There were many powerful functions that hadn't been activated yet, let alone exploring them. A few days later, the sound of war drums suddenly sounded in the sky above St. Origin Palace. The sound didn't come from Gu Palace but from Law Enforcement Palace. Law Enforcement Palace represented St. Origin Palace and could issue orders to the 8 major palaces at the critical moment. What's going on? I have been in St. Origin Palace for a long time, but I have never heard the sound of war drums. Usually when there is a war drum, it means that something big is about to happen. Zhou Qian kept the Zulong Tower and walked out of the courtyard. At this time, Gu Lufeng and Gu Luiying were just outside the courtyard. It seemed that they were here to look for him. Beside them was another young genius. He was Gu Shuangtan, the one who had confronted Desolate Palace in the refining tower. His cultivation base had already reached the terrifying 6th grade Great Saint. Little Qinzi, you have finished your seclusion. Seeing Zhou Qian coming out, Gu Lufeng hastily greeted him. Greetings, Brother Gu. Zhou Qian held his fists at Gu Shuangtan. Don't mention it. We are all on the same side. Gu Qian, you are now a great hero of Gu Palace. Gu Shuangtan said with a smile. Even with his status, he had to be polite when talking to Zhou Qian. He didn't dare to show any neglect. He knew very well that although his cultivation was slightly higher than Zhou Qian's, His talent was not even half of Jiang Chen's. It was only a matter of time before Jiang Chen surpassed him in terms of talent. Jiang Chen would surpass him sooner or later. Brother Gu is being too polite. What's with the sound of the war drum? Asked Jiang Chen. This is the war drum of Law Enforcement Palace. In Saint Origin Palace, any major event will be issued by Law Enforcement Palace. I heard that the Great Lightning Tune Temple is seeking help from Saint Origin Palace because of the chaos in Western Domain. Gu Shuangtan said. Is it because of the turmoil in the Devil World? Jiang Chen was startled. If the Great Lightning Tune Temple had to seek help from Saint Elixir, it must be because of the devils in the Devil World. You are right. The Devil World is the gathering place of the Devil race. All these years the Devil race has been recuperating. Now they are making a comeback trying to dominate the Western Domain. You are right. The Devil World is the gathering place of the Devil race. All these years the Devil race has been recuperating. Now they are making a comeback trying to occupy the Western Domain. The Buddhist sect of the Great Lightning Tune Temple has been declining day by day. The current Buddha sect is no longer able to resist the invasion of the Devil race. The experts of the 8 major families of the Pure Land have joined the war, but many of them have been killed by a man called Jiang Chen. So, the reason why the Law Enforcement Palace has sounded the war drum is to summon us to eliminate the Devil race in the Western Domain. You should know that although there are a lot of geniuses in Saint Origin Palace, most of them are pampered and rarely have any life and death experiences. This time the Devil race will be a very good training. All the 8 major palaces hope that their disciples can eliminate the Devil race. Gu Shuangtan said. I see. The Devil race has been multiplying very fast. After so many years of cultivation in the Devil world, Buddha sect has been declining day by day. Naturally they couldn't resist the crazy attack of the Devil race. There is a powerful 9th grade Devil Saint in the Devil world. If Saint Origin Palace doesn't take action, let alone Western Domain, the entire Saint Origin world will soon fall. Jiang Chen said. The turmoil of the Devil race was within his expectation. He had entered the Devil world several times and had felt the strength of the Devil race there. In the history of Saint Origin world, human cultivators had fought with the Devil race many times, but they still couldn't eradicate the Devil race completely. As long as the weeds didn't die, the spring wind would bloom again. It wasn't an easy task to eradicate the stubborn Devil race. Little Chenzi, we are ready to go to Western Domain to kill the devils. Do you want to come with us? Asked Gu Lufeng. Of course. How can I be left out of this? Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He was worrying about how to improve his cultivation. The Devil race was his biggest target. Not only did they have a large number of devils, but their bodies and essence were also very strong. Not only could they help him improve his cultivation, they were also the best material to condense the Zulong Tower. The reason why Jiang Chen didn't enter the Devil world and start a massacre was because there was a powerful Devil Saint in the Devil race. If he wantonly slaughtered in the Devil world, it would attract the attention of the Super Devil Saint, which would be very disadvantageous to him. But now it was different. The devils of the Devil world had rushed out of the Devil world and attacked Western Domain. The experts of Saint Origin Palace had to take action as well. At that time, the super devil saints of the Devil race would naturally be dealt with by the super great saints of Saint Origin Palace. The experts of Saint Origin Palace wouldn't just stand by and watch the devil experts kill their geniuses. In this way, it had created an extremely favorable condition for Jiang Chen. The battlefield of the devils was simply Jiang Chen's main battlefield. With the double enhancement of the edifying light and the Zulong Tower, he was simply the nemesis of the devils. In other words, the chaos in Western Domain had created a great opportunity for Jiang Chen. Naturally, Jiang Chen would seize such an opportunity. All right. Let's go to Law Enforcement Palace first. There should be a lot of people going to Western Domain this time, said Gu Shuangtan. Subsequently, a group of people flew towards the direction of Law Enforcement Palace. When they arrived, there were already a lot of people on the square of Law Enforcement Palace. They were the experts of the 8 major palaces. The weakest among them was a great saint. The chaos of the devils was a major event. Saint Origin Palace was going to take action. Whether they were going to participate or not, they had to be there to understand the situation. As soon as Jiang Chen and the others appeared on the square, a cold gaze fell on him like a sharp sword, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 988. Xianxia frowned. This man's gaze made him feel incomparably uncomfortable, but he was sure that he had never seen this man before. Among the experts of Desolate Palace, he had only met Desolate Emperor and a few from Law Enforcement Palace. Little beast, so you are here. Desolate Wuling leaped up in an instant. A huge palm that was as huge as the sky pounced at Xianxia. The scene startled everyone. Presumptuous. A loud bellow came from Gu Palace. An 8th grade Great Saint expert of Gu Palace also struck out an attack, colliding with Desolate Wuling's attack, setting off a storm in the void. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen's facial expression didn't change. Even his footsteps didn't slow down. The confidence that came from the bottom of his heart couldn't be faked at all. Today, Law Enforcement Palace was supposed to provide aid to Western Domain, but they didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen. Many eyes were fixed on Desolate Wuling. The faces of the experts of Gu Palace were filled with anger. Given Desolate Wuling's identity, it was shameful for him to sneak attack a junior. In the eyes of outsiders, the reason why Desolate Wuling attacked Xianxia was because of the incident in Law Enforcement Palace. Xianxia had killed a genius of Desolate Palace and caused Desolate Emperor to lose his position as Palace Master. However, no matter how much he hated Xianxia, he couldn't just ignore his identity. It was shameless and shameful for an 8th grade Great Saint Elder to attack a 3rd grade Great Saint Junior in front of so many people. Desolate Wuling, are you fucking sick? Why did you attack a genius of Gu Palace all of a sudden? The elder who attacked Gu Palace bellowed. Desolate Palace was too arrogant. Not to mention that Law Enforcement Palace was no longer under the control of Desolate Palace. Even if it was, it shouldn't be so insane to attack a genius of Gu Palace. I sensed a trace of familiar chi from him. He isn't Guchen. He is Xianxia, the one who killed the patriarchs of the 6 major families. Xianxia. Desolate Wuling said loudly. His words were like a rock, instantly stirring up 1,000 ripples. As soon as Desolate Wuling's voice faded, everyone was shocked and looked at Xianxia in disbelief, especially the geniuses of the 6 major palaces. The way they looked at Xianxia had changed with a trace of killing intent. However, there were also many who were doubtful. Although Gu Qin and Xianxia had the same name, it didn't mean that they were the same person. It was hard to believe Desolate Wuling's baseless words. Moreover, everyone knew that Desolate Palace had a grudge against Gu Qin. They couldn't wait to eat Gu Qin alive. It was inevitable that Desolate Wuling would use this method to frame Gu Qin. Haha, this is really funny. Desolate Wuling, even if Desolate Palace hates Gu Qin, you should find a better excuse. Gu Qin has been cultivating in Gu Palace for the past few days and has never left. How could he be related to Xianxia? Don't tell me that all the geniuses named Qin in this world are Xianxia. I know that Desolate Palace isn't in a good mood after losing the Law Enforcement Palace, but you have to act according to your status. An 8th grade Great Saint has openly killed a genius of my family and even tried to frame me. I can enforce the law according to the rules of the Law Enforcement Palace. Gu Firmament burst into laughter. He didn't expect such a change in the situation. Given his experience, he could naturally tell that Xianxia must have left his chi on the battlefield, which was captured by Desolate Wuling. Although Gu Qin had changed his appearance, his chi didn't change much, so it was normal for Desolate Wuling to find out who he was. However, Gu Firmament was after all the master of Law Enforcement Palace and a major figure of Gu Palace. Naturally, he wouldn't allow Xianxia to reveal his identity. Otherwise, he was afraid that all the experts of the 6 major palaces would attack Xianxia. One should know that what Xianxia had done in the Pure Land was enough for the 6 major palaces to attack him at all costs. Fortunately, there was an irreconcilable conflict between Xianxia and Desolate Palace. Because of what happened in Law Enforcement Palace, Desolate Emperor had lost his position as the Master of Law Enforcement Palace and also caused Desolate Palace to lose all its face. Everyone knew about this. Without any evidence, Desolate Wuling's way of dealing with Xianxia was to fabricate an excuse for revenge. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Desolate Emperor ignored Gu Firmament and shifted his gaze to Desolate Wuling. Desolate Wuling frowned. As a matter of fact, he wasn't so sure. When he arrived at the battlefield, the battle had already ended a long time ago. The qi that was left by Xianxia was just a very weak trace. Moreover, both Xianxia and Guqian were monstrous geniuses. Having a trace of the same qi wouldn't be considered as qi. Moreover, Desolate Wuling felt that Guqian was a stranger to him at this moment. Plus, Guqian's face didn't change as if he had a clear conscience. One should know that given Xianxia age, if Guqian was really Xianxia, once his identity was exposed, he would certainly feel uneasy and unnatural. However, the Guqian in front of him had been calm from the beginning until now. That calmness was absolutely not an act. There was another point. If Xianxia was really hiding in St. Origin Palace, it was impossible that they couldn't deduce anything during these days. Elder Desolate, I want you to check carefully. Also, the elders of the 6 major palaces who have returned to Pure Land, check carefully too. See if I am the same person as Xianxia. If you are slandering me, I'm not going to do it. Xianxia gave tit for tat. In addition to the experts of Desolate Palace, a lot of experts from the other 5 major palaces had also returned to St. Origin Palace. All of them were carefully looking at Guqian, but the qi that they had collected from Xianxia was very weak. They couldn't sense anything from Xianxia. As a matter of fact, Xianxia was secretly operating the Zulong Tower and had begun to change his qi. Naturally, they couldn't see through it. I have a basis to suspect that he is Xianxia. Desolate Wuling said. Oh. I wonder what basis Elder Desolate has. Xianxia looked at Xiao Wuling with interest. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a 3rd-grade great saint. That Xianxia is also a 3rd-grade great saint. When you were still a 2nd-grade great saint, you killed a 4th-grade great saint genius of my family. That Xianxia killed a 7th-grade great saint elder of my family when he was only a 3rd-grade great saint. It's impossible for 2 such heaven-defying geniuses to appear in the heavens and earth at the same time. Also, I have investigated your identity. You came to Gu Palace as the foster son of Gu Xiantian. Ancient people have never heard of this person called Xianxia, but a foster son suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It just so happens that Xianxia has a close relationship with the ancient people. I can't help but think more about it. Desolate Wuling said. This showed that Desolate Palace had been investigating Guqian ever since the incident in Law Enforcement Palace. One had to admit that Desolate Wuling's words were very influential. Putting aside the fact that Guqian suddenly emerged from the ancient people, it was because both Guqian and Xianxia were too heaven-defying. The appearance of 2 such heaven-defying geniuses at the same time and the close relationship between Xianxia and the ancient people made people think more about it. What a joke. Desolate Wuling, is this the so-called evidence you are talking about? Everything is just a guess. You, as an elder of Desolate Palace, slandered the genius of Gu Palace. I won't let this matter go. These days, Guqian has been staying in Gu Palace and didn't have the chance to kill the patriarchs of the 6 major families. Now, as the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace, I'm going to punish you for your slander. Gu Firmament's qi fluctuated. It seemed that he was going to attack Desolate Wuling directly. He was now the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace and had the capital to be domineering. He knew very well that Xianxia was Guqian and Guqian was Xianxia. As long as Desolate Wuling couldn't produce any evidence, Guqian would be slandered and he would be punished for slander. Brother Gu, please give me some face. The Western Domain is in chaos now and the enemy is right in front of us. Let's not panic and head to the Western Domain to rescue them. Desolate Emperor spoke. Only God knew how depressed and aggrieved he felt when he said this. Gu Firmament's current position should have belonged to him. If he was still the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace, he would have directly captured Guqian and interrogated him. But now that the power was in someone else's hands, he had no choice but to bow his head. Fine, I'll give you some face. I know that Desolate Palace is unhappy about losing the Law Enforcement Palace, but don't try to shift the blame. My Gu Palace isn't a place that anyone can bully. Gu Firmament Lung glanced at Desolate Emperor with an indescribable joy in his heart. He had already lost count of how many times he had dreamed of this scene. Desolate Wuling still wanted to say something, but was stopped by a glare from Desolate Emperor. Gu Firmament glanced around the square. When he saw that almost all the experts of the 8 palaces had arrived, he said, I believe you have all heard about the chaos in the Western Domain. The sound of the war drums represents the start of a war. In the history of St. Origin World, we have fought with the devil race for too many times. Now that the devil race has risen from the ashes, a great war is coming. The Western Domain has become the main battlefield. The eminent monks of Great Lightning Tune Temple are about to collapse. This is a rare opportunity for young people like you to gain experience. Later, all the spatial passageways connecting the 8 palaces to the Pure Land will be opened. Gu Firmament's voice was loud and extremely penetrating. As his voice faded, another war between the Saint Origin world and the Devil race was about to begin. Subsequently, the experts of the 8 palaces returned to their respective places. Each palace had its own spatial passageway. They had to return to the Pure Land first before hurrying to the battlefield in the Western Domain. The scale of the war this time was huge. The Devil race had been recuperating for such a long time. Now that they were going to launch a strong attack, they were bound to be ferocious. Saint Origin Palace was full of experts and countless geniuses. Many of the young disciples couldn't hold back their excitement. As for Xianxia, he wasn't only going to deal with the Devil race in this war, but also the experts of the 6 palaces. He knew very well that Desolate Palace had already noticed him and even suspected his identity. Chapter 989. The spatial passageways of the 8 major palaces were opened at the same time. A large number of genius disciples were the first batch to rush into the spatial passageways. The higher-ups had issued an order that those who performed well in the war with the Devil race and killed a large number of devils would be rewarded handsomely. This made these geniuses who were eager to gain experience even more excited. They couldn't wait to rush to the Western Domain and kill the devils. Xianxia was no exception. He, Gu Shuangtan and the other geniuses of Gu Palace entered the spatial passageway of Gu Palace. Desolate Palace. Are you sure that kid is Xianxia? Desolate Emperor asked in a solemn tone, staring at Desolate Wuling without blinking his eyes. I'm not sure, but when this kid came out I did sense a familiar aura. It's exactly the same as the aura left behind by Xianxia that I collected from the battlefield. But because the aura is too weak I can't be sure. Desolate Wuling shook his head. No matter what, this kid is a big scourge. Whether he is Xianxia or Guqin, we have to find a way to get rid of him. Now that Law Enforcement Palace is under the control of Gu Firmament, it's too reckless of you to act. But since that kid has gone to the battlefield of Western Domain, it's a great opportunity for us. Desolate Emperor's face was grim. Palace Master, are you going to do it yourself? Desolate Wuling's eyes lit up. It's just a kid. There's no need for me to do it myself. Among the genius disciples of Desolate Palace, there are some who can kill him. I'm going to do it myself this time, but it's to suppress the super devil saints of the devil race. This time Saint Origin Palace is going to create a cruel training ground for the geniuses. We will pay attention to the movements of those super devil saints and prevent them from joining the battlefield. By then the entire battlefield will be yours. Desolate Emperor said. Hall Master, rest assured. This time no matter what, I will not allow that brat to return alive. Desolate Wuling gritted his teeth. In his heart, both Guqin and Xianxia were his enemies and must die. Needless to say, Xianxia's enmity with Desolate family was irreconcilable. Although Guqin had just arrived in Saint Origin Palace not long ago, he had dealt a heavy blow to Desolate Palace. Not only did he kill a few geniuses of Desolate Palace, but he also made Desolate Palace lose face. More importantly, Guqin's potential was too great. He would be a great threat to Desolate Palace in the future. Pure Land, Ancient People. A large number of geniuses of Saint Origin Palace had arrived, causing the atmosphere of the Ancient People to swell. The Ancient People had elders who were in charge of receiving them, but the experts from Gu Palace basically didn't stop to rest. They went straight to the battlefield of Western Domain. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to go to the battlefield. Instead he went to see Gu Xiantian. As the patriarch of the Ancient People, Gu Xiantian naturally had to oversee the Ancient People, so he didn't go to the battlefield. Patriarch, what's the situation in Western Domain? Asked Xianxia. The devil race suddenly rebelled and attacked Western Domain. The situation is very intense. Many experts from the 8 major families have gone to Western Domain to provide support. This time the devil race's attack is very fierce. Western Domain has fallen in a very short period of time. The Great Lightning Tune Temple has a powerful 7th grade Great Saint, and Buddha sect has a divine ability and magic treasure that can restrain the devil race. Even so, the Great Lightning Tune Temple is on the verge of collapsing. If it wasn't for the few 8th grade Great Saints left by Gu Zhengyi to suppress the devil race, Western Domain would have been completely destroyed. Gu Xian sighed. However, in the history of Saint Origin World, every war with the devil race was extremely tragic. I have already sensed the situation in Western Domain. This is a great opportunity for me. I will go to Western Domain now and join the battlefield. Now that the world is in chaos and the devil race is on the rise, it won't be easy for the 8 major families of the Pure Land to survive. Patriarch, please stay here and help me protect my family. Jiang Chen said. This is the foundation of the ancient people. I won't allow anyone to trample on it. Han Yan and Yan Qingyu have already gone to Western Domain. This time the devil race has involved a lot of major powers. You have a lot of enemies. This time you will not only face the devil race but also the revenge of the 6 major families. You have to be careful. Given your current strength, I can't help you anymore. Gu Xiantian patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. The current Jiang Chen had grown up completely. Given Jiang Chen's current strength and wisdom, it was enough for him to stand on his own. The vast Western Domain had completely fallen into the enemy's hands. Roars of devils could be heard everywhere. Boundless devil waves filled every corner of the sky. The flames of war had spread for millions of miles. Mountains had collapsed, the earth had sunk, and all living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. The devils were ferocious by nature. The exit of the devil world had been completely opened. The Great Lightning Tune Temple couldn't hold on any longer. In just 2 days, the devil wind had blown across the entire Western Domain. Corpses were everywhere. Countless cultivators had died tragically on the battlefield. Killings were everywhere. There were powerful devils everywhere. The participation of the 8 major families couldn't alleviate the tragic situation of the war. Only after the experts of Saint Origin Palace arrived would they be able to control the situation. There was a city at the edge of the Western Domain. At this moment, this city wasn't spared from the calamity. The sky above the city within a radius of 100 miles was filled with devils. Below the city, there was a man who looked like he was in his 30s. He was leading a large group of cultivators in a life-and-death battle with the devils. Arg. However, these cultivators were too weak. Most of them were only Combat King, Combat Soul, Combat Emperor, and only a dozen of them. There was only one minor saint. The number of devils kept increasing and the devils that came were getting stronger. Currently, there were already 3 3rd-grade minor saints among the devils in the sky. Everyone's face was filled with despair. The middle-aged leader was the city lord. Currently, he was in complete despair. He couldn't see any hope. City Lord, what should we do now? We are finished. The devils are too strong. Someone roared. Don't be afraid, everyone. I have already sent a distress signal to the eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. The City Lord shouted loudly, trying to comfort them. City Lord, stop dreaming. The Great Lightning Tune Temple is no longer the Great Lightning Tune Temple of the past. The Great Lightning Tune Temple can't even protect themselves. They won't come to save us. We are finished. An old man roared with bloodshot eyes. They had been waiting for the rescue of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Unfortunately, after so long, there wasn't even a shadow of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Their people kept dying. Those who survived were completely disappointed in the Great Layin Temple. The current Great Layin Temple was no longer the sacred Buddhist sect in their hearts. Resisting the devil and saving the living was the original meaning of the Great Layin Temple's existence. But now, even if the Great Layin Temple could not protect itself, it would not be difficult for them to send 1 or 2 high monks to various places in the western region to help. However, the Great Lightning Tune Temple was only protecting themselves. They didn't really send any reinforcements. Even the experts of the 8 families had gone to the main battlefield in the center of the Western Domain. No one would care about these cultivators in the peripheral cities. Jia, the leader of the devils, was 30 meters tall. He was laughing evilly as he looked at the people below. He stuck out his dark red tongue. His cold eyes could make one's soul shiver. The devils that blotted out the sky were ready. In their eyes, these people below were delicious prey. They had stayed in the devil world for too long. The blood of humans was what they craved the most. It's over. The people below had lost all hope. Even the city lord didn't comfort himself anymore. They were destined to die today. Their lives would end here. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort descended from the sky like a clap of thunder, and then a dazzling hand that was 5 kilometers in circumference appeared. Rays of golden light shot out from the hand and instantly dispersed the black demonic wave in the sky. Long. No one knew how much power the huge palm carried, but it fell on the group of devils. Arg. Innumerable wails were heard. The 3 third-grade minor saint devils were annihilated with just a wail. Not even their remains were left behind. This palm strike had killed at least a dozen devils. Then another wave of golden light sprinkled down. This light was like the light that could blow away the darkness. It enveloped all the devils in the sky above the city. Those devils that were enveloped by the golden light were instantly torn apart and reduced to nothingness. The city that was filled with devil chi was restored in an instant. All of the devil chi had vanished. At least 1,000 devils had died in an instant. The cultivators in the city were dumbfounded. They were all stunned on the spot, unable to believe what they had just seen. The excitement of surviving a disaster was something that they couldn't adapt to. A white-robed youth appeared in the sky. He was none other than Zhou Xian, but he still had the appearance of Gu Chen. "Thank you for saving our lives, benefactor. May I know your name?" The city lord was the first to react. He bowed deeply at Zhou Xian. "I am Gu Chen of the ancient people. Why didn't the eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple come to save you?" Zhou Xian frowned. Normally the Great Lightning Tune Temple should have come to rescue them. I'm afraid that the Great Lightning Tune Temple can't even protect themselves. The city lord let out a sigh. Alright, I know that the Great Lightning Tune Temple is no longer the sacred Buddha sect it used to be. This place is too far away and not the main battlefield, but it shouldn't be a reason to be neglected. Even if we are fighting against the devils, everyone is fighting for their own benefits. However, we, the ancient people, are here to save people. I have saved all of you now. I will go and save the people in the other cities later. Chapter 990. Without staying for too long, Zhou Xian turned into a stream of light and left. No one in the city noticed that the moment Zhou Xian left, the essence of the devils left in the void by Zhou Xian were all collected. For the Zulong Tower, these were all nourishment. Although the level of these devils was too low compared to Zhou Xian, there were too many devils on this battlefield. This time Zhou Xian wanted to let the Zulong Tower absorb as much as it could. The cultivators who were saved in the city bowed in the direction where Zhou Xian left. They would never forget such a life-saving grace. In their hearts, the status of the ancient people instantly soared. People in the western region originally believed in Buddhism and worshipped the Great Layin Temple. But today, when they were in trouble, the one who saved them was not the Great Layin Temple, but the genius of the ancient people. Waging war with the devil race is a matter of the world. Ancient people are the ones who really think for the common people. The city lord sighed. "City lord, what should we do now? Should we run for our lives?" Someone asked. "If you want to run, you can run by yourself. I will not run. My home is gone and my family is dead. If I can't kill devils in my lifetime, even if I live, I will be a walking corpse." That's right. I will not run either. Let's go to other battlefields to kill devils. Now the whole western region is full of devils. There are battlefields everywhere. If we survive, we have to do our part. The crowd was stirred up. Everyone's eyes were red. Looking at the destroyed homes and the broken corpses of their loved ones, even if they survived, their hearts were bleeding. The war was too cruel. Devils were originally a race that had no humanity. Now that Zhou Xian had saved them, did they really have to run away? Alright, let's leave now. We will go to other battlefields to kill devils and protect our homes. The city lord's aura shook as he led the remaining people in a certain direction. Zhou Xian was not in a hurry to enter the main battlefield. He first wanted to establish his prestige for the ancient people, because he was very clear that the war with the devil race, although only in the western region, would affect the entire human race. This was a great opportunity for the ancient people to make a name for themselves, so he must not miss it. Among the 8 regions, the western region was the smallest, but it still spanned tens of millions of kilometers. There were countless cities of various sizes. Just the outlying cities like the one he had saved earlier numbered in the thousands. These outer cities weren't the main battlefield, but at this moment, it was truly doomsday. Some cultivators had fled the moment the fiend devils had started attacking, but there were still many who hadn't fled and were fighting fiercely with the fiend devils. They couldn't get help from the great Thunderclap Temple, and they couldn't even get help from the 8 races of the Pure Land. They could only fend for themselves. At this time, a white-robed young man turned into the savior of the world. He stepped through the blue dome of heaven and walked on the outskirts of the western domain. He flew above one city after another. Wherever he went, the evil demons would wail and die miserably. The level of the devils in the outlying region was too low. To Zhou Xian he could kill all of them effortlessly. Zhou Qian's gust of wind had also made the ancient people famous. The name, Gu Qian, began to spread rapidly in the western region. Indistinctly, the reputation of the ancient people had far surpassed the Great Lightning Tune Temple. While Zhou Qian began his frenzied massacre, many minor saint geniuses of the 8 families of the Pure Land had also appeared. They had entered the battlefield in the outlying region, which could be considered as relieving the pressure of these cities. After all, the attack of the devils was too fierce at the beginning. Not only were there a lot of them, there were also many tyrannical great devil saints among them. The battle with the Great Lightning Tune Temple had been intense. 6 of the 8 families of the Pure Land were disheartened because Zhou Qian had killed their patriarch and 6th grade great saint elders. They didn't have much enthusiasm to fight against the devil race. Plus, the true experts of Saint Origin Palace hadn't arrived yet, so they didn't dare to let their geniuses enter the battlefield of the western region. Now, with the arrival of the experts of Saint Origin Palace, the geniuses of the 8 families of the Pure Land had also arrived. This was the beginning of the great war between humans and devils. This was a tragic battle in the human world, but this kind of battle was not without benefits for human cultivators. The path of cultivation was originally going against the heavens, like rowing a boat against the current. All of the famous figures in history had stepped on piles of bones and experienced many life and death situations before they could achieve their achievements. Therefore, the war with the devil race was also a process of human growth. It was also a stepping stone for the geniuses to mature. The path of cultivation had always been cruel. Some people would rise and some would fall. Without a doubt, Zhou Qian was the biggest beneficiary of this battle. He was now and he would be in the future. He had been in the western region for an hour, and the number of devils that had died in his hands was at least 10,000. With such a huge number of devils, Zhou Qian didn't let go of all the essence of the devils. All of them were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. The 4th level of the Zulong Tower had begun to condense gradually. The 99 levels of the ancestral dragon pagoda was the same as Zhou Qian's dragon marks. The higher the level, the harder it would be to condense. Therefore, condensing the 4th level of the pagoda would be much more difficult than condensing the 3rd level. The best way to condense the Zulong Tower was to absorb energy. The grade of the devils that Zhou Qian had killed before was too low. It wouldn't have much effect on the condensation of the Zulong Tower. While Zhou Qian was wandering around the periphery of the battlefield, the battle in the Great Lightning Tune Temple had already begun. Countless devils besieged the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Apart from the eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, there were also many experts of Saint Origin Palace. At this moment, the few 8th grade great saints of the ancient people had joined the battle. Some of them had joined the battle and were locked in a fierce battle with the 8th grade great saints of the devil race. The current Great Lightning Tune Temple was no longer the Great Lightning Tune Temple of the past. The Buddha sect had declined too fast. In the past 1,000 years, there was only one ancestor Green Lotus. Compared to such a huge battlefield, the current Great Lightning Tune Temple was even more vulnerable. There wasn't even an 8th grade great saint in the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple. Green Lotus Mountain. This place was not far from the Great Layin Monastery, and it was also one of the main battlefields. All the mountain peaks outside of Mount Green Lotus had been destroyed and there were huge pits everywhere. Tens of thousands of demons were charging towards Mount Green Lotus. At this moment, outside Green Lotus Mountain, a white-haired youth was standing majestically. The devil waves emitted from his body were much scarier than those devils. Both of his hands were covered with devil blood. It was the blood of the enemies, the blood of the devils. The corpses of the devils could be piled up into a mountain under his feet. The youth was none other than Han Yan. To Han Yan, such a battlefield was simply a dream. As the mighty Gu Tianma physique, he could absorb the essence and devil soul of all devils to enhance his cultivation base. In other words, his means were almost the same as Jiang Chen's in such a battlefield. They were both the biggest nemesis of the devils. Little friend, be careful. That's a powerful 5th grade great saint. It won't be easy to deal with him. Below, in front of the gate of Green Lotus Mountain, an old monk covered in blood was sitting cross-legged. He couldn't help but say worriedly while looking at the huge devil saint opposite of Han Yan. The old monk was Great Master Ranfeng. He was only a 2nd grade great saint now. He had been seriously injured in the previous battle. If it wasn't for Han Yan's timely arrival, he was afraid that he would have been killed by the frenzied attacks of the devils. The devil race hated the people of Buddha sect to the core. That was why their attacks were incomparably fierce. Currently, the leader of the devils standing opposite of Han Yan was a powerful 5th grade great saint. Don't worry, Great Master. I won't let these devils disturb Tyrant's peaceful cultivation. Han Yan said. He already knew that Tyrant was at the most critical moment of his seclusion. He must not be disturbed. After Jiang Chen left, Tyrant only used a dozen minutes to break through to the Great Saint realm and successfully attracted the 9 major tribulation. However, after the tribulation, Tyrant still hadn't come out of seclusion. To him, the power of the relic left behind by Ancestor Green Lotus was too great. The extent of his growth wouldn't be as simple as a 1st grade great saint. Looking at Tyrant's progress, Great Master Ranfeng was incomparably excited. On the day of the devil race's attack, Tyrant had already broken through to the 3rd grade great saint. Even now he was still going strong. According to Great Master Ranfeng's estimation, Tyrant would at least be at the peak of the 5th grade great saint when he came out of seclusion, or even the 6th grade great saint. After all, the relic that was fused with the immortal soul was too terrifying. Tyrant had inherited the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. It could be said that he was part of the lineage of inheritance. Naturally, refining the relic would be a piece of cake for him. Currently, there was a faintly discernible aura emanating from the Green Lotus Mountain. This aura was sometimes strong, sometimes weak. This was the aura of Tyrant, indicating that he had reached the most critical juncture, the final step of his closed-door cultivation. Once he succeeded, he would definitely shock the world. This was the most critical step that couldn't be disturbed. Otherwise, the loss that Tyrant would suffer would be immeasurable. In the face of the powerful devil's attack, Great Master Ranfeng was already in despair, but Han Yan's timely appearance gave him hope again. A pure ancient divine devil's physique. I really didn't expect that there would be such an existence among humans. Unfortunately, your strength is still too weak. If I kill you, I will directly devour your ancient divine devil bloodline. At that time, my cultivation will advance and I will be invincible. Kaka. Chapter 991. You want to eat me? I'm afraid that your teeth aren't strong enough. Han Yan sneered. Although he was a peak 4th grade great saint, any ordinary 5th grade great saint was no match for him. Back when he was in the Pure Land, he had already killed countless 5th grade great saints from the 6 major families, not to mention that his cultivation base had improved. Besides, the powerful physique of Gu Tianma made him the king of all devils. Putting aside whether he could command a group of devils, his chi was enough to terrify the other devils. Even this 5th grade great saint devil would be suppressed by Han Yan. The devil didn't want to waste any more time. Now that the devil race was attacking Saint Origin World, it depended on who could contribute the most. If he could kill a human like Gu Tianma, not only would he gain great benefits, he would also be rewarded by his superiors. The 5th grade great saint devil moved. He opened his huge black mouth, which was like a huge black hole. A foul stench sprayed out like a rainstorm, making anyone who smelled it feel nauseous. Its sharp fangs weren't inferior to any ordinary great saint weapon. It lunged at Han Yan crazily. Great Master Ranfeng stared at this powerful devil without blinking. His heart was filled with worry, not knowing whether Han Yan could resist it or not. However, Han Yan's following performance made him feel completely relieved. He couldn't help but admire the fact that there were too many monstrous geniuses in this world. Those who were together with Zhou Xian had almost become monstrous geniuses. Humph! Han Yan harumphed coldly. His eyes suddenly turned pure black. He shouted, 3,000 zhang white hair. Whoosh! Han Yan's white hair turned into sharp swords, like a white ocean, covering the sky and the land. In just a blink of an eye, the 5th grade Great Saint Devil was shrouded and countless white hairs pierced through the devil's mouth. Arg! The devil let out a blood-curdling scream. He had never thought that this human kid would be so powerful that he couldn't stand the power of his hair. Now Han Yan's white hair had turned into a domain, trapping the devil completely. This was a powerful combat technique that had just been awakened in Gu Tianma's bloodline. 3,000 zhang white hair could be both hard and soft. A puny 5th grade Great Saint wants to fight me? Die. Han Yan's attack was merciless. The white hair that had turned into a domain suddenly tore apart the demon saint that was over 100 zhang in size. Demon blood splattered all over the place. Han Yan reached out and grabbed the demon soul of the demon saint. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Haha, it is indeed very nutritious. Han Yan loudly laughed as demonic waves shot out from his body, covering this region of space. Feeling the pressure from this aura, the demons could not help but start to retreat. They felt a powerful might. All of you die. Help me break through to the 5th grade Great Saint. Han Yan went berserk. He unleashed a devil sea, enshrouding thousands of devils in an instant. Among these devils, there were more than a dozen devil saints, including a 4th grade devil saint and minor devil saints. After consuming the devil soul of a 5th grade devil saint, Han Yan's cultivation had reached the peak of 4th grade Great Saint, only a step away from the 5th grade Great Saint. If he could refine all the devils in front of him, advancing to the 5th grade Great Saint wouldn't be a problem. Roar, roar. The devils that were trapped in the Devil Sea started howling. They wanted to struggle free, but they discovered that they were completely powerless. At this moment Han Yan had transformed into a peerless devil. The boundless Devil Sea transformed into a terrifying energy that tore apart the devils. Even those devil saints couldn't escape. At this moment Han Yan was like the real Gu Tianma, an ancient heavenly devil, a ferocious heavenly devil. The color of the sky changed. Everyone's hearts trembled in fear as miserable screams rang out incessantly. One after another, the devil spirits entered Han Yan's hands and were directly refined by him. Pa pa pa, Han Yan's chi was rising steadily. In just a few minutes he had refined all the devil souls and successfully advanced to the 5th grade Great Saint. His body felt like it contained a black ocean. It was the devil ocean that could absorb everything. Ever since he refined Gu Tianma, Han Yan's bloodline had basically been fully awakened. His scariness was finally revealed. This kind of scariness might not be obvious when he was fighting against human cultivators, but it was completely revealed when he was fighting against the devils. Due to the uniqueness of his physique and bloodline, Han Yan could absorb devil souls endlessly. However, this kind of absorption was different from Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian relied on the dragon transformation skill to absorb the devil souls. Excessive absorption could easily cause instability in his foundation. Now that he was using the Zulong Tower to absorb the devil souls, the benefits that he would get would be lesser. But with Han Yan's physique, he wasn't afraid that it would affect his foundation no matter how many devil souls he absorbed. The devil essence contained in these devil souls would also strengthen his foundation. In other words, this battle with the devil race was a great opportunity for Han Yan. It was the best opportunity. During the process of battle and slaughter, Han Yan would be able to grow continuously until he reached an extremely terrifying level. As soon as the devils around Green Lotus Mountain were wiped out by Han Yan, a dazzling brilliance suddenly shot up from the central hall of Green Lotus Mountain. Amidst the brilliance, one could clearly see Sanskrit talismans. It was very mystical and had the 10 clans of Buddha nature. Han Yan and Great Master Ranfeng looked at the brilliance at the same time. Their eyes were filled with surprise, especially Great Master Ranfeng. No one knew better than him what the brilliance and talismans meant. Ah, good. This is the Buddhist holy light. In the past 1,000 years, he is the second person to comprehend the Buddhist holy light. The first one was my master and the second one was my disciple. Great Master Ranfeng laughed wantonly. It was a gratifying and proud laughter. The Buddhist holy light was the incarnation of the true Buddha. Ever since the decline of Buddha sect, a genius like Ancestor Green Lotus had appeared in Buddha sect. Ancestor Green Lotus had comprehended the holy light and became a grandmaster of Buddha. Today there was a second person who comprehended the holy light in Buddha sect. One of them was his master and the other was his disciple. How could he not feel proud? Look at Tyrant's chi. He has already reached the 5th grade great saint. Motherfucker, he's really abnormal. Han Yen couldn't help but say. That's right. That's the effect of the ancestors' Sarira. Initially he thought that he would reach the 5th grade great saint during his seclusion, but I didn't expect that this brat would comprehend the Buddhist holy light. Relying on this holy light alone, he can directly reach the 6th grade great saint. It's not impossible for him to surpass the ancestor in the future. Great Master Ran Feng said with a gratified face. Fuck. Han Yen rolled his eyes. There were too many abnormal people in this world. However, he was incomparably happy to see Tyrant's achievements. Jiang Chen had said that he and Tyrant would become Jiang Chen's left and right arms when the world was in chaos. Now it seemed that it was true. His Gu Tianmao bloodline had been fully stimulated, and he had begun to display his divine power. This time Tyrant would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat roar. Just at this moment the devil's roar was heard again. A large number of devils charged at them again. The number of devils this time wasn't as many as before. There were only 100 of them, but their chi was much stronger than before. The leader of the devils was a middle-aged man. His cultivation had already reached the 7th grade devil saint. There were 3 6th grade devil saints following him. Not good. The massacre and the Buddhist holy light must have attracted these powerful devils. A 7th grade devil saint won't be easy to deal with. Great Master Ran Feng's facial expression changed. Even Han Yen knitted his brows. Although he had just advanced to the 5th grade great saint, killing a 6th grade devil saint wasn't a problem for him, but if he were to face a 7th grade devil saint he would be dwarfed. However, Tyrant had reached the most critical moment. No matter what, he had to resist the attack of these devils. He couldn't let Tyrant get hurt. A monstrous devil wolf rushed out of Han Yan's body. His face didn't show the slightest hint of fear in the face of these powerful opponents. Kill. The devil leader didn't waste any words and gave the order to kill. 3 6th grade devil saints lunged at Han Yen at the same time. Humph. Han Yen harumphed coldly. Suddenly he struck out a punch that emitted an earth-shattering chi. A black barrier was formed. The 3 6th grade devil saints were pushed back by Han Yan's punch. One of them even spurted out a mouthful of blood. What? The 6th grade devil saint who was pushed back couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Han Yen. Their cultivation base was already very strong. Coupled with their powerful devil bodies, they had the upper hand when fighting against human cultivators of the same grade. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them were pushed back by a 5th grade great saint human. I didn't expect that the bloodline of Gu Tianmao would appear in a human. No wonder he is so strong. But if I attack you will die for sure. The 7th grade devil saint had seen through Han Yan's real strength. He took a step forward. A sharp wave of wind rushed at Han Yen like a sharp sword. Han Yen struck out a huge palm. It was a black devil palm covered with black scales. Looked ferocious and terrifying. It collided with the 7th grade devil saint head-on. Long. Violent waves of chi rolled out. Han Yen was pushed back a few steps before he could stabilize his body. Sure enough, a powerful 7th grade devil saint wasn't easy to deal with. You guys go and attack that Buddha light. I will kill this brat. The evil demon leader laughed heartily as he looked at the Buddhist light above Green Lotus Mountain. Yes, hundreds of devils attacked at the same time, attacking the ray of Buddhist light. Han Yen wanted to help, but he was locked down by the devil leader. Great Master Ran Feng had a worried look on his face as well. However, in his current state he would die immediately if he rushed forward. He wouldn't be of any help. I didn't expect that a genius of Buddha sect would appear again. He has fallen here. Chapter 992. At this critical moment, both Han Yen and Great Master Ran Feng were extremely nervous. But at this point in time, there was nothing they could do to help Tyrant. Han Yen had already done his best by helping Tyrant by a lot of time. Now that he was entangled with the experts of the devil race, he couldn't help Tyrant even if he couldn't protect himself. Under such circumstances, Tyrant could only rely on his own luck. The majestic and powerful attack was like a vast ocean, wrapping the golden Buddha light in the blink of an eye. That was the saint light of Buddha sect. Tyrant was at the most critical moment. If he was forcibly interrupted, he would suffer a great loss. At this critical moment, the saint light of Buddha sect exploded. Honglong. Boundless golden brilliance filled the sky above Green Lotus Mountain. This violent energy contained the pure chi of Buddha sect. This powerful chi was the biggest nemesis of the devil race. The impact of the explosion of the saint light of Buddha sect was too great. The attacks of hundreds of powerful devils were instantly destroyed or purified. All the devil waves in the sky were dispersed, turning into a pure and holy Buddha light. It was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Arg! Innumerable wails were heard from the group of devils. Hundreds of devils were pushed back by the impact of the violent Buddha light. Some weaker devil emperors and minor devil saints couldn't withstand the impact. Their huge bodies were destroyed on the spot, turning into a mist of blood, and died tragically on the spot. It's done. Great Master Ranfeng's eyes were filled with ecstasy. At the same time, there was a strong sense of gratification and pride. At this critical moment, his disciple had finally broken through the last step. Not only did he fully comprehend the saint light of Buddha sect, he had also successfully advanced to the 6th grade great saint. Amitba. A voice sounded from the interior of Green Lotus Mountain. It wasn't loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. It was the aura of an eminent monk of Buddha sect. Just this voice alone was enough to make the souls of all the experts of Buddha sect tremble. The 7th grade devil saint also stopped what he was doing and looked up. He saw a little monk in a kasaya flying up into the sky with his palms put together. A string of golden Buddha beads was hanging around his neck, engraved with mysterious Sanskrit. The little monk looked like he was only in his 20s, but he gave off the feeling of an eminent monk. The surface of his body was filled with golden brilliance, and even the brilliance had Sanskrit imprints. That was the Buddhist holy light, not the ordinary Buddhist light. Golden-bodied Arhat. Upon seeing Tyrant's reaction, Great Master Ranfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter again. What he didn't expect was that not only did Tyrant comprehend the Buddha's holy light, but he also condensed the golden Arhat. This was the supreme Arhat technique of Buddhism, the highest existence. Although Tyrant's golden Arhat had just revealed its embryonic form, such potential was unparalleled in Buddhism for thousands of years. Even old ancestor Green Lotus didn't have the ability to condense the golden Arhat. In other words, Tyrant had the potential to become a Buddha. Ah, what an intense Buddhist holy light. What the hell is this little monk? So scary. This Buddha's holy light is the nemesis of our devil race. Even standing in front of him gives me an inexplicable sense of fear. This man is going to become the archenemy of our devil race. The Buddha's holy light hasn't appeared for a long time. Is the heaven going to annihilate our devil race? Don't be nervous, everyone. Although this little monk has comprehended the Buddha's holy light, his cultivation base isn't strong enough. He's only a 6th grade great saint. Our devil race has been recuperating for a long time. It won't be a problem for us to deal with a 6th grade great saint. All the devils on the scene became nervous. Even those powerful 6th grade devil saints revealed a look of fear. That was the fear that originated from their soul. The source of their devil soul began to tremble. Tyrant had just come out from his seclusion. He was at the peak of his confidence. He uttered a rune and countless Buddha's holy light spread out like sharp swords, striking at the group of devils. Innumerable wails were heard. The Buddha's holy light formed a huge domain that was scarier than Han Yan's 3,000 meters long white hair. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of devils died under the Buddha's holy light. Even those powerful 6th grade devil saints didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Not good. Upon seeing this, the remaining 7th grade great saint cried out in alarm. Without saying a word, he turned and fled. Although his cultivation base was a level higher than Tyrant, he still had self-awareness. fighting a 6th grade great saint who had comprehended the saint light of Buddha sect and condensed the golden body of Arhat was no different than courting death. That's right. Edifying light. Tyrant wouldn't give him the chance to escape. He moved extremely fast and struck out the edifying light. Under the absolute suppression and restraint of his strength, the 7th grade devil saint didn't even have the chance to resist and was edified by Tyrant. Master. The 7th grade devil saint knelt in front of Tyrant with an incomparably pious attitude. Han Yen, who was standing at the side, widened his eyes. Although he had seen the edifying light before as Jiang Qin had edified a lot of devils, he couldn't help but admire Tyrant's divine power when he saw how easily Tyrant dealt with all the devils. Damn monk, aren't you too awesome? Han Yen rolled his eyes. Yen, I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you buying time for me, my seclusion would have been forcefully interrupted and my master's life would have been in danger. Tyrant chuckled. His gratitude towards Han Yen was beyond words. Although he was in seclusion, he was still aware of the situation outside. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for Han Yen, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today, and Great Master Ranfeng's life would also be in danger. Don't be so polite with me. Han Yen patted Tyrant's shoulder. There was no need for so many words between brothers. Disciple, little friend Han Yen, the devil race is in turmoil now, but to the two of you this war is a great opportunity. One of you is a genius of Buddha sect and the other is the descendant of Gu Tianma. Through this war both of you will grow to a very terrifying level. Both of you must grasp this opportunity well. Great Master Ranfeng said. Master, you are right. We are going to the main battlefield to fight and kill more powerful devils to strengthen ourselves. Tyrant said. No need. Green Lotus Mountain is the main battlefield. The fluctuations of the battle here have already spread out. You two stay here and don't need to leave. There will be more powerful devils coming. Moreover, Green Lotus Mountain was left behind by old ancestor. If you two leave, this place will be destroyed. This is something I don't want to see. Great Master Ranfeng said. Great Master is right. Why don't we guard this place? Firstly, we can protect Green Lotus Mountain. Secondly, we can kill more powerful devils to improve ourselves. It's the best of both worlds. Han Yen said. All right. Let's stay here. If you and I join hands, I have the confidence to edify an 8th grade devil saint. Tyrant said confidently. The vast western domain was filled with battlefields. However, as more and more human experts joined the battle, the devil race's offensive was gradually suppressed. From the periphery to the center, the devil race began to retreat, or to be more precise, their combat strength was being suppressed. In just one day, many battles in the periphery had stopped. It was unknown how many devils had died. The name Gu Chen had become famous in the entire western domain. Along with Gu Chen's fame, the Gu family also became famous. This was a great family that fought for the common people. For a time, the reputation of the Gu family had completely suppressed the Great Layin Temple in the western domain. Imperceptibly, the reputation of the Gu family had risen above the other 7 families. And all of this was thanks to Jiang Qin. The rise of the reputation of the ancient people and the deeds of Gu Qin had naturally reached the ears of the higher-ups of Gu Palace. All of them praised Gu Qin. Ever since Gu Qin joined Gu Palace, no one knew how many good things he had done for Gu Palace. It was evening at the moment, and in the middle of a destroyed mountain range, there was not a single devil left within a radius of 1,000 miles. In the depths of the mountain range, a white-clothed young man was sitting cross-legged, and next to him was a big yellow dog. There was only one such combination in the entire Saint Origin Palace. It was Jiang Qin and a Huang dog. The two of them had met each other in the previous battle. After a day of fierce battles, Jiang Qin had benefited a lot. The edifying light had edified 2 7th grade devil saints. The 4th level of the Zulong Tower had been condensed by nearly half. Currently, Jiang Qin was working hard to break through to the 4th grade great saint. De Huang dog, on the other hand, had already become a mighty 4th grade great saint after eating a lot of devil souls. The battle in the main battlefield was still going on. The battle in Great Lightning Tune Temple was still in full swing. The experts of the 8 major palaces had moved into Great Lightning Tune Temple. After recuperating for so many years, the devil race's foundation had become very strong. With the emergence of the super devil saints, peerless experts like Gu Firmament and Desolate Emperor began to appear in Great Lightning Tune Temple. In another miniature spatial zone, two silhouettes were standing opposite each other. One was an old man and the other was a young man. The old man had a very strong cultivation. He was Desolate Wuling, an 8th grade great saint expert of Desolate Palace. The young man was Desolate Chongfeng, a peak 6th grade great saint genius of Desolate Palace. Back in the refining tower he was the one who wanted to deal with Jiangchen. Chongfeng, I have found the location of Guqin. He is in seclusion in a miniature spatial zone. I want you to go and kill him now. I wonder if you have the confidence to do so? Desolate Wuling said. Killing a puny Guqin is just a piece of cake for me. Desolate Chongfeng sneered confidently. Don't underestimate this man. Even a 7th grade great saint of my family died in his hands. Chapter 993. Elder, the one who killed the 7th grade great saint of my family is Jiangchen, not Guqin. Desolate Chongfeng said doubtfully. Don't be careless. If I'm not mistaken, Guqin is Jiangchen. All the signs indicate that they are the same person. This time you can test him. If Guqin is Jiangchen, not even Gu Palace will be able to protect him. At that time the experts of the 6 major palaces will hunt him down. Desolate Wuling sneered. He was very confident in his speculation. Putting aside the fact that Guqin's identity was very suspicious, he could sense a trace of familiar qi from Guqin, which made him suspect the relationship between Guqin and Jiangchen. One should know that the perceptive ability of an 8th grade great saint wasn't without reason. Humph. If that's the case, it couldn't be better. I also want to meet that Jiangchen. Although he can kill a 7th grade great saint of my family, I'm not afraid of him. Given my current strength, killing a 7th grade great saint is an incomparably easy task. I, Desolate Chongfeng, don't believe that I can't even handle a 3rd grade great saint. Desolate Chongfeng harumphed coldly. The unique arrogance of a genius was aroused. Every genius was arrogant, especially the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace. Furthermore, Desolate Chongfeng was very confident that he could kill a 7th grade great saint effortlessly given his strength. To the Desolate family, whether it was Guqin or Jiangchen, they were all enemies that must be killed. Go now. I will secretly imprint the video of the battle between you and Guqin. I heard that Jiangchen can use a transformation technique that can increase his combat strength by 10 times. Given Guqin's cultivation grade, if he is Jiangchen, he will have to use the transformation technique to deal with you. If he isn't, he will be no match for you and will be killed by you. Desolate Wuling sneered, acting as if everything was under his control. He couldn't deal with Guqin personally because it would immediately attract the attention of Gu Palace. Desolate Chongfeng, on the other hand, was different. He was a genius of the young generation. This war with the devil race was also the main battlefield of these geniuses. Killing Jiangchen with Desolate Palace and Demon Palace wouldn't attract any attention. Desolate Wuling had already made up his mind. If Guqin wasn't Jiangchen, he would certainly be killed by Desolate Chongfeng, eliminating a great enemy for Desolate Palace. If Guqin was Jiangchen, even if Desolate Chongfeng couldn't kill Jiangchen in the end, he could still secretly imprint the video of the battle between them. When that time came, Jiangchen would immediately become the target of all. The experts of the 6 major palaces would attack him together. At that time, even with the help of Desolate Palace and Demon Palace, Jiangchen would still die. All right. With a sway of his body, Desolate Chongfeng vanished in the blink of an eye. The next moment he appeared outside the miniature spatial zone that Jiangchen had deployed. Humph. Guqin, you have hidden yourself very well. If it wasn't for the elder, I wouldn't have been able to find you. Desolate Chongfeng harumphed coldly. Immediately he circulated his spatial force and broke into the miniature spatial zone. The moment Desolate Chongfeng broke into the spatial zone, Jiangchen, who was in seclusion to break through to the 4th grade great saint, suddenly opened his eyes. A surge of intense anger shot out from his eyes. He had just reached the edge of the 4th grade great saint and was only one step away from breaking through completely. It was imaginable how angry Jiangchen was when he was interrupted by someone. He was only left with 50 dragon marks to break through to the 4th grade great saint. Of course, given his current state, he only needed to refine a powerful devil soul to break through instantly. However, ever since he entered the Western Domain battlefield, The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had been condensed by the Zulong Tower. Although it wouldn't affect his foundation, he wanted to stimulate his potential and advance bit by bit to the 4th grade Great Saint, instead of plundering the dragon marks directly. Jiang Chen would be able to break through completely in less than half a day's time, but it was at this time that his advancement was disrupted by Desolate Chongfeng. Gu Chen, you have been hiding here for a long time. Desolate Chongfeng unleashed his murderous intent the moment he saw Jiang Chen. Desolate Chongfeng, you really shouldn't have come here. Jiang Chen shook his head. He wasn't surprised that Desolate Chongfeng was here. It was also within Jiang Chen's expectation that Desolate Palace would use the chaos of the war to kill him. Little Chenzi, this bastard isn't easy to deal with. If you don't transform into your dragon form, I'm afraid that you won't be a match for him. De Huang Dog said worriedly. Although he was already a 4th grade Great Saint and could deal with an ordinary 6th grade Great Saint, he wasn't a match for a 6th grade Great Saint like Desolate Chongfeng. Even if Jiang Chen wanted to deal with Desolate Chongfeng, he would need to transform into his dragon form. After all, Jiang Chen hadn't broken through to the 4th grade Great Saint yet. Then I will transform into my dragon form. This man will die today, but I have already sensed that someone is spying on this place. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the experts of Desolate Palace who want to record the battle scene here. Desolate Wuling has begun to suspect my identity. Once he knows my true identity, the 6 major families will join forces to deal with me. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Given his shrewdness, he could naturally sense that someone was spying on him. What should we do now? De Huang Dog asked. Of course, he knew that the identity of Gu Chen was very important to Jiang Chen before he fully matured. In any case, this identity of Gu Chen had only offended Desolate Palace and Saint Origin Palace. He didn't have any direct conflict with the other 5 major palaces, but if his identity was exposed, it would be a different story. It doesn't matter. I will cast out the 5 elemental sphere later. This miniature spatial zone was originally deployed by me. The fusion of the 5 elemental sphere and the spatial zone will be enough to block all spying. You don't have to do anything. Just use this spatial zone as the foundation to deploy a grand formation and fuse it with my 5 elemental sphere to isolate the entire spatial zone. I will prevent them from seeing anything. Since there are so many geniuses in Desolate Palace, I would like to see if their geniuses are enough for me to kill. A cold smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Desolate Wuling and Desolate Chongfeng wanted to scheme against him, which meant that they were destined to be schemed against by Jiang Chen. In this world there was no one who could scheme against Jiang Chen. Desolate Chongfeng was destined to end up in Jiang Chen's hands. All right. De Huang Dog nodded. As someone who was proficient in the Heavenly Book of Source Formations, it was a piece of cake for him to deploy a grand formation. He had never seen any ancient grand formation before. Once it was combined with Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere, the effect was imaginable. De Huang Dog vanished in an instant. He turned into a ray of light and shuttled back and forth in the spatial zone. Desolate Chongfeng didn't put this dog in his eyes at all. In his eyes there was only Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen slowly stood up from the ground and approached Desolate Chongfeng. Desolate Chongfeng, are you so confident that you can kill me? Gu Chen, my cultivation is 3 levels higher than yours. If I don't even have the confidence to kill you, then I, Desolate Chongfeng, have lived my life in vain. Desolate Chongfeng burst into laughter. It's useless to talk more. Let's do it. Jiang Chen said and released his 5 elemental sphere. Instantly the 5 elemental sphere merged with the spatial zone. Desolate Chongfeng knitted his brows. Feeling the change of the surrounding airflow, a trace of uneasiness suddenly emerged in his heart. However, this feeling of uneasiness was instantly thrown to the back of his mind. In his opinion, given his ability, he didn't need to worry about dealing with a puny 3rd grade Great Saint. In another spatial zone, Desolate Wuling was holding a piece of crystal in his hand. Inside the crystal was the scene of Jiang Chen and Desolate Chongfeng. Although the scene wasn't very clear, those with discerning eyes could still see the situation inside. However, as soon as Jiang Chen moved, the scene inside the crystal disappeared instantly and turned into chaos. What's going on? Desolate Wuling's facial expression changed. Hastily he continued to activate the crystal. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any trace of the situation inside. Someone has set up a grand formation to block my imprint. Could it be that the experts of Gu Palace have discovered it? Desolate Wuling was puzzled. He locked his target on the experts of Gu Palace. He would never think that the one who set up the seal to block his imprint wasn't an expert of Gu Palace, but the alliance of Jiang Qin and a Huang dog. The scene inside the imprint disappeared. The original plan had been ruined. Desolate Wuling couldn't do it himself, so he could only pin all his hopes on Desolate Changfeng. He was very confident in Desolate Changfeng. After all, Desolate Changfeng was a supreme genius cultivated by Desolate Palace, a peak 6th grade great saint. Even an ordinary 7th grade great saint wouldn't be a match for Desolate Changfeng and would be killed by him. Even if Gu Qin was the one who could change his voice, he believed that Desolate Changfeng could deal with him. Even if he wasn't a match for Gu Qin, given Desolate Changfeng's ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. As long as Desolate Changfeng escaped, Gu Qin's identity would be completely exposed. In the miniature spatial zone, Desolate Changfeng was the first one to move. He punched out with a golden fist. No one knew how much strength was contained in his fist as it flew towards Jiang Qin. But Jiang Qin also wanted to test his combat strength. He was now at the peak of 3rd grade great saint, which was much stronger than when he fought the 7th grade great saint of Desolate Palace. Bang! 2 fists collided, creating a sea of fire. Under such a strong recoil, Jiang Qin was sent flying more than 30 meters away. His body swayed. He wasn't a match for Desolate Changfeng. A genius is indeed different. An ordinary 6th grade great saint can't be compared to a genius. Jiang Qin shook his numb arm and began to pay attention to Desolate Changfeng. Gu Qin, you're indeed a rare genius to be able to block my attack. Unfortunately, the gap between us is too big. You're not a match for me at all. I advise you not to put up a futile resistance. That will only make your death more unsightly. Chapter 994. Desolate Changfeng felt completely relieved after seeing his opponent's strength. Although he was surprised that Jiang Qin was able to block his attack with a mere 3rd grade great saint, he even admired Jiang Qin. In any case, he believed that it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Jiang Qin given the gap in their cultivation. Gu Qin, prepare to die. No one can save you today. Desolate Changfeng's chi waves were monstrous. He waved his hand and struck out another punch. It was an incomparably strong punch. The reddish-golden fist was like a huge mountain. It was much stronger than the previous punch. This punch was enough to kill an ordinary 6th grade great saint. It's too early to decide who will die now. Jiang Qin's body swayed. His powerful blood and qi burst out in an instant, revealing his dragon form. His combat strength had increased by 10 times. The indestructible blood-red dragon claw struck out and collided with Desolate Changfeng's attack. Desolate Changfeng. Honglong. The spatial zone trembled violently. Countless cracks appeared in the void as it was torn apart inch by inch. After Jiang Qin's combat strength had been increased by 10 times, his combat strength had reached an incomparably terrifying level. Desolate Changfeng's golden red fist was instantly smashed by the dragon claw attack, turning into countless golden lights and vanishing into thin air. Desolate Changfeng, do you still have the confidence to kill me now? Jiang Qin's voice rumbled like thunder. His qi soared to the extreme. Not only was he not weaker than Desolate Changfeng, he even vaguely felt an overbearing aura. Transformation technique. You're that Jiang Qin? Desolate Changfeng's facial expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect that Desolate Wuling was right. Gu Qin of Gu Palace was the Jiang Qin of Pure Land. That's right. It's me. Jiang Qin didn't have anything to hide. In the entire heavens and earth, he was the only one who could transform into a dragon. Today, when he displayed his dragon transformation in front of Desolate Changfeng, he had already made up his mind to not let Desolate Changfeng leave this place alive. It seems like Elder's guess is right. Your identity is indeed suspicious. Jiang Qin, you have killed the patriarch of our desolate family and so many experts and geniuses of our family. This hatred is higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. I must kill you today to avenge the fallen heroes of our desolate family and restore the face and dignity that our family has lost. Jiang Qin said. Desolate Changfeng spoke ferociously, but his facial expression began to turn solemn. He dared not underestimate Zhou Xian. Although he was a peak 6th grade great saint, Zhou Xian wasn't weak either. Not long ago this guy had killed the patriarch of Desolate family and a 7th grade great saint elder of Desolate Palace. At the same time, Desolate Chongfeng also felt a trace of jealousy for Zhou Xian. It wasn't just a trace, it was extreme jealousy. Although they were both geniuses, he felt that they weren't on the same level when compared to Zhou Xian. When he was still a 3rd grade great saint, he could at most deal with a 4th grade great saint. Any ordinary 5th grade great saint would surely kill him, but Zhou Xian was strong enough to kill a 7th grade great saint. Putting aside the fact that Zhou Xian had used the transformation technique to increase his combat strength, the transformation technique was also his own ability. You talk a lot of nonsense. Zhou Xian didn't want to talk nonsense with Desolate Chongfeng. Today he must not let Desolate Chongfeng leave this place alive. Therefore, without further ado, Zhou Xian moved first. His movement was fast to the extreme. He casted the true dragon palm as soon as he arrived. An enormous blood-red dragon claw blotted out the sky and the earth. It was like a huge barrier pressing towards Desolate Chongfeng. Heaven-splitting divine claw. Desolate Chongfeng bellowed. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Without any hesitation he struck out the unique combat skill of the Desolate family, the Heaven-splitting divine claw. The Heaven-splitting divine claw cast by him was many times stronger than the one cast by Desolate Yuntian, who was also a 6th grade great saint. It was on a completely different level. Honglong. The two powerful attacks collided with each other. The aftermath of the explosion swept across the entire miniature spatial zone, cutting the void in the spatial zone into pieces. However, this spatial zone was, after all, constructed by Zhou Xian himself. It was incomparably stable. Adding the combination of the 5 elemental domain and the formation laid out by De Huang Dog, even if he and Desolate Chongfeng were to fight fiercely, the spatial barrier would still be strong and indestructible. Honglong. Although Desolate Chongfeng couldn't kill Zhou Xian, it wasn't an easy task for Zhou Xian to kill Desolate Chongfeng either. Although Zhou Xian could kill a 7th grade great saint in his dragon form, Desolate Chongfeng was after all a first-class genius of Desolate Palace. Killing a 7th grade great saint wasn't a problem for him. At this moment, in another miniature space, Xiao Wuling had placed all his attention on this battle. Unfortunately, he could only do so much. He could feel the fluctuations coming from inside, but he couldn't see what was going on inside. Chongfeng, I hope you won't let me down. Desolate Wuling took a deep breath. At this point he could only place all his hope on Desolate Chongfeng because the battle between Zhou Xian and Desolate Chongfeng was very likely to have alerted the people of Gu Palace. One should know that he was secretly paying attention to Zhou Qian's movements. In order to protect Zhou Qian, the experts of Gu Palace would certainly be paying attention to him. If he appeared, the people of Gu Palace would certainly come to stop him. Fortunately, he was quite confident in Desolate Chongfeng. As a first-class genius of Desolate Palace, a peerless genius who could easily kill a 7th grade great saint, he wouldn't have a problem dealing with Gu Qian. Even if Gu Qian was Zhou Qian and Desolate Chongfeng couldn't kill Zhou Qian, the gap between them wouldn't be too big. Anyway, as long as the battle was over and Desolate Chongfeng returned, he would know about Zhou Qian's background. If Gu Qian was Zhou Qian, he would announce the news to the public, making Zhou Qian and Gu Palace the target of public criticism. If Gu Qian wasn't Zhou Qian, he would be killed by Desolate Chongfeng, removing a big hidden danger for Desolate Palace. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. On the battlefield, the two of them had fought for more than 100 rounds, but there was no clear winner. At this time, Zhou Qian suddenly struck out the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. 15 violent dragons were launched at the same time. Combined with the 5 elemental domain, the violent attacks of 5 completely different attributes affected the weather on the battlefield. The combination of these completely different attacks made Desolate Chongfeng feel suffocated. Damn it! What kind of attack is this bastard using? How can he have 5 different attributes? Desolate Chongfeng couldn't help but curse. After fighting with Zhou Qian for so long, the more he fought, the more surprised he became. Zhou Qian had an endless number of trump cards. Now that he had struck out the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, it made him even more surprised. For a moment he didn't know how to deal with it. Zoosh. However, Desolate Chongfeng wasn't an ordinary person. With a turn of his palm, a 30 meters long staff was taken out. The staff was incomparably thick and strong. After being instilled with energy, it looked like a heavenly pillar. Its surface was covered with spikes, giving off a terrifying feeling. Whirlwind Magic Staff. Desolate Chongfeng unleashed his Whirlwind Magic Staff. Combined with a powerful staff technique, he instantly struck out countless staff shadows. Countless heavenly pillars exuded an incomparably bright brilliance and collided with Jiang Chen's 15 battle dragons. Boom. The wild dragons roared. The sky and earth were turned upside down. The originally violent battlefield was instantly covered by the colorful brilliance of energy. This was an energy that could destroy the heaven and earth. The fierce battle between the two had been divided into a different space as the battlefield. If it had been outside, the sky would have collapsed and the earth would have sunk. The mountains within a radius of 1,000 miles would have been instantly destroyed and turned into powder. Whoosh! Everywhere the whirlwind magic staff passed through, nothing was left. Desolate Chongfeng's staff was incomparably sharp. Even the 5 elemental combat dragon seal had been destroyed. However, it didn't look good for him. He had continuously retreated more than 30 meters under the violent attack. Damn it! How can this bastard be so strong? Desolate Chongfeng was incomparably depressed. Although he hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position since the beginning of the battle, he was very clear in his heart that his wish to kill Jiang Chen would be difficult to achieve. Desolate Chongfeng, did you see that? You're not my opponent. If you run away now, you might have a chance to live. Jiang Chen said to Desolate Chongfeng. In fact, he was afraid that Desolate Chongfeng would choose to run away at this time. After all, with Desolate Chongfeng's strength, if he ran away now, he would still have a chance even if Jiang Chen had laid out an inescapable net. However, Jiang Chen believed that Desolate Chongfeng wouldn't run away. One should know that a peerless genius like Desolate Chongfeng would undoubtedly want his face and dignity. His high and mighty self-esteem and sense of superiority would not allow him to run away. Run away? What a joke. Jiang Chen, although your strength has surprised me, I can still kill you. Desolate Chongfeng's face was cold. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, his pride would not allow him to run away. Moreover, Desolate Chongfeng also had his own plan. In his opinion, the battle between him and Jiang Chen had already been marked by desolate wooling. Furthermore, it was precisely because the higher-ups were paying attention to this battle that he had to perform well. If he could kill Jiang Chen with his own hands, his status in Desolate Palace would skyrocket and he would be rewarded handsomely. That's right. More importantly, Desolate Chongfeng still had a powerful trump card that he hadn't used yet. This trump card would be enough for him to turn the tables at the last moment. Come on then. Jiang Chen attacked again. The Heavenly Saint Sword appeared in his hand. Although it hadn't recovered to its peak state in his previous life, it was already very terrifying after fusing with the 6 parts of the Heavenly Saint Sword. The Whirlwind Divine Staff in Desolate Chongfeng's hand couldn't be compared to it. Hull! The Heavenly Saint Sword turned into a blood-red dragon and issued an ear-piercing howl. It left a long rainbow in the void and arrived in front of Desolate Chongfeng in a blink of an eye. Chapter 995. Honglong. A sea of fire spread out in an instant. The extreme collision was enough to destroy everything. The battle between 2 peerless experts could be described as earth-shattering. The Whirlwind Divine Staff was, after all, weaker than the Heavenly Saint Sword. In such a violent collision, Desolate Chongfeng was once again pushed back 300 meters. Despite being pushed back, Desolate Chongfeng's chi was still as strong as before. He wasn't injured at all and his combat strength wouldn't be affected. In other words, it wouldn't be an easy task for Jiang Chen to kill Desolate Chongfeng. Let's not waste any more time. The longer this battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. Devil, come out. Jiang Chen's killing intent soared. Knowing that it wouldn't be easy to kill Desolate Chongfeng, he released the 2 7th-grade Devil Saints that he had subdued previously. Roar. Devil roars filled the entire miniature spatial zone. The 2 mighty Devil Saints had reverted to their true forms. Each of them was 300 meters tall and looked incomparably terrifying. Devil waves were billowing and their roars were unceasing. The entire spatial zone was filled with dense and cold devil qi. 7th grade devil saint? Desolate Chongfeng's facial expression changed. He had never thought that two powerful 7th grade devil saints would suddenly appear during the battle between him and Jiang Chen. Moreover, it seemed that these two devil saints were on the same side as Jiang Chen. You two kill him for me. Jiang Chen didn't waste any time and ordered the two devil saints to attack. Yes, master. The two great devil saints didn't dare to neglect Jiang Chen's order. Without saying a word, they rushed towards Desolate Chongfeng from the left and right. Of course, they wouldn't be able to kill Desolate Chongfeng with their current strength, but in a battle like this, the two 7th grade devil saints could play a crucial role and change the situation of the battle in an instant. Jiang Chen, how dare you collude with the devil race? Desolate Chongfeng raged. Humph! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint's sword turned into a ray of light and slashed at Desolate Chongfeng. He didn't want to explain about the devil because it was unnecessary to explain to a dead man. In Jiang Chen's eyes, Desolate Chongfeng was already a dead man. Bastard! Xiao Chongfeng was enraged. He used the Whirlwind Divine Staff to the extreme, fighting 1 against 3. Rumble. The battle was getting more and more intense and the entire battlefield had already been completely annihilated. Xiao Wuling was constantly paying attention to the situation here, and he could only feel that the fluctuations of the battle inside were getting more and more intense, and his heart was getting heavier and heavier. That Gu Chen must be Jiang Chen. Otherwise, given Gu Chen's strength, it's impossible for him to fight against Jiang Chongfeng for so long. Desolate Wuling had basically concluded his guess. At this point he no longer hoped that Desolate Chongfeng would be able to kill Jiang Chen. He only hoped that Desolate Chongfeng would quickly retreat and announce the news of Jiang Chen to the world. On the battlefield, under the frenzied bombardment of Jiang Chen and the two devil saints, Desolate Chongfeng finally couldn't resist any longer. As he retreated, his qi became weaker and weaker. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. His combat strength had been severely depleted and his face was extremely unsightly. Jiang Chen and the two 7th grade devil saints surrounded Desolate Chongfeng in a triangular formation. Jiang Chen's face was wearing a cold smile. Given Desolate Chongfeng's current condition, there was no way he could escape from Jiang Chen's palm. With the combination of the 5 elemental spheres and the formation of De Huang Dog, plus the encirclement of the 3 experts, Jiang Chen was absolutely sure that Desolate Chongfeng wouldn't be able to leave this place. Damn it. Jiang Chen, how can you make the devils listen to you? How did you do it? Desolate Chongfeng was extremely depressed. He had a good understanding of devils. They were ferocious and overbearing. They would never listen to the arrangement of humans. Devils and humans were mortal enemies, not to mention the two powerful 7th grade devil saints in front of him. Such existences were supreme even in the devil race. But now they were listening to Jiang Chen. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Of course I have my means. Desolate Chongfeng, you are going to die today. Given your current condition, you won't be able to hold on for long. Jiang Chen said confidently. Jiang Chen, do you think you can defeat me? That's ridiculous. Let me tell you, I, Desolate Chongfeng, still have a powerful trump card that I haven't used yet. Take a look at this. Desolate Chongfeng didn't have the slightest fear. He flipped his palm. Immediately, a pill glowing with milky white light floated out from his palm. The pill was crystal clear. The medicinal fragrance that it emitted could make people feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Chen knitted his brows because he had never seen this pill before. However, he could feel a trace of immortal qi from it. This was an immortal pill. No, it should be said that it was just a pill that had been infused with a trace of immortal qi. However, its preciousness and power was unimaginable. Jiang Chen, this is an immortal yang pill. It is a reward that I have received before, but I've never been willing to consume it. Although it isn't a true immortal pill, I'm sure you know its benefits. Given my current cultivation grade, as long as I consume this immortal yang pill, my cultivation grade will immediately break through to the 7th grade great saint. At that time, let alone these two devils, all of you will die. Xiao Chongfeng chuckled out. This immortal yang pill was his greatest trump card. It was also his final trump card. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with cold light. It was beyond his expectation that Desolate Chongfeng would have such a powerful pill. Furthermore, Desolate Chongfeng was right. It was a very difficult process to advance from the 6th grade Great Saint to the 7th grade Great Saint, but this Immortal Yang pill was enough. After all, Desolate Chongfeng's cultivation grade had already reached the peak of the 6th grade Great Saint, only a step away from the 7th grade Great Saint. With the help of this Immortal Yang pill, he wouldn't have any problem breaking through to the 7th grade Great Saint. If little Desolate Chongfeng advanced to the 7th grade Great Saint, Jiang Qin would be no match for him. The two mighty 7th grade Devil Saints would be killed by Desolate Chongfeng in an instant. At that time, even if Jiang Qin managed to escape, his identity would be exposed. The identity of Gu Qin would still be of great help to him. Haha. Jiang Qin, are you afraid now? Desolate Chongfeng burst into laughter. He had already put all his attention on Jiang Qin and the two 7th grade Devil Saints. As long as they made a move, he would immediately swallow the Immortal Yang pill and turn the tables. I bet that you won't be able to eat this pill. Jiang Qin grinned all of a sudden and said lightly. His words were full of confidence. Desolate Chongfeng was a very shrewd man, but there were times when a shrewd man would slip up. Just like now, Desolate Chongfeng had put all his attention on Jiang Qin and the other two, completely ignoring the existence of another terrifying existence in this spatial zone. The Huang Dog. What a joke. Desolate Chongfeng snorted disdainfully at Jiang Qin's words. However, just as his voice faded, a golden light suddenly flashed past his face. The golden light was so fast that Desolate Chongfeng, who had put all his attention on Jiang Qin and the other two, didn't even have the chance to react. When he regained his senses, he was shocked to find that the pill in his hand had disappeared. What? Desolate Chongfeng exclaimed. He raised his head and found that his pill had fallen into Jiang Qin's hand. Beside Jiang Qin, there was a Da Huang dog baring its teeth. Desolate Chongfeng, I said that you won't be able to eat this pill. Am I right? I have never eaten a pill that has been infused with immortal qi. I wonder what it tastes like. After saying that, Jiang Qin swallowed the Immortal Yang pill right in front of Desolate Chongfeng's face. Jiang Qin swallowed the pill in a casual manner. Puff! Desolate Chongfeng spurted out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and almost fell on the ground. He was so angry that he was about to die. Jiang Qin! Desolate Chongfeng roared with bloodshot eyes. At this moment his mind was in a mess. That was his trump card. He had treasured it for so long that he couldn't even bear to eat it. Today he planned to eat it to make a breakthrough and then kill Jiang Qin. Unexpectedly, he had neglected a dog. Now his pill was eaten by his enemy in front of him. It was like making a wedding dress for someone else. The feeling he had now was beyond the description of wanting to die. A strong wave of qi suddenly burst out from Jiang Qin's body. Not only did Jiang Qin eat the Immortal Yang pill in front of Desolate Chongfeng, he also broke through to the 4th grade Great Saint. Good. This Immortal Yang pill is really good. It has helped me condense more than 1,000 dragon marks. Now the number of dragon marks in my body has reached 87,000, only 1,000 away from the 5th grade Great Saint. My cultivation base has basically reached the peak of the 4th grade Great Saint. De Huang, well done. Jiang Qin was so happy that he wanted to shout. His original goal was to kill Desolate Chongfeng, but he didn't expect to get such an unexpected reward. This idiot is going to die of anger. De Huang dog laughed. His words made Desolate Chongfeng spurt out a mouthful of blood again. Jiang Qin, return my Immortal Yang pill. Desolate Chongfeng was going crazy. Desolate Chongfeng, I still have to thank you for giving me the pill today. If it wasn't for your pill, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the 4th grade Great Saint. Jiang Qin's words of gratitude made Desolate Chongfeng spurt out blood again. Desolate Chongfeng, you can go to hell now. Jiang Qin took a step forward. A powerful dragon claw appeared out of thin air and grabbed Desolate Chongfeng firmly. No. Desolate Chongfeng could feel the qi of death. He struggled violently but found that it was useless. The gap between them had been widened. The current Desolate Chongfeng and Jiang Qin were no longer on the same level. If Jiang Qin wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Die. Jiang Qin attacked mercilessly. His dragon claw exerted force. Desolate Chongfeng let out a shrill scream and his body exploded instantly. He died tragically in Jiang Qin's hands. Then Zhou Xian retracted his dragon form and kept the two mighty 7th grade great saints into the Zulong Tower. Let's go. Zhou Xian didn't waste any time. He brought De Huang Dog out of the miniature spatial zone. On the other side, Desolate Wuling was carrying Desolate Chongfeng's soul jade slip. When the soul jade slip was broken, his facial expression changed completely. Bastard. Chapter 996. The death of Desolate Chongfeng had made Desolate Wuling's heart bleed. A genius like Desolate Wuling had been nurtured with a lot of effort and resources. Moreover, Desolate Chongfeng was a genius that was expected to be nurtured as the secret weapon of Desolate Palace. But today he had lost his life because of his own mistake. Such a loss was too great. More importantly, Desolate Chongfeng was dead. Even if Gu Qin was Zhou Xian, he had no evidence to prove it. Just as Zhou Xian left the miniature spatial zone and was about to fly towards the inner region of Western Domain, a storm of energy suddenly appeared in the void. This energy confined the entire void in an instant. Then a huge palm as large as the sky pounced at Zhou Xian. The experts of Desolate Palace have a fast reaction. They attacked so quickly. The corner of Zhou Xian's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. In the face of such a powerful attack, his face didn't show the slightest sign of nervousness. He didn't even try to escape or resist because he knew that someone would help him. The experts of Desolate Palace were paying attention to him, so naturally, the experts of Gu Palace were also paying attention to him. It was imaginable how important he was to Gu Palace. Gu Firmament wouldn't allow any accidents to happen to him. Honglong. A loud sound was heard from another direction. Just as Zhou Xian had expected, the experts of Gu Palace appeared immediately. Similarly, a huge palm appeared out of thin air and collided with the expert of Desolate Palace. Terrifying waves tore the void apart. Two silhouettes appeared in front of Zhou Xian at the same time. One of them was Desolate Wuling and the other was an 8th grade great saint expert of Gu Palace. The appearance of Desolate Wuling was within his expectation, so was the appearance of the experts of Gu Palace. Desolate Wuling, we are facing a formidable enemy. Everyone should work together to fight against the devil race. How dare you, an elder of Desolate Palace, secretly attack a junior genius of Gu Palace? Don't you have any shame? The elder of Gu Palace shouted at Desolate Wuling. Gu Jing, this bastard has just killed Desolate Chongfeng and a genius of Desolate Palace. I dare to conclude that he is Zhou Xian. Why did you hide his identity? Gu Zheng's voice was filled with rage. Xiao Wuling's eyes were bloodshot. He looked like he could not wait to pounce on Zhou Xian and tear him into pieces. Zhou Xian sneered. He didn't put Desolate Wuling in his eyes at all. Putting aside the fact that there was an 8th grade great saint beside him, he wasn't afraid of Desolate Wuling at all. Given his current cultivation grade, even Desolate Wuling would die in a fight. After absorbing the Immortal Yang pill, Zhou Qian's current cultivation grade had reached the peak of 4th grade great saint. It wouldn't be difficult for him to kill an 8th grade great saint in his dragon form. Ah, what a joke. Xiao Chongfeng came to kill me but was killed by me in the end. This can only mean that his ability is lacking. Could it be that only he can kill me and I can't kill him? What kind of logic is this? Desolate Palace is really shameless for an old man like you to get involved in the battle between us geniuses. Zhou Xian burst into laughter. Desolate Wuling, don't think that I don't know that you have secretly searched for Gu Qian's location and sent Desolate Chongfeng to kill him. Unfortunately, Desolate Chongfeng was killed by Gu Qian. Putting aside the fact that Desolate Palace is in the wrong, it's better for us not to interfere in the battle between geniuses. Gu Jing said with a smile. He was getting more and more satisfied with Zhou Xian. It would be extremely beneficial for Gu Palace to have such a powerful genius. Putting aside the fact that he killed Desolate Chongfeng, I suspect that he is Zhou Xian. If he didn't use that transformation technique, it would be impossible for him to kill Desolate Chongfeng. Zhou Xian has killed the patriarch and countless elders of Desolate Palace. Not even Gu Palace can cover for him. Desolate Wuling said in a stern voice. What evidence do you have? Gu Zheng's face turned cold. His cultivation grade is the evidence. No matter how much of a genius Gu Qian is, it's impossible for him to kill Desolate Chongfeng when he is only a 3rd grade great saint, unless he can increase his combat strength. Desolate Wuling said. Old bastard, open your eyes wide and see if I'm a third-grade great saint or not. Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. Feeling the qi that was released from Jiang Chen's body, Desolate Wuling was stunned instantly. His mouth was agape and he couldn't believe his eyes. Just now he was so angry that he didn't pay attention to Jiang Chen's cultivation grade. Now it seemed that Jiang Chen was no longer a third-grade great saint, but a peak fourth-grade great saint. Impossible. This is impossible. When did you advance to the fourth-grade great saint? Desolate Wuling almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Now it seemed that it was his mistake that led to the tragic death of Desolate Chongfeng. However, Gu Chen had just advanced to the third-grade great saint not long ago. It was impossible for him to advance to the fourth-grade great saint so quickly even if he was a genius. However, it was impossible for Desolate Wuling to know that Jiang Chen had advanced to the fourth-grade great saint during the battle with Desolate Chongfeng. Haha. Desolate Wuling, have you seen it clearly? Gu Chen is an unprecedented genius. In my opinion, it's very easy for him to kill Desolate Chongfeng with a fourth-grade great saint. Gu Jing laughed heartily. Both of his eyes had narrowed into a line. His eyes were filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. This genius was too good. It was hard for him not to like Jiang Chen. He had lived for more than half of his life, but he had never seen a genius who could be on par with Jiang Chen. He had never seen a genius who could advance to the fourth-grade great saint so quickly. Little Chinzi, there's no one around now. In my opinion, why don't we seal this area and join forces with Gu Jing to eliminate this old bastard of Desolate Palace? Da Huang Dog whispered to Jiang Chen. No, this old bastard is extremely cunning. Given his peak 8th grade great saint cultivation, I don't have the confidence to kill him instantly. It won't be good if he escapes. I can't expose my identity for the time being. Let him live for a few more days. Jiang Chen shook his head. He wanted to kill Desolate Wuling more than Da Huang Dog, but he wouldn't act without absolute certainty. His current identity was very sensitive. Desolate Palace had begun to suspect him. What he needed to do now was to take advantage of the battle with the devil race to improve his cultivation as much as possible. Desolate Wuling, I know that you people of Desolate Palace want to kill me, but it's a pity that your people are destined to be killed by me. If you aren't afraid of death, just send your people. Jiang Chen left with Da Huang Dog after leaving these words. Gu Jing laughed and left as well, leaving Desolate Wuling with a gloomy face. This brat is growing too fast. Whether he is Gu Chen or Jiang Chen, he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise he will become a great threat to us. Desolate Wuling gritted his teeth. Today's loss was too great. He had an unshirkable responsibility. In his heart, Gu Chen was Jiang Chen. There wouldn't be two monstrous geniuses like him at the same time. Furthermore, both of them were related to the ancient people. The speed of Jiang Chen's growth had reached a horrifying level. If he couldn't find a way to eliminate him as soon as possible, there would be no end to the troubles in the future. In the next few days, Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog went on a killing spree. No one knew how many devils they had killed. Jiang Chen even edified a powerful 8th grade devil saint as his trump card. They didn't go to Green Lotus Mountain to meet up with Han Yen. After all, his current identity was Gu Chen. If he got too close to Han Yen, it would arouse more suspicion. Once his identity was exposed, it wouldn't only be Desolate Palace that would deal with him. The other 5 palaces would join hands to eliminate him. At that time he would be in a very dangerous situation. After the devil race had recuperated, they had become incomparably strong. Although they were still fighting against the Western Domain, it had evolved into a war against the entire Saint Origin world with the participation of Saint Origin Palace. After all, the experts of Saint Origin Palace were very strong. In just a few days they had forced the devil race to retreat. Now, with the Great Lightning Toon Temple as the boundary line, the devil race had retreated to the area between Great Lightning Toon Temple and the Devil World, while the higher-ups of Saint Origin Palace had gathered in Great Lightning Toon Temple. The few days of tangled warfare had devastated the Western Domain. After the devil race retreated from Great Lightning Toon Temple, they didn't continue to attack. Both sides had a temporary truce. Inside the Great Lightning Toon Temple, Gu Firmament was sitting on the highest seat. Desolate Emperor Heavenly Ping King, and the other 5 palace masters were also present. The eminent monks of Great Lightning Toon Temple were sitting in the lower seats. A group of people was discussing the next step of the war. This time they had decided to annihilate the devil race completely instead of invading the devil world. At this time, a young monk walked in and said, "A genius of the devil race called Sangba has come to challenge the geniuses of the human race." "What's the cultivation base of that Sangba?" Gu Firmament asked. "The peak of 6th grade devil saint." The young monk replied. "Humph. Are you bullying us because we have no one?" A genius of Narang Palace harumphed coldly. The faces of the geniuses in the main hall were filled with anger. "Whoever kills this Sangba and strengthens the prestige of the human race will be rewarded with an immortal pill." Gu Firmament's eyes swept across the geniuses below. The foundation of Law Enforcement Palace was relatively strong, but the immortal pill he mentioned was just a pill that had been infused with immortal qi. It wasn't a real immortal pill, just like the immortal yang pill in Desolate Chongfeng's hand. Even so, it was enough to excite these geniuses. One should know that most of them were at the peak of 6th grade great saint just like Sangba. If they could get an immortal pill, they would have a great chance to advance to the 7th grade great saint. Immortal pills were extremely rare even in Saint Origin Palace. Only Law Enforcement Palace could concoct the reward. Now that Gu Firmament had taken out an immortal pill as a reward, these geniuses couldn't sit still anymore. "I'm going to eliminate that Sangba and strengthen the prestige of the human race. The immortal pill will be mine," Narang used. A young man in white rose to his feet and strode out of the main hall. His qi was unparalleled and arrogant, as if the genius of the devil race was already a ghost under his blade. Honglong. Not long after Narang Yu went out, a fierce battle was heard outside. Chapter 997. From the fluctuations outside, one could tell that the battle between Narang Yu and the devil genius Sangba was very fierce. However, this fierce battle only lasted for a few minutes before it ended and the void outside returned to its original calm state. "Haha. Narang Yu must have killed Sangba. Brother Gu, the immortal pill of Law Enforcement Palace should be ready, right?" The palace master of Narang Palace, Narang Yunhe, laughed heartily. He was very confident in Narang Yu. In his point of view, how could a mere genius of the devil race be a match for Narang Yu? Narang Yu had killed the genius of the devil race and strengthened the prestige of the human race. Not only would he be rewarded with an immortal pill, he would also stand out among the other geniuses in the future and bring honor to Narang Palace. Of course, the immortal pill has been prepared. As long as Narang Yu kills Sangba, the immortal pill will be his. Gu Firmament nodded and said, "It's a pity that Narang Yu got the immortal pill first. I wonder if there are any other geniuses of the devil race who will come to challenge us. If there are, I will certainly not give them the chance." Narang Yu's luck is really fucking good. He can get an immortal pill so easily. If he advances to the 7th grade great saint in a short period of time, I will surely lose to him. What a pity. Don't celebrate too early. The outcome is still unknown. Maybe Narang Yu will be killed by the genius of the devil race. The geniuses on the scene were getting restless. Many of them were vexed, feeling that they had lost a great opportunity to make a name for themselves. They should have taken action before Narang Yu did, but not only did they gain fame, they also got an immortal pill. The higher-ups of Narang Palace revealed a smile on their faces. Saint Origin World and the devil race had just come to a truce, but now they had publicly killed a genius of the devil race, which had greatly boosted the morale of the human race. Putting aside the preciousness of the immortal pill, Narang Palace had also gained a lot of face. Just then, a little monk walked in hastily with a trace of fear on his face. "Not good, not good. Narang Yu has been killed," the little monk said anxiously. He had witnessed the process of Narang Yu's death with his own eyes. He couldn't help but tremble with fear. "What did you say?" Narang Yunhe suddenly stood up from his seat, and the expressions of all the experts of Narang Palace changed drastically. The smile on some people's faces froze. This news was like a slap to Narang Palace's face. Just a moment ago they were sure that Narang Yu killed Sangba, and Narang Yunhe even asked Gu Firmament for an immortal pill, but they didn't expect this result. Benefactor Nalen was killed by Sangba. The small monk repeated the words once more with great force. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yu heir is a first-class genius of Narang family, a peak 6th grade great saint. Even an ordinary 7th grade great saint wouldn't be enough to kill him. How could he die in the hands of a 6th grade great saint so quickly? A middle-aged man from Narang Palace was very excited. He couldn't believe that this was true. He was Narang Yu's father. Narang Yu was the greatest pride of his life. Now that his son was killed, how could he accept this? It's absolutely true. That Sangba is too scary. I have no idea what kind of devil art he has cultivated. He ate Narang Yu without leaving any bones behind. The small monk saw the scene with his own eyes. It was too tragic. A 6th grade great saint like Narang Yu was eaten in an instant. Wah! This time the whole scene was in an uproar. Everyone's facial expression changed. Not only the people of Narang Palace, but also the experts of the other 7 major palaces. It wasn't a good thing that such a dazzling genius appeared in the devil race. Although the 8 major palaces didn't have a good relationship with each other, the experts of the other 7 palaces had to admit Narang Yu's ability. He was definitely one of the most outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of Saint Origin Palace. Now, even Narang Yu wasn't a match for Sangba. What should we do now? The abbot of Great Lightning Tune Temple knitted his brows. Everyone, this battle concerns the morale of both sides. The geniuses of our human race have been killed by the geniuses of the devil race. This is a battle of morale. Once we lose our morale, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Besides, if we can't find a young genius who can fight Sangba, Saint Origin Palace will become the laughingstock of the whole world. Not only will the devil race laugh at us, but the people of Saint Origin World will also look down on us. They will think that Saint Origin Palace has an undeserved reputation. Which genius would be willing to kill Sangba? Gu Firmament's tone became solemn. Many of them knew that the battle with Sangba wasn't just a competition between the geniuses of the younger generation. It was related to the reputation of Saint Origin Palace and even the fate of the entire war. All the geniuses fell into silence. Many of them were thinking about their own abilities. They admitted that they weren't as strong as Narang Yu. If that was the case, they would only have a slim chance of survival if they encountered Sangba. No one was willing to take their life as a joke. Is there no one in the younger generation of Saint Origin Palace? Law Enforcement Palace is willing to give out 2 immortal pills to whoever can kill Sangba. Gu Firmament's chi fluctuated. The number of immortal pills was extremely limited even in Law Enforcement Palace. It was unprecedented in the history of Saint Origin Palace to give out 2 immortal pills as a reward. I'm going to meet him. A young man stood up. He was none other than the genius of Gu Palace, Gu Shuangtan. After he stood up, he immediately walked towards the exit of the main hall. Everyone could see a fearless expression on his face. The people of Gu Palace looked at him respectfully. In fact, they all knew that even the reward of 2 immortal pills wasn't as important as their lives. One should know that Sangba was able to kill Narang Yu. Given Gu Shuangtan's ability, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage, let alone kill Sangba. Gu Shuangtan was fighting for the dignity of Gu Palace. Now, Gu Firmament was the master of Gu Palace. If Gu Palace didn't stand up for him, who would? Let's go out and have a look. I'd like to see how strong this so-called genius of devil race is. Gu Firmament stood up from his seat, followed by the others. In just a blink of an eye, all of them had left the Great Lightning Tune Temple. The void 100 miles away from the temple had been engulfed by the flames of war. The void had turned into a chaotic battlefield with billowing smoke and rustling winds. At this moment, a young man in black robe was standing there. He had an incomparably majestic body, more than 2 meters tall. His face was covered with devil marks, his lips were dark purple, and his eyes were like a pair of venomous snakes, incomparably frightening. He's Sangba. A young monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple said. Everyone's attention was on Sangba. On the surface, Sangba's cultivation base was only at the peak of 6th grade Great Saint, which was no different from Narang Yu. However, the fact that he could kill Narang Yu and destroy his body showed how powerful he was. Gu Shuangtan appeared in front of Sangba with a long sword in his hand. Jejia, another one has come to seek death. Your human race has really fallen. No one in the younger generation is a match for me. If you kneel down and kowtow to me now, I will spare your life. Sangba looked at Gu Shuangtan and said gloomily. Cut the crap. Do it. Gu Shuangtan was already prepared to die. It was impossible for him to kneel down and kowtow. If the genius of the human race knelt down, the dignity of the human race would be completely lost. Howl. Gu Shuangtan was the first to move. The long sword in his hand turned into a heavenly river and appeared in front of Sang Ba in the blink of an eye. Humph. Sang Ba harumphed coldly. He waved both of his hands. Boundless devil waves rolled out and turned into a black devil wheel. The huge devil wheel collided with Gu Shuangtan's long sword, producing a lot of sparks. Huluya Ba Sa. Next, Sang Ba let out a long string of demonic words. These words were ancient and difficult to understand. They turned into black runes that rushed into the sky. These demonic words were like some kind of ancient incantation that made people feel incomparably uncomfortable just by listening to them. Everyone saw that Gu Shuangtan's eyes turned dull for a moment under the impact of the devil language. Not good. This is the great devil language of the devil race. This ancient incantation that has been lost for God knows how long has actually reappeared in the world. The abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple cursed inwardly. After seeing Sang Ba's incantation, he couldn't help but exclaim even with his temperament. Sure enough, as soon as the abbot of the Great Layin Monastery spoke, Sang Ba's body began to change. He turned into an ancient, gigantic demon that was hundreds of feet tall. He opened his bloody mouth, and the surroundings of his mouth were filled with demonic curses. The powerful demonic curses directly turned into a domain. Before Gu Shuangtan could even react, he was swallowed up in an instant. Bastard. The old man of Gu Palace cursed. The devil language surged and soon, everything returned to normal. Sang Ba reappeared but Gu Shuangtan had disappeared. Obviously, Gu Shuangtan had been swallowed by Sang Ba just like Narang Yu. After eating Gu Shuangtan, Sang Ba's chi had become much stronger. What a terrifying devil language. This devil language can evolve into a terrifying domain. Anyone who enters it will be deeply affected, as if they have entered an illusion. They will be dazed for a short period of time. If we can't find a way to break this devil language, no matter how many people go there, they will die. Desolate Emperor said. Many people were horrified, especially those geniuses of the young generation. Everyone's face was filled with fear. Sang Ba was too terrifying. That terrifying devil language seemed to have no flaws. This is an ancient great devil language that has disappeared for countless years. I didn't expect it to appear again. The experts of the Great Lightning Tune Temple also had an ugly expression. Doesn't your Great Lightning Tune Temple have a way to resist this great devil language? Chapter 998. Yes, we have the Great Compassion Mantra of Buddha sect, which is the nemesis of the Great Devil Curse. Unfortunately, the Great Compassion Mantra only appeared during the Golden Age of Buddha sect and disappeared along with the Great Devil Curse. Now, the Great Devil Curse has reappeared in the devil race, but the Great Compassion Mantra is no longer in Buddha sect. The abbot of Great Lightning Tune Temple shook his head helplessly. Even your Buddha sect doesn't have the means to deal with the Great Devil Curse. Are you going to let this brat show off his strength here? Why don't I kill him? Narang Yunha said with a sinister face. The death of the genius of Narang Palace had just made him feel very uncomfortable. No, this is a battle between geniuses. We can't let the devil race laugh at the fact that the young generation of our human race has no talents. Moreover, this will be a great blow to the dignity of our human race and will seriously affect our morale. Gu Palace has also lost a genius. I want to kill this guy more than you do. Gu Firmament denied it immediately. Given their cultivation grade, killing Sang Ba was just a matter of raising their hands, but they couldn't do it because it would be a great blow to the human race. Moreover, the experts of the devil race must be watching this battle secretly. They wouldn't just watch their genius get killed. What should we do now? All the 6th grade great saint geniuses of St. Origin Palace are here. 2 of them have already died. I'm afraid that the others will also die if they go against him. Are we going to let this bastard show off his strength here? That will be a great blow to our morale. Narang Yunha's face was filled with anger. Not necessarily. You all have overlooked one person. Gu Chen, the rising star of Gu Palace, is enough to kill this Sang Ba. One of them said. It was Desolate Wuling. The corner of his mouth was wearing a cold smile. The intention of pushing Jiang Chen to the forefront was too obvious. Impossible. That Gu Chen is just a 3rd grade great saint. No matter how powerful he is, he won't be a match for Sangba. Narang Yunhe waved his hand. It seems like you all don't know that this Zhou Xian is a peerless genius. He has already advanced to the 4th grade Great Saint and killed the genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Chongfeng, said Desolate Wuling. The thought of Desolate Chongfeng's death made him gnash his teeth. What? Zhou Xian killed Desolate Chongfeng? How is this possible? Desolate Chongfeng is a peak 6th grade Great Saint expert. Even if Zhou Xian has advanced to the 4th grade Great Saint, it's still impossible for him to kill Desolate Chongfeng. This man is really terrifying, but it must be true coming from the mouth of an elder of Desolate Palace. Plus, we haven't seen Desolate Chongfeng for a few days. If he is still alive, he will definitely appear on this occasion. Many people were shocked when they heard this. If these words didn't come from Desolate Wuling's mouth, they would never believe it. For a moment, many people's gazes fell on the group of Gu Palace. Zhou Xian can kill Desolate Chongfeng. I'm afraid that among the young geniuses of Saint Origin Palace, only Zhou Xian can deal with Sangba. Palace Master Gu, this is related to the honor of the human race. I hope you can summon Zhou Xian here as soon as possible. Desolate Wuling clasped his fists at Gu Firmament. After witnessing the terror of Sangba, especially the Great Devil Curse, he firmly believed that even if Zhou Xian appeared, he wouldn't be a match for Sangba. Although he didn't see how Jiang Qin killed Desolate Chongfeng, he knew that the battle between Jiang Qin and Desolate Chongfeng had lasted for a long time. In other words, it wasn't easy for Jiang Qin to kill Desolate Chongfeng. However, Sangba had killed the geniuses of the human race in a matter of seconds. Whether it was Narang Yu or Gu Shuangtan, both of them were at the same level as Desolate Chongfeng, but both of them were devoured by Sangba. No matter how strong Jiang Qin was, if he didn't have the ability to deal with the Great Devil Curse, his ending would be the same. This was a great opportunity to get rid of Jiang Qin. The higher-ups of Gu Palace glared at Desolate Wuling. This old man was really annoying. How could they not know what Desolate Wuling was thinking? What Desolate Wuling was thinking was exactly what they were worried about. Gu Palace had already lost Gu Shuangtan. If they lost Zhou Xian as well, it would be a great loss. Zhou Xian was the hope and future of the ancient people. Palace Master Gu, since Zhou Xian is the only one who can deal with Sangba, let him do it. Otherwise, the current situation won't be easy to control. Narang Yunhe said. Gu Zheng, go and get Zhou Xian back. Gu Firmament looked at Gu Zheng. Palace Master, this. Gu Zheng frowned. Getting Zhou Xian to come back at this time would only result in death. He didn't have any confidence in letting Zhou Xian deal with Sangba. Go. Zhou Xian also needs this kind of tempering. Gu Firmament said. He knew the true identity of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had a powerful transformation technique and had advanced to the 4th grade Great Saint. Even if he couldn't defeat Sangba, he believed that Jiang Qin wouldn't have any accident. Yes. Gu Jing turned and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to glare at Desolate Wuling. Is there really no one in your human race? There are so many geniuses in Saint Origin Palace, but none of them dares to stand out and fight me. Your human race has really declined. Our devil race is destined to rule the whole world. Sangba mocked loudly. Every word he said was released with powerful devil energy, which severely impacted the morale of the human race. If there were no more geniuses in the human race, their morale would fall even lower. We still don't know when Zhou Xian will appear. This Sangba has been undermining our morale. Heavenly Ping King said. By the way, Ancestor Green Lotus once obtained a supreme scripture of Buddha sect. It is very likely to be the long-lost Great Compassion Mantra. The abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple said. Upon hearing the name of Ancestor Green Lotus, Desolate Emperor's facial expression turned a little unnatural, but he concealed it very well. Abbot, what's the use of saying this? Ancestor Green Lotus has been dead for 100 years. The Master of Sure Palace said. I dare not say for sure whether Ancestor Green Lotus is dead or not, but as far as I know, he has left behind his inheritance. His disciple Great Master Ranfeng has been guarding Green Lotus Mountain. If I'm not mistaken, the Great Compassion Mantra is probably in the hands of Great Master Ranfeng. If he can hand over the Great Compassion Mantra, he will be able to restrain Sangba. The abbot of the Great Laying Temple said. He had his own wishful thinking in his heart. One must know that the Great Lane Temple had spent a lot of effort in order to obtain the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus, but Great Master Ranfeng was too stubborn. He refused to hand over the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. Today he could use this as an excuse to ask Saint Origin Palace to look for Great Master Ranfeng. Alright, I will send a message to Green Lotus Mountain now. Gu Firmament immediately sent a divine sense to Green Lotus Mountain. He didn't have any friendship with Ancestor Green Lotus. If the Great Compassion Mantra really appeared, he might be able to help Jiangchen resist it. After the truce in Green Lotus Mountain, Tyrant, Great Master Ranfeng, Han Yan and Yanqinyu had been staying here. They didn't go to Great Lightning Tune Temple as they were an independent group. Gu Firmament's divine sense was received by everyone at the same time. Immediately they knew the situation in Great Lightning Tune Temple. I never thought that such a terrifying genius would appear in the devil race. Even the peak 6th grade Great Saint of Saint Origin Palace couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Han Yan said in surprise. That's because of the Great Devil Mantra. The Great Devil Mantra has disappeared for a long time. I didn't expect it to appear again. However, the fact that Sangba could control the Great Devil Mantra is enough to show his extraordinary talent. Now Saint Origin Palace wants us to hand over the supreme scripture of Buddha sect, the Great Compassion Mantra, which is used to counter the Great Devil Mantra. However, the Great Compassion Mantra isn't in the inheritance left by my master. Great Master Ranfeng said. That's right. I have obtained the 3 great Dharma seals of Buddha sect and some other scriptures, but none of them are related to the Great Compassion Mantra. However, I would like to meet this Sangba and see how powerful the Great Devil Mantra is. Tyrant's chi fluctuated. He was a 6th grade Great Saint and the cultivation technique he cultivated was the nemesis of the devil race. Although he didn't have the Great Compassion Mantra, he was very confident in dealing with Sangba. Don't underestimate the enemy. You don't know the terror of the Great Devil Mantra. Great Master Ranfeng's face was filled with worry. Master, my body is filled with Buddha Chi and I have obtained the Sarira that was fused with Immortal Soul. If I can't even deal with a genius of the devil race, wouldn't it be a disgrace to you and the Grand Master? I will go and meet this Sangba first. After Tyrant finished speaking, he vanished from sight. Let's go and have a look. Then Yanqinyu and Great Master Ranfeng followed after him. They wanted to see the terrifying genius of the devil race. Outside the Great Lightning Tune Temple, Gu Jing hadn't found Jiangchen yet. Sangba had been provoking them loudly. Just when the morale of the human race had fallen to a certain point, a golden Buddha light fell from the sky. A young monk appeared in front of Sangba. I will fight you. Tyrant looked at Sangba and unleashed his powerful chi at the same time. Where did this little monk come from? He is also a 6th grade Great Saint. I never thought that your Great Lightning Tune Temple would have such a terrifying genius. That's right. Everyone said that Buddha sect has declined, but I never thought that such a genius would appear. Buddha sect is the nemesis of the devil race. I wonder if this little monk can defeat Sangba. The appearance of Tyrant made a lot of people's eyes sparkled. His name is Tyrant, the disciple of Great Master Ranfeng. I never thought that he would grow to such a terrifying extent. The abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple was shocked. So he is the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Perhaps he has already obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus and inherited the Great Compassion Mantra. Gu Firmament's eyes sparkled, hoping that the little monk could kill Sangba. In that case, Jiangchen wouldn't have to do anything. Chapter 999. The appearance of Tyrant immediately became the center of attention, especially after knowing that he was the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. When Ancestor Green Lotus was at his peak, not to mention in the Western domain, he was a famous existence in the entire Saint Origin world. He was second only to the greatest saint, the Supreme Buddha. He was the true nemesis of the devil race. Sangba had been clamoring here for a long time. Many people were paying attention to him. This was a great blow to the dignity and face of the human race. The morale of the human race had almost been destroyed. If no one from the human race came out to fight, the devil race would launch a second round of attack. It was imaginable that if the devil race launched a second round of attack at this time, the human race would certainly suffer a great loss. Putting aside whether Tyrant could kill Sangba or not, the appearance of Tyrant had at least made the human race feel relieved. They felt that there was still a genius in Buddha sect. The cold wind rustled. Sangba stopped clamoring and stared at Tyrant without blinking. The sneer at the corner of his mouth became more and more intense. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. As a member of the devil race, they hated Tyrant the most. In the history of the devil race, Buddha sect had caused unimaginable damage to the devil race. If the devil race occupied the Great Lightning Tune Temple, none of the Buddha sect members would be able to survive and all of them would die miserably. What a good little monk. I never thought that there would be a genius like you in Buddha sect, but your appearance won't change the situation. Although Buddha sect can restrain the devil race, my great devil curse isn't something that you can restrain unless your great compassion mantra appears. Unfortunately, it's impossible. Sangba said. Even without the great compassion mantra, I can still kill you. Tyrant's tone was also incomparably arrogant. His body was filled with the righteous chi of Buddha sect and he had just advanced to the 6th grade great saint. How could he be afraid of a mere Sangba? Is that so? Then let me see what kind of means you have. Unparalleled devil wheel. After saying that, Sangba made his move. His whole body was covered with steaming devil flames. He struck out the huge unparalleled devil wheel that was 1,000 feet in size. The huge devil wheel was like the face of a devil, cold and emotionless. It rushed towards Tyrant and pressed him down fiercely. Bang! Tyrant let out a soft cry. His eyes turned golden like two scorching suns. The Buddha light that soared into the sky carried mysterious Sanskrit. At this moment, Tyrant was like the incarnation of Buddha, unparalleled in the world. Rumble! Tyrant struck out the unmoving bright king seal. The huge seal was unleashed. The face of the unmoving bright king was extraordinarily majestic. It made people feel reverence for him as he collided with the unparalleled demonic wheel. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in. This was a direct confrontation between the Buddha and the devil. The collision of two great experts was the ultimate manifestation of the dual energy. The void was shattered in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. Under countless gazes, Sangba was forced back for the first time. He only managed to stabilize his body after taking a few steps back. On the other hand, Tyrant's mighty body stood in the void without moving an inch. His body was covered with golden radiance as if he was the real Buddha that had come to this world. This was the first time that countless humans were excited at the sight of this. Good. The successor of Ancestor Green Lotus is indeed extraordinary. He actually managed to force Sangba back. Awesome. I never thought that such a powerful genius would appear in Buddha sect. He has the demeanor of Ancestor Green Lotus in the past. Don't be happy too early. Sangba hasn't casted that terrifying great devil curse yet. Many of them were excited. Tyrant had overshadowed Sangba's brilliance. This was a great stimulation to the morale of the human race. The faces of many eminent monks of Great Lightning Tune Temple turned unsightly. They knew that Great Master Ranfeng had a disciple, but they didn't expect that the disciple had grown to such an extent. The relationship between Great Lightning Tune Temple and Green Lotus Mountain had always been bad. Now that Tyrant had truly grown, if he wanted to retaliate, no one in the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple would be a match for him. What a good bald donkey. You do have some skills. You are much stronger than those so-called geniuses of St. Origin Palace, but this is the end of it. Sangba was also shocked, but he didn't care because he was very confident in his great devil curse. Sangba's aura began to change. He kept spitting out devil incantations. Devil marks appeared around his body. Those incantations turned into a black devil domain that instantly covered the entire battlefield. Tyrant was also shrouded in it. This is the authentic great devil curse. This man must have the highest bloodline of the devil race. From afar, Great Master Ranfeng's face was filled with worry. Although his cultivation base wasn't very strong, his experience was extraordinary. He could see the strength of Sangba with just a glance. At this time, Han Yen, who was at the side, had fallen into another state. His pair of black eyes were staring at the devil domain that was conjured by the great devil curse without blinking. His eyes flickered and his mouth was murmuring. In terms of bloodline, Gu Tianma had the highest ancient bloodline of the devil race. Currently, Han Yen was using his noble bloodline to carefully observe the Great Devil Curse. After Gu Tianma's bloodline was fully activated, he could even clearly hear the incantations that Sang Ba was chanting. The Great Devil Curse had conjured a devil domain. This domain was like an illusory realm. Anyone who fell into this realm was destined to be devoured by Sang Ba. Sang Ba had turned into a peerless giant devil. His terrifying eyes were fixed on Tyrant. Devil waves came out of his mouth. Soul-devouring. A buzzing sound could be heard. The invisible waves were like spirit snakes, drilling into the depths of Tyrant's soul. Tyrant was startled. He felt a slight palpitation in the depth of his soul. He finally understood how terrifying this Great Devil Curse was. He also knew how the two geniuses died tragically. Under the attack of such a curse, the opponent would fall into a momentary daze, turning into a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. There was no doubt that they would die. However, Tyrant had a pure Buddha nature. Although he was affected by the Great Devil Curse, the influence wasn't too great. At least he wouldn't be eaten alive like Narang Yu and Gu Shuangtan. Seal of Akala. Seal of Lion King. Seal of Dharma King. Tyrant struck out 3 supreme seals of Buddha sect in a row. 3 giant Buddhas transformed into their true forms and formed a triangle around Tyrant. At the same time they launched powerful attacks. What a good monk. He can actually resist my Great Devil Curse. Sang Ba was even more shocked. Ever since he cultivated the Great Devil Curse, he had rarely met a worthy opponent. Today he had killed 2 of the great geniuses of St. Origin Palace. He had never thought that he would be stopped by a monk. Hong Long Long. In the Devil Domain, powerful attacks kept ringing out. The void had been completely destroyed, turning it into a piece of chaos. The scene was extremely horrifying. Tyrant and Sang Ba were fighting fiercely, but neither of them could defeat the other. Sang Ba was shocked. Tyrant was equally shocked. Putting aside the power of the Great Devil Curse, Sang Ba himself was incomparably powerful. He wasn't someone that ordinary geniuses could compare with. What a powerful monk. He can actually fight evenly with Sang Ba. From this point of view, he is much stronger than us geniuses of St. Origin Palace. Not necessarily. Tyrant is indeed terrifying, but it doesn't mean that he is stronger than us. The reason why he can fight Sang Ba is because of the cultivation technique he cultivates. All along, Buddha sect has been the nemesis of the devil race, but it seems impossible for Tyrant to kill Sang Ba. The seals he casted are the 3 supreme seals of Buddha sect. They have also disappeared for a long time. It seems like he has obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. In any case, the fact that Tyrant isn't killed by Sang Ba is a boost to our morale. Many of them were shocked by Tyrant's strength. Putting aside the comparison between Tyrant and the geniuses of St. Origin Palace, the fact that Tyrant was able to fight against Sang Ba proved that he was indeed a rare genius of Buddha sect. On the other side of the battlefield, at the edge of the inner void, 3 silhouettes were staring at the battlefield attentively. They were 2 men and a dog. They were Jiang Qin, De Huang and Gu Zheng. For the past few days, Jiang Qin had been in seclusion in the miniature spatial zone. He was found by Gu Zheng and wanted to meet Sang Ba, but he saw Tyrant and Sang Ba fighting fiercely. Damn it. Why is this bastard so powerful now? He has already reached the 6th grade Great Saint. De Huang dog couldn't help but say. This is very normal. Tyrant has obtained a great opportunity. It would be abnormal if he didn't have such achievements. A smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. The change in Tyrant was completely within his expectation. In his point of view, if Tyrant didn't have such achievements after absorbing the Sarira that had fused with the immortal soul, he would appear to be a noob. Little Tyrant is indeed powerful. He is worthy of being the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. However, it seems impossible for Tyrant to kill Sang Ba if the battle continues like this. It's already very good that he can fight evenly with Sang Ba. I'm afraid that you will have to do it yourself if you want to kill this genius of the devil race. Gu Zheng looked at Jiang Qin. Tyrant has just grown up. He needs such tempering. Let him fight for a while. If he can't handle it, I will take action. Jiang Qin said. Sang Ba was the top genius of the devil race. If he could be absorbed by the Zulong Tower, the 4th level would be fully condensed and even the embryonic form of the 5th level would be formed. Gu Qin, Sang Ba's Great Devil Curse is too powerful. Do you have the confidence to deal with it? Asked Gu Jing. Gu Shuangtan and Narang Yu were dead. He was very worried that Jiang Chen would have to face this terrifying devil. Rest assured, Elder. I will definitely avenge Gu Shuangtan's death. Chapter 1000. Honglong. The entire battlefield had been completely destroyed. The two of them had opened up a new battlefield. Tyrant and Sangba had been fighting fiercely for 3 hours, but the outcome was still a draw. Both sides had their own advantages. Sangba's Great Devil Curse was too profound, which was his biggest advantage. Tyrant cultivated a pure Buddha sect cultivation technique, which made him the natural enemy of the devil race. This was his advantage. Under such a situation where both sides had their own advantages, it resulted in this situation where the victor couldn't be determined. Damn it. I didn't expect this bald donkey to be so powerful. Sangba was infuriated. Ever since he cultivated the Great Devil Curse, he had never met such an opponent. The fact that he couldn't defeat his opponent made him feel very depressed. The purpose of his appearance today was to dampen the morale of the human race. Now that he was stopped by a little monk, the morale of the human race gradually rose. The monk on the other side was also extremely depressed. But even though he was depressed, he had just cultivated the Dharma. It was a good thing to have a strong opponent like Sangba to fight. It was a rare kind of tempering. To him it was also a boundless benefit. Little Chenzi, what do you think of this Great Devil Curse? De Huang Dog said. It's extremely profound, but I have already seen through the foundation of the Great Devil Curse. This is actually an illusion created by the curse, which is similar to the Great Illusion Realm. If I combine the Dragon Transformation skill with the Great Illusion Realm, it will be enough to restrain the Great Devil Curse. Tyrant has almost finished his fight. It's my turn now. Jiang Chen said in a flat tone. It was beneficial for Jiang Chen to observe the battle for such a long time. At least he had a complete understanding of the Great Devil Curse and found the method to restrain it, which saved him a lot of trouble. He hadn't used the Great Illusion Realm for a long time. Given his current 4th grade Great Saint cultivation base, he could deal with Sangba even without the Dragon Transformation. It was precisely because he hadn't used the Great Illusion Realm that the people of Saint Origin Palace wouldn't suspect his identity. His most obvious method was to transform into a dragon. He didn't use his dragon form today, but instead used the Great Illusion Realm that he had never used before. Even Desolate Wuling wouldn't be able to link him to Jiang Chen, and he wouldn't be able to find any evidence against him. Shua. Jiang Chen moved. The Heavenly Saint sword roared, and a dazzling sword light descended from the sky, slashing right at the center of the battlefield where Tyrant and Sangba were fighting. The momentum of the sword was like a surging ocean, roaring unceasingly. With a chila sound, the battlefield was torn into 2 halves. This sudden scene had undoubtedly shocked everyone. Sangba and Tyrant were the first to be startled as they looked at this outsider who had suddenly appeared. The people from the Great Lane Temple, as well as the higher-ups of the demon race who were secretly observing, all had their eyes on this white-robed young man. It's Gu Chen. Gu Chen has appeared. Sure enough, he is unparalleled in this world. He is only a 4th grade Great Saint, but he is able to unleash such a powerful qi, splitting the battlefield between Sangba and the little monk in half. This is unbelievable. Gu Chen has finally appeared. However, even the little monk couldn't take down Sangba. What means does he have to deal with this terrifying genius of the demon race? The appearance of Jiang Chen had alarmed everyone. The faces of those geniuses of Saint Origin Palace showed a trace of palpitation. All of them were arrogant geniuses, but now they were suppressed by a newcomer. The name Gu Chen had become the #1 genius of Saint Origin Palace. Gu Firmament and the other higher-ups of Gu Palace revealed a trace of worry on their faces. They were worried about Gu Chen, but at the same time, they were filled with anticipation. If Gu Chen could really kill Sangba, it would be incredible. Putting aside the benefits he could bring to this battle, the reputation he gained for Gu Palace was enough to make him the #1 hero of Gu Palace. As a matter of fact, it was Jiang Chen who made Gu Firmament the leader of the demon race. On the battlefield, Sangba looked at Jiang Chen. Leng Ling asked, "Who are you?" However, in response to Sangba's question, Jiang Chen didn't even look at him. Instead he turned his head and grinned at Tyrant. Although Tyrant had never seen this face before, he could tell who it was from his smile and eyes. Plus, Xianxia had already told him about his other identity. "Little monk, I think you are tired of fighting. Why don't you leave the battlefield?" Xianxia teased Tyrant. "Be careful. This guy isn't easy to deal with." Tyrant reminded Xianxia before turning back to Great Master Ran Feng and Han Yan. He and Sang Ba were in the middle of a fierce battle. Only Xianxia could make him leave the battlefield at this time. Moreover, Tyrant knew very well that if he couldn't kill Sang Ba in his current state, then Xianxia was the only one among the younger generation of Saint Origin World who could kill Sang Ba. He had great confidence in Xianxia. As far as he could remember, Xianxia had never fought a battle that he wasn't confident of winning. Kid not bad. Great Master Ran Feng wasn't stingy with his praise for his disciple. Today Tyrant had become his greatest pride. Even the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace couldn't defeat Sang Ba. Although Tyrant didn't manage to kill Sang Ba, at least the battle ended in a draw. This made him feel proud for Green Lotus Mountain and the entire Buddha sect. Tyrant is indeed very scary now. It's a pity that the Great Devil Curse has been interrupted. "I have almost comprehended it," said Han Yan with a hint of regret. "Don't worry, Yan. I will let you comprehend it thoroughly later." A voice entered Han Yan's ears. It was none other than Xianxia. Xianxia was a shrewd man. How could he not know that Han Yan was comprehending the Great Devil Curse just now? To Han Yan this was an incomparably rare opportunity. Given his Gu Tianmal bloodline, it wasn't impossible for him to comprehend the Great Devil Curse. Furthermore, given his current cultivation base, if he could comprehend the Great Devil Curse, his cultivation base would advance further and it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 6th grade Great Saint. Upon hearing this, Han Yan's body quivered. Of course, Xianxia understood his thoughts the best. Without any hesitation, he adjusted himself to his best condition, circulated his bloodline to the limit, and focused all his attention on the battlefield. He had reason to believe that the arrival of Xianxia would be the doomsday of Sang Ba. Even if the Great Devil Curse was incomparably scary, Xianxia must have a way to restrain it. That Sang Ba is very scary. I wonder if Brother Qin can handle him? Yan Qinyu said worriedly. Don't worry. Little Qinzi is now a 4th grade Great Saint. Given his heaven-defying strength, he can handle Sang Ba even without transforming into his dragon form, said Tyrant. Tyrant said. All along the image of Xianxia in their hearts was that he was omnipotent. He was always full of confidence. In their hearts, a picture had been formed. As long as Xianxia took action, he would be able to defeat any enemy. On the side of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, everyone's eyes fell upon Xianxia. This peerless genius was the pride of Gu Palace, but they couldn't help but feel worried when facing Sang Ba of the Devil Race. Gu Firmament had even made up his mind that he would disregard his status and identity to stop Xianxia from dying in Sang Ba's hands. The people of Desolate Palace, on the other hand, were wearing a cold smile, especially Desolate Wuling. He hated Xianxia so much that he wanted to tear Xianxia into pieces. The tragic death of Desolate Chongfeng was like a sharp thorn that pierced his heart. He couldn't let it go for a long time. If he could kill Xianxia with the help of Sang Ba, Desolate Palace would be very happy. On the battlefield, Sang Ba couldn't help but burst into laughter when he sensed Xianxia's cultivation. Presumptuous. Absolutely presumptuous. I never thought that there would be such an arrogant person in the human race. A puny 4th grade Great Saint dares to fight me? You must be courting death. There really isn't anyone in the human race who can match you. Sang Ba didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. It was normal. Sang Ba was almost invincible among the younger generation. How could he put a young man who was weaker than him in his eyes? Unfortunately, he had never fought Xianxia face to face, so he would never understand how terrifying Xianxia was. Is that so? Xianxia's mouth revealed a cold smile. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Sang Ba. He immediately executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Even though he was in the form of a human, the true dragon combat skill was still a terrifying 5 steps. His speed was extremely fast. The spatial shift had changed the pace of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. When he arrived in front of Sang Ba, he had already taken the 5th step. A terrifying force like a towering mountain was emitted from Xianxia's body. The qi of purest yang and the traces of pure yang flame suppressed Sangba so much that he couldn't fully utilize his devil force. What? Sangba couldn't help but exclaim. The contempt he had for Jiang Chen vanished instantly, because he was shocked to find out that the attack of this young man was even more powerful than the Buddha sect's cultivation technique. It was simply a form of suppression. Sangba couldn't help but exclaim. Unparalleled devil wheel. In desperation, Sangba hastily conjured the powerful unparalleled devil wheel, but it couldn't stop Jiang Chen's steps. It was crushed by Jiang Chen's foot. Bang! The devil wheel was crushed. Countless of dragon marks rippled under Jiang Chen's foot, pressing down on his head. Dang dang dang. Under such tremendous force, Sangba couldn't help but retreat hundreds of meters back. He spurted out a mouthful of black devil blood. He had suffered a great shock on the spot. It was just a single move, but it had such a powerful deterrent force. Sangba, who was a 6th grade great saint, was no match for Jiang Chen in a head-on confrontation. He was already very proud that he was only injured by the Azure Dragon 5 steps. One should know that desolate Changfeng, who was also a 6th grade great saint, was like an ant in Jiang Chen's hands. All right. Chapter 1001. Defeating the enemy with a single move was a very impressive performance. Although Jiang Chen had used the Azure Dragon 5 steps, he had used the spatial shift to change the trajectory of his steps. Even those who had seen this move before wouldn't be able to see through it. Plus, he was now Gu Chen, so most people wouldn't associate him with Jiang Chen. Sangba's facial expression turned incomparably unsightly. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and stared at Jiang Chen viciously. His eyes were about to spurt out fire. Ever since he cultivated the Great Devil Curse, he had never suffered such a serious injury, especially when he was severely injured by a 4th grade great saint. To him this was an incomparably shameful thing. It hurt his self-esteem too much. What's your name? Sangba stabilized his qi and asked. He wanted to know who could be so sharp as to inflict such a serious injury on him. Gu Chen of Gu Palace. Jiang Chen revealed his name. His combat intent was unparalleled. With his eyesight he could naturally see that although Sangba was severely injured by the Azure Dragon 5 steps, it wouldn't affect his combat strength much. The real terror of Sangba was the Great Devil Curse. Good Gu Chen. Good. Gu Chen, you can be considered as the #1 genius of the young generation of St. Origin Palace. Possessing such terrifying combat strength at the 4th grade great saint is something that I, Sangba, have never seen in my life. If our cultivation base is the same, I certainly won't be a match for you. Although you have hurt me, don't be complacent. You haven't experienced my power yet. Under my Great Devil Curse, all of your means will be useless. Your ending will be the same as the other two in St. Origin Palace. Sangba said in an incomparably arrogant tone. Cut the crap. You have killed Gu Shuangtan, which means that your ending is already determined. I will avenge his death myself. Jiang Chen said lightly. Although he wasn't close to Gu Shuangtan, the impression that Gu Shuangtan gave him wasn't bad at all. Plus, Gu Shuangtan had once helped him and stood up for him. Today, Gu Shuangtan had died tragically for the glory of Gu Palace. Jiang Chen had to avenge his death. Come at me then. Although your battle prowess is strong, you won't be able to handle the Great Devil Curse. I'd like to see how you're going to break my Great Devil Curse. Sangba's aura fluctuated as devil waves surged up to the sky once again. Casting the Great Devil Curse, countless devil runes transformed into rippling waves, instantly forming a devil domain that enveloped Jiang Chen. Look, Sangba is using the Great Devil Curse again. I wonder if Gu Chen can deal with it? I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult. The Great Devil Curse is too terrifying. The little monk only managed to tie with it because he has the supreme dermic seal of Buddhism. Although Gu Chen is strong, if he's affected by the Great Devil Curse, the consequences will be unimaginable. Let's wait and see. I think Gu Chen is very confident. He might really have a way to resist the Great Devil Curse. Seeing Sangba using the Great Devil Curse once again, many people became nervous, especially the higher-ups of Gu Palace. Each and every one of them had their hearts in their throats. They had personally witnessed Gu Shuangtan's tragic death because he was affected by the Great Devil Curse. That demonic domain had already become an illusory realm of nothingness. Anyone who fell into it would be affected by the illusory realm. Voila. Countless devil curses fluttered in the void like spiritual snakes. Black devil wind rustled and swirled around Jiang Chen. These devil curses could penetrate into the depths of a person's mind and devour their soul, causing them to lose consciousness for a short period of time. Eventually they would die under the great devil curse. Brr, brr. Dragon roars reverberated in the air. Jiang Chen exerted the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. Pure yang qi waves collided with the devil curses. Coupled with the profound great soul derivation technique, the great devil curse wasn't affected at all. You want to deal with me with a mere illusory realm? In that case, I'll let you have a taste of my illusory realm. Let's see who will be affected by it. Jiang Chen's aura began to change. Water-like waves began to drift in all directions with him as the center. The Great Illusion Realm was instantly formed and merged with the demonic domain formed by the Great Devil Curse. It was as if Jiang Chen's Great Illusion Realm was exerted by the dragon transformation skill, which had a great restraining effect on the devil race. Clang clang clang. The two illusory realms collided with each other, creating a clanging sound and a large amount of sparks. The collision was not as intense as the collision of battle skills, but only the people involved knew how dangerous it was. What? It's also an illusory realm. Upon seeing this, Sangba couldn't help but exclaim once more. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would use such a method to resist his great devil curse. What shocked him the most was that he could clearly feel the scariness of Jiang Chen's illusory realm. He had already been slightly affected by it, causing his mind to feel muddled as if he had fallen into a dream. The Great Illusion Realm was the most terrifying type of illusory realm. Everyone had dreams. The Illusion Heart Sutra used this weakness of the enemy to affect them, causing them to be unable to extricate themselves from it. From the perspective of illusory realms, the Great Illusion Realm itself was even more terrifying than the Great Devil Curse. On the battlefield, the two energies of light and darkness intertwined with each other. The two completely different illusory realms also intertwined with each other, forming a brand new illusory realm. In this illusory realm, both Jiang Chen and Sangba wanted to seize the initiative and use it to influence each other before killing each other. At this moment, the two of them were standing in the illusory realm without any movements. However, such a battle was 100 times more dangerous than a direct battle. What's going on? Why isn't the stalemate going on? Amazing. Guqin has also used a mysterious illusory technique to create an illusory realm. This illusory realm looks even more terrifying than the Great Devil Curse. In addition, Guqin seems to have cultivated some kind of extreme yang cultivation method, which can restrain the devil race's cultivation method. Using an illusory realm against an illusory realm, this is the first time I've seen such a method. Good. Sure enough, Guqin didn't disappoint our Gu Palace. I didn't expect him to have such a trump card. This is the best way to deal with Sangba's Great Devil Curse. However, this battle is also extremely dangerous. A little carelessness and you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Now that the two illusory realms have intertwined with each other, whoever obtains the control of the illusory realm first will be able to influence each other and kill each other. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Guqin would use another trump card at this critical moment. Illusory technique was the rarest existence in this world because the cultivation of illusory technique had a great impact on one's body. Once one couldn't influence others, one would be affected. The Great Devil Curse wasn't just an illusory technique. Illusory technique was only one of the terrifying abilities of the Great Devil Curse. However, Jiang Chen had used the Illusion Heart Sutra to fight against the Great Devil Curse. On the other side, Han Yan's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. It seemed like he had almost comprehended the Great Devil Curse. It was imaginable that after the battle between Jiang Chen and Sangba, Han Yan would be able to completely comprehend and control the Great Devil Curse by relying on his powerful Gu Tianmo bloodline. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen looked calm and composed. However, Sangba seemed to be straining himself more and more. Sweat was already dripping down his face. This kid's soul power is actually so strong. He isn't affected by the Great Devil Curse at all. He's like a towering mountain standing there motionlessly. No matter how hard the wind or the rain hits him, it doesn't affect him at all. However, his illusory realm is able to make me fall into a trance. If this continues, I might not be his match. Sangba was shocked to the extreme. However, there was no way for him to withdraw from the current situation. He could only persevere. Ah, Sangba, this great devil curse is too weak to compete with me in illusory techniques. My great illusion realm is a true illusory technique. Die. Xianxia laughed heartily. His laughter carried traces of sound waves that invisibly attacked Sangba's soul. At the same time, he operated the great soul derivation technique to the extreme. An invisible soul power shot out like a sharp sword and heavily struck Sangba's forehead. Dong. Sangba's soul felt as though it was being struck by a heavy hammer. It felt as though it was about to be torn apart. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Arg. Suddenly, Sangba let out a pained howl. In this illusory realm confrontation, he was ultimately defeated by Jiang Chen's attack. The domain of the great devil curse quickly receded like the tide. The entire battlefield was restored to its original state. It had completely turned into the great illusion realm. Sangba's soul defense had been broken. He was deeply affected by the great illusion realm. His entire body had fallen into his own dreamland and entered a state of madness. Rumble. Sangba kept attacking with tyrannical devil wave attacks. However, from the outside, Sangba's attacks were completely in the air. His target was not Jiangchen at all. It seemed as though he was attacking someone else. Meanwhile, Jiangchen was calmly standing there and watching the show. Look, Sangba's domain has disappeared. He seems to have been affected by Gu Chen's illusory realm and is attacking indiscriminately. Good. Sangba is finished. He has been completely affected by the illusory realm. He has now fallen into his own world. I don't know who he is fighting against. Everyone stay alert. Pay attention to the experts of the devil race. We can't let them rescue Sangba. The people of the Great Lane Temple were excited, especially the people of Gu Palace. They were so excited that they almost jumped up. Gu Firmament spread out his divine sense and paid close attention to the movements of the experts of the devil race. As long as the experts of the devil race wanted to rescue Sangba at the critical moment, he would stop them without hesitation. The battle between Jiang Qin and Sangba was of great importance. It would seriously affect the morale of both sides. Killing Sangba would be a heavy blow to the morale of the devil race. At the same time, it would also raise the morale of the human race to the peak. Desolate Emperor and Desolate Wuling were gnashing their teeth in hatred. They originally wanted to use Sangba to kill Jiang Qin to avenge Desolate Chongfeng and get rid of the scourge at the same time. However, they didn't expect that Jiang Qin would be so strong. Now that Sangba was about to die, Jiang Qin would be able to obtain 2 immortal pills after killing Sangba. At that time, his rise would be even more unstoppable. Chapter 1002. In the Great Illusion Realm, Sangba had gone completely crazy. He was completely immersed in his own dream, unable to extricate himself. Instead, he was sinking deeper and deeper. Now there was a new enemy in front of him. Unfortunately, his enemy was just an illusion. His real enemy was leisurely watching him from afar as if he was a monkey. It's about time. Let's stop here. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin appeared in front of Sangba with a swoosh. A terrifying long sword surged out and slashed at Sangba. This slash was a sure kill slash. Given Sangba's current condition, it was impossible for him to dodge it. Stop. At this time, a loud shout came from the direction of the devil world. Then a black devil pillar soared into the sky and turned into a black-clothed man. He seemed to be in his 40s. His endless devil flames showed his profound cultivation base and unshakable status in the devil race. This was a powerful 9th-grade devil saint, a super devil saint of the devil race. Sangba was a rare genius of the devil race, the inheritor of the great devil curse. He carried the future of the devil race and must not be lost. Sangba's importance to the devil race was the same as Jiang Chen's importance to the ancient people. However, as soon as this 9th-grade devil saint appeared, Gu Firmament appeared in front of him. He was paying close attention to the movements of the devil experts. He wouldn't give them a chance to attack. Are the experts of the devil race going to join in the battle between the young generation? Gu Firmament had a cold smile on his face. He was incomparably proud of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen killing Sang Ba had earned him and the entire Gu Palace a lot of face. Arg! Below, a shrill scream was heard. Sang Ba's head was cut off by Jiang Chen's sword. The 9th grade devil saint of the devil race was stopped by Gu Firmament for a moment. Sang Ba's fate was already decided. This was an irreversible ending. Bastard. The 9th grade devil saint was infuriated and immediately launched a terrifying attack at Jiang Chen. However, Gu Firmament wasn't someone to be trifled with. It was impossible for him to watch the expert of the devil race kill Jiang Chen. The two experts immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Jiang Chen didn't care about the battle between them. He was very interested in Sang Ba's corpse. Since Sang Ba had eaten Narong Yu and Gu Shuangtan before, he would use the same method to exchange for them. The invisible Zulong Tower tore a hole and swallowed Sang Ba in an instant. As a 6th grade great saint, the essence and energy in Sang Ba's body was comparable to a peak 7th grade great saint expert. Plus, Sang Ba's innate talent made him a lot stronger. After the Zulong Tower had completely refined Sang Ba, the 4th level was fully condensed and the 5th level began to condense. It stopped at 1/3 of the original level. The 99 floors of the Zulong Tower became stronger as it reached the end. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the 4.5 floors of the Zulong Tower was much stronger than the previous one, be it in terms of sturdiness or other aspects. After refining Sang Ba, not only had the Zulong Tower been condensed, but also Jiang Chen himself had gained a lot of benefits. The number of dragon marks had increased to 100 and his combat strength had improved. Given his current cultivation grade, he could easily kill a 7th grade great saint. It wouldn't be impossible for him to kill an 8th grade great saint in his half-dragon form. After refining Sang Ba in an incomparably stealthy and ingenious manner, Jiang Chen swayed his body and came to the side of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, standing together with the people of Gu Palace. He didn't go to Tyrant and Han Yen as he had to draw a clear line with them at this moment. He couldn't let the 6 major palaces find out about this. On the battlefield in the distance, the devil expert and Gu Firmament had been fighting for a while. When they saw that Sang Ba had been completely absorbed by Jiang Chen using some unknown method, they were infuriated. However, they also knew that it was almost impossible for them to kill Jiang Chen and take revenge. Brat, I have already locked your chi. I will kill you sooner or later. The devil expert spoke viciously to Jiang Chen, then turned into a gust of devil wind and vanished. He didn't want to waste any more time with Gu Firmament. In the face of such a threat, Jiang Chen just smiled and didn't put it in his heart. His appetite was very big now. Not to mention Sang Ba, the entire devil race was within the scope of his plan. The entire devil race was the nourishment for his advancement and the energy to condense the Zulong Tower. He predicted that the world was going to be in chaos soon and Desolate Palace would make a big move very soon. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his cultivation grade to a terrifying level. The turmoil of the devil race was the best and only chance for him to do so. Gu Firmament's chi was unparalleled. He turned around and came to Jiang Chen. In front of everyone, he nodded and praised, Jiang Chen, you have done a good job today. By killing Sang Ba, not only have you restored the dignity of the human race, but you have also greatly enhanced the chi of the human race and defeated the arrogance of the devil race. Here are 2 immortal pills as your reward. In front of all the higher-ups of Saint Origin Palace, Gu Firmament took out 2 immortal pills and handed them to Jiang Chen. He was indescribably happy now. Today, Jiang Chen had greatly increased the prestige of Gu Palace and raised the status of Gu Palace in Saint Origin Palace. The 2 immortal pills wouldn't fall into the hands of outsiders. If they were refined by Jiang Chen, they would be in their own pockets. Furthermore, Gu Firmament was very clear about the power and benefits of these 2 immortal pills. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation grade, his cultivation grade would certainly advance further, and advancing to the 5th grade great saint wouldn't be a problem. Thank you, Palace Master. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't be courteous. Immediately he received the 2 immortal pills. This was an unexpected harvest. He didn't know that there would be such a reward when he made his move. Now he was anxious to improve his cultivation base. Undoubtedly, these immortal pills were too good. A few days ago he had refined Desolate Chongfeng's Immortal Yang pill and advanced to the 4th grade great saint. Although the effect of refining the Immortal Yang pill wouldn't be as good as the first time, he was confident that he could advance to the 5th grade Great Saint with the help of 2 Immortal Yang pills. You don't have to thank me. This is what you deserve. I have said before that whoever can kill Sangba will get 2 Immortal pills as a reward. Gu Firmament said. In the eyes of the others, this scene was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. 2 immortal elixirs, how valuable was that? Gu Firmament was naturally very happy to personally give the immortal elixirs to his own people, but he did not consider the feelings of others. Of course, the ones who were the most envious were the young geniuses of the peak 6th grade Great Saint. Their eyes were filled with fiery passion when they saw the 2 immortal pills in Jiang Chen's hand. That kind of feeling could no longer be described as jealousy. Motherfucker. 2 immortal pills. This bastard is really lucky. If I get these pills, my cultivation grade will certainly advance further and I will have no problem advancing to the 7th grade Great Saint. What a pity. Pity my ass. Can you kill Sangba? Guchen can. He deserves it. But this Guchen is really abnormal. He has such a powerful combat strength despite only being a 4th grade Great Saint. He killed Desolate Chongfeng and we are no match for him. Now he has obtained 2 immortal pills. If there are no accidents, he will have no problem breaking through to the 5th grade Great Saint. At that time he will become the #1 genius of the young generation of Saint Origin Palace. We have been completely left behind by him. I won't accept this. I will definitely work hard. In this war against the demon race, I will improve myself on the battlefield and increase my cultivation base. That's right. Guchen has killed Sangba. Now he has been noticed by the true experts of the devil race. The battlefield in Western Domain will be extremely dangerous. This isn't necessarily a good thing. The geniuses felt uncomfortable. All of them were incomparably arrogant people. No one was willing to admit defeat. Now that they were defeated by a newcomer, they naturally felt incomparably uncomfortable. However, the geniuses of Gu Palace were different. Ever since Jiang Chen caused havoc in Gu Palace had become harmonious and united. There was no longer any distinction between the inner palace and the outer palace. Gu Chen's status in Gu Palace had also become a first-class existence, almost surpassing the prestigious elders. Today, Gu Chen had killed Sangba and won supreme glory for Gu Palace. As the geniuses of Gu Palace, they naturally had to hold their heads high. The people of Desolate Palace were the most depressed ones, especially Desolate Wuling. He felt that his blood and qi were not flowing smoothly, as if he was going to spurt out blood. He had never thought that given his status and identity he would have to scheme to get rid of a junior. Furthermore, he had failed several times. This time he was the one who proposed to let Guchen deal with Sangba. Now that he had helped Jiang Chen, he couldn't even say a word. Damn it. This bastard has obtained 2 immortal pills. His cultivation grade must have advanced further. At that time he will be even more difficult to deal with. I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for him. Seems like I have to find a way to deal with him. I can't let him continue to grow. Desolate Wuling clenched his teeth. Don't worry. The great killing weapon that Desolate Palace has been secretly cultivating is about to make his appearance. It's not easy to be the #1 genius of the younger generation. At that time he will see what a true genius is. Desolate Emperor sneered. Those peerless geniuses that Desolate Palace had been secretly cultivating had never shown themselves. No one knew how terrifying they were. They had been cleansed by immortal qi for many years and had been enlightened by the immortals. It could be said that they were personally nurtured by the immortals. It was imaginable how terrifying they were. Jiang Chen glanced at Desolate Wuling and swallowed the 2 immortal pills in front of him, refining them on the spot. Hong. Chapter 1003. The scene of advancing to the 5th grade Great Saint on the spot was undoubtedly a psychological blow to those geniuses. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. These 2 immortal pills were an unexpected harvest. It could be said that advancing to the 5th grade Great Saint was also an unexpected harvest. When Jiang Chen was still a 4th grade Great Saint, he could kill a 7th grade Great Saint. In his dragon form he could even kill an 8th grade Great Saint like Desolate Wuling. Now that he had advanced to the 5th grade Great Saint, he could easily kill an 8th grade great saint without using his dragon form. In other words, except for those super powerful 9th grade great saints, none of the higher-ups of St. Origin Palace was a match for Zhou Xian. If he used his dragon form, killing an 8th grade great saint would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Although he could kill an 8th grade great saint casually, Zhou Xian wouldn't be a match for a powerful 9th grade great saint, even if he used his dragon form. The gap between the 8th grade great saint and the 9th grade great saint was also the biggest. 9th grade great saint was also known as super great saint. The word super was enough to explain everything. No matter how powerful an 8th grade great saint was, he would still be an ant in front of a 9th grade great saint. Only a 9th grade great saint could be considered as a true superior figure in the heavens and earth, a true great saint. Even if Zhou Xian was a monstrous genius, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill a super great saint. Under the condition of his dragon form, Zhou Xian would need to advance to the 6th grade great saint at least to be able to kill a super great saint like Desolate Emperor. If he didn't use his dragon form, he would need to at least reach the 7th grade great saint. The current Zhou Xian was at most the strongest person below the 9th grade great saint. He still needed to work hard to advance to the 6th grade great saint. Only then would he have the ability to kill a super great saint. At that time, Zhou Xian's identity wouldn't need to be concealed anymore. After advancing to the 6th grade great saint, Zhou Xian would no longer put Narang Palace and the other palaces in his eyes. At that time his only enemy would be Desolate Palace. Whether it was Zhou Xian or Gu Qian, their identities wouldn't be a problem. Okay. A flower-like smile bloomed on Gu Zheng's face. Seeing that Gu Qian was getting stronger and stronger, his heart was filled with excitement. Everyone in Gu Palace was overjoyed. Such an extraordinary talent had appeared in Gu Palace, which had greatly established the status of Gu Palace. This was a supreme glory. Everyone, now that Gu Qian has killed Sang Ba, it has greatly raised the morale of our human race. Let's discuss how we should fight next. Gu Firmament looked at the crowd. There was no need for them to return to the main hall of the Tempest Temple. They could start the discussion right here. Isn't that obvious? In my opinion, we should take advantage of their weakness and strike them dead. While the morale of the devils is low, we should launch an attack. Although it's impossible to annihilate the entire devil race, we should at least force them into the devil realm. That's right. That's exactly what we should do. Since St. Origin Palace has decided to take action, we have to show the imposing manner of St. Origin Palace. We have to get rid of the devil race in one go and establish the supreme prestige of St. Origin Palace in the hearts of the people. Since that's the case, taking advantage of the fact that the devil race's morale is low, it's the best time to exterminate them. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Most of them suggested to launch an attack on the devil race immediately. Everyone knew that striking the iron while it was hot was a must. In any case, sooner or later, a bloody battle would break out between the devil race and the devil race. It had already been several days since the truce. In any case, they had to give the devil race a thunderous blow and drive them back to the devil world. Otherwise, if the devil race continued to occupy half of the western region, it would be a great blow to the morale of the human race. What do you think, Gu Qian? Gu Firmament looked at Zhou Xian. In my opinion, we don't have to rush to attack. Zhou Xian said. Are you kidding me? We have already gained the upper hand. How can we not attack? Narang Yunhe sneered. When I said don't have to rush, it's not that we don't want to fight. It's just that the devil race will take the initiative to attack us. If my prediction is correct, the devil race will launch an all-out attack in half an hour at most. Zhou Xian said. Don't talk big. How do you know that the devil race will attack? The devil race's morale is low now. It's impossible for them to take the initiative to attack. Desolate Wuling snorted coldly. He felt extremely uncomfortable just looking at Zhou Xian, let alone hearing Zhou Qian's words. The devil race is different from us humans. They are an extremely ferocious race. The death of Sang Ba will not lower the devil race's morale in a short period of time. It will only make them crazy. Their genius is dead and the great devil curse will disappear. Many devil race will go crazy. Therefore, in the next short period of time, the devil race's morale will not be lowered. On the contrary, it will be the time when the devil race's morale is at its highest. Therefore, I conclude that the devil race's army will attack us in half an hour at most. We just need to be prepared now, Zhou Xian said in a very firm tone. His words were as confident as ever. It was a mistake for these people to judge the behavior of the devil race with the thinking of the human race. How do you know so clearly? I think it's just a guess. Someone said. Rumble. However, as soon as this man's voice faded away, a huge hole suddenly burst open in the void of the devil realm. Then incomparably tyrannical devil waves surged out and appeared high up in the sky. There were several huge auras of super devil saints. The monstrous devil waves swept across half of the western region. It seems that we don't have to wait for half an hour. The attack of the devil race is about to begin. This time there are super devil saints personally taking action. This is a decisive battle. I'm afraid that the situation will be much more tragic than before. Zhou Xian looked at the distant sky and said lightly. It seems that Zhou Xian is right. Not only has the devil race's morale not weakened, but it is also at its highest. However, our current morale is not weak either. We must face the devil race head-on. This time we must not let the flames of war spread to the western region. Gu Firmament said. His words were full of praise for Zhou Xian. Even they couldn't analyze the situation of the battle with the devil race. Only Zhou Xian was able to predict the outcome of the battle with the devil race. This was enough to show that Zhou Xian was a brave and astute man. He wasn't just a boorish man who only knew how to fight. The way Desolate Emperor and Desolate Wuling looked at Zhou Xian had changed. Their vigilance and killing intent towards Zhou Xian had risen to the peak. They could already see that this was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Not only did he have heaven-defying talent and unparalleled combat strength, he was also full of wisdom. Such a person was the scariest. He would certainly become a great figure in the future, and the threat he posed to them would be even greater. Desolate Palace had their own ambitions and plans. If it wasn't for the interference of the devil race, they were afraid that their plans would have already been carried out. Brr, brr, brr. The devil sound was vast and mighty. Monstrous devil chi covered the sky in an instant. A large number of devils began to emerge. More than a dozen tyrannical super devil saints launched their attacks. All 9th grade great saints will attack together to fight against the experts of the devil race. The others will temporarily listen to Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng's identity will represent me. After Gu Firmament finished speaking, he was the first to fly towards those super devil saints. At the same time, the other 9th grade great saints also launched their attacks. In just a blink of an eye, all the super great saints of Great Lightning Toon Temple had left, leaving behind only an 8th grade great saint. Gu Zheng was the same as Desolate Wuling, a peak 8th grade great saint. Adding the fact that Law Enforcement Palace was under the control of Gu Palace, it wasn't unusual for Gu Zheng to temporarily give orders on behalf of Gu Firmament. Honglong. The devil race and the super great saints of Saint Origin Palace clashed fiercely, opening up an extraterritorial battlefield. It seemed that the outcome of the battle wouldn't be decided in a short period of time. Naturally, there were more 9th grade great saints in Saint Origin Palace. If all of them appeared, the devil race wouldn't stand a chance against them. However, this battle was also a kind of training for Saint Origin Palace. Saint Origin Palace had been living like a prince for 100 years. It needed such training, especially for the subordinates. Gu Xian, how do you think we should fight the next battle? Gu Zheng looked over at Zhou Xian. Now that Gu Firmament had handed over the authority to him, it seemed like he was going to hand over the authority to Zhou Xian. We will definitely fight. The next battle will be incomparably fierce. In my opinion, the cultivators of Western Domain have already suffered a great loss in the previous battle. Now we can let them rest. The eminent monks of Great Lightning Toon Temple should be the vanguard. Zhou Xian looked over at the abbot of Great Lightning Toon Temple. He didn't have the slightest favorable impression of this temple. Benefactor Gu Xian, the devil race is now ferocious and their combat strength is tyrannical. Our Buddha sect can no longer resist them. It will be a great loss for us to take the vanguard. The abbot of Great Lightning Toon Temple said. Humph. Abbot Master, your Buddha sect has always been the main force in stopping the devil race. Who in Western Domain doesn't know the prestige of your Great Lightning Toon Temple? It's fine that you can't suppress the devil race, but in this battle your Great Lightning Toon Temple has sought help from Saint Origin Palace. You've holed up in your Great Lightning Toon Temple and never stood up for the cultivators of Western Domain. In the previous battle, you didn't even care about their life or death. Now I'm asking you to take the lead, but you're still cowering. You don't look like the orthodox Buddha sect at all. I'm not asking you to take the lead, I want all the monks of your Great Lightning Tune Temple to take the lead. I'm not asking you to take the vanguard. I want all the monks of Great Lightning Tune Temple to fight against the devil race. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He hated Great Lightning Tune Temple to the extreme. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity to punish them. What did you say? You're just sending us to our deaths. We won't listen to your orders, and you don't have the right to order us around. This battle should be fought by all of us. You can't let us fight alone. That's right. The abbot of Great Lightning Tune Temple looked extremely annoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Chen had killed Sang Ba and made a great contribution to Great Lightning Tune Temple, he would have turned hostile immediately. Jiang Chen wasn't asking them to fight a battle but to die. Let me tell you, old man, it's not your turn to say no. If you don't agree, I will help you change the abbot of Great Lightning Tune Temple. Chapter 1004. Wah. His words immediately caused an uproar. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen. Even Gu Jing didn't expect that Jiang Chen would choose to deal with the Great Lightning Tune Temple when the Devil Army was about to arrive. They were supposed to be united as one. One should know that even though Buddha sect had declined, Great Lightning Tune Temple was still the symbol of Buddha sect. Even Saint Origin Palace had to give them some face. Gu Firmament and Desolate Emperor wouldn't dare to say something like exchanging the abbots so blatantly. Guchen, don't go too far. You have no right to give orders here. Great Lightning Tune Temple is the representative of Buddha sect. How can you change the abbot so easily? An eminent monk of Great Lightning Tune Temple was infuriated on the spot. He pointed at Jiang Chen and shouted, I'm sorry, I have the final say here today. My words represent Gu Palace's words. Now that we are facing a formidable enemy, everyone has to obey my words absolutely. Jiang Chen's attitude was extremely overbearing. Great Lightning Tune Temple had always wanted to deal with Green Lotus Mountain. Now was the perfect opportunity to get rid of Great Lightning Tune Temple so that Western Domain Buddhism would be completely controlled by Green Lotus Mountain. He believed that tyrant would restore the glory of Buddha sect one day. What if I say no? The abbot of Great Lightning Tune Temple was infuriated. The dignified Great Lightning Tune Temple was an important place of Buddha sect in Western Domain. Since when did a junior have the right to give orders here? You have no right to say no. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with cold light. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the abbot. His palm had already grabbed the abbot's neck at lightning speed. During this process, the peak 7th grade Great Saint Abbot didn't even have the chance to resist. He was firmly under Jiang Chen's control. What are you doing? The abbot's facial expression changed dramatically. He could feel the strength of this young man. If they were to fight, he would be on a completely different level from this young man. It would only take a thought for this young man to kill him. However, the abbot didn't believe that Jiang Chen would dare to kill him at this moment. Now that the enemy was right in front of them, the Buddha sect could still contribute a lot of their strength. Guchen, don't be too presumptuous. We, Saint Origin Palace, have never participated in the affairs of Buddha sect. The Devil Army is coming soon. Can you bear the responsibility of having an internal strife at this time? Desolate Wuling shouted. Jiang Chen's action had infuriated many people in Saint Origin Palace. They had no idea why Jiang Chen would attack Great Lightning Tune Temple at this critical moment. This was a taboo in war. With Jiang Chen's intelligence, it was impossible that he didn't know about it. The people of Gu Palace were also perplexed. They had no idea what Jiang Chen was trying to do, but Gu Jing didn't say anything because he knew that Jiang Chen wasn't a reckless man. He had his own principles. Moreover, Jiang Chen had already said that his words represented Gu Palace. If he were to stop Jiang Chen at this moment, it wouldn't be giving Jiang Chen any face and also denying Jiang Chen's position in Gu Palace. Responsibility? I'm thinking for the sake of Buddha sect. Today's Buddha sect is no longer the Buddha sect that delivered all sentient beings from suffering. Great Lightning Tune Temple has become greedy and their Buddha nature is getting weaker. They are just a group of bald mortals now. The reason why Great Lightning Toon Temple has fallen to such a state is because of these higher-ups. Today's war with the devil race is the best opportunity for Buddha sect to transform. I'm changing the abbot now to help the rise of Buddha sect. Jiang Chen spoke righteously. Then he exerted his strength with his palm. With a cracking sound, the abbot's head was crushed by Jiang Chen. A tremendous force rushed into the abbot's body, cutting off all his vitality. Wah! The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They had never thought that such a thing would happen. Now that the enemy was right in front of them and the war had yet to start, Jiang Chen had actually killed the abbot of the Great Lightning Toon Temple. Wasn't this a little too arrogant? Looking at Jiang Chen's attitude, it was as if he was looking down on the whole world. Killing the abbot in front of the Great Lightning Temple was the first time in the history of the Buddhist sect. Jiang Chen was probably the only one who had the courage to do such a thing under the heavens. Abbot! Several senior monks roared. One of them glared at Jiang Chen with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "Jiang Chen, you're a demon. You're even more ferocious than the devil race. You killed the abbot of our Great Lightning Toon Temple in front of our enemy. You've severely damaged our morale. Buddha sect and you are irreconcilable." Irreconcilable? You think you're worthy? You're just a stubborn fool. Let's die together. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen slashed out with his palm, directly chopping the neck of that senior monk, killing him on the spot. Jiang Chen either didn't do it or did it swiftly and decisively, using tyrannical means to suppress the Great Lightning Toon Temple. Since the Great Lightning Toon Temple had offended him, such an ending was inevitable. Is there anyone else who isn't convinced? Gu Chen will reorganize the Great Lightning Toon Temple today. Those who aren't convinced stand out. I'll kill every single one of you. Even if I kill all of you, I won't be lenient. I can still resist the devil race. Jiang Chen's gaze was like a knife as it swept across those senior monks. Each and every one of them was trembling with anger, but they didn't dare to speak out. This little demon king was too ferocious and overbearing. The moment he appeared, he killed them without giving them any face. They didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words at all. If they stood out and opposed him at this moment, their ending would probably be the same. Gu Chen, what are you doing? Palace Master and the others have left. Do you really think that no one can stop you? Now that the leader is Gu Zheng, it's not your turn to show off your strength. You killed the abbot and senior monks of the Great Lightning Toon Temple and confused people's hearts. What's the difference between you and the devil race? Desolate Wuling was fuming with rage. Many people in St. Origin Palace couldn't stand it anymore. Wasn't this Gu Chen too insolent? Old dog, who do you think you are? You have no right to interfere in the affairs of Gu Palace. Do you believe that I won't kill you too? Jiang Chen looked at Desolate Wuling. Naturally, his words didn't leave any face for Desolate Wuling. He had just advanced to the 5th grade Great Saint, so killing Desolate Wuling wasn't a problem for him. This was a typical example of a monkey proclaiming himself as the king when there was no tiger in the mountain. As soon as Gu Firmament and the other 9th grade Great Saints left, Jiang Chen flew into a rage. To Jiang Chen, this was indeed a great opportunity. No one here was a match for him. It was the right time for him to show his might. How arrogant you are. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Desolate Wuling was infuriated. Immediately he stretched out a big palm and lunged at Jiang Chen. Gu Zheng wanted to stop him, but found that Jiang Chen had also moved. Pop! An incomparably clear slap was heard. Everyone saw that Desolate Wuling was pushed back a dozen meters. There was an incomparably clear palm print on his face. Many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. All of them had discerning eyes. Naturally, they knew what had happened just now. Desolate Wuling, an 8th grade Great Saint, took the initiative to attack. Not only did he fail to cause any harm to Jiang Chen, he was also slapped by Jiang Chen. This was a kind of humiliation. But from another perspective, Jiang Chen was too strong. Not even Desolate Wuling was a match for him. Naturally, he had the right to be arrogant. Now that all the 9th grade Great Saints had left, there was no one here who could suppress Gu Chen. Chapter 1005. Damn it. How did he become so strong? Desolate Wuling's face turned incomparably unsightly. It wasn't only because he was slapped by Zhou Xian, but also because of the shock in his heart. He had always wanted to get rid of Zhou Xian, but he had never put a junior in his eyes. Today he found out that he was no longer a match for Zhou Xian. That kind of psychological blow wasn't something that an ordinary person could bear. "Old dog, if you dare to stop me again, I will be the first to kill you." Zhou Xian glared at Desolate Wuling fiercely. Initially he wanted to kill Desolate Wuling, but Desolate Wuling was after all a peak 8th grade Great Saint expert. Zhou Xian had just advanced to the 5th grade Great Saint. It would take him a lot of effort to kill Desolate Wuling without using his dragon transformation. Now that the enemy was right in front of them, it wasn't the right time to start a war with their own people. Therefore Zhou Xian decided to let Desolate Wuling live a little longer. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely kill Desolate Wuling. Desolate Wuling was infuriated. Given his status and identity, he had never been scolded by a junior like this before. However, he was very shrewd. He endured the humiliation because he knew very well that Zhou Xian had grown into an incomparably ferocious figure. He had even killed the abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If he really wanted to kill Zhou Xian, he was afraid that his death would be in vain. As for getting rid of Zhou Xian, he would have to think of another way in the future. The people of Gu Palace were pleasantly surprised. Zhou Xian's growth was too fast, so fast that they couldn't even react to it. However, Zhou Xian slapping Desolate Wuling just now was an incomparably gratifying thing for Gu Palace. Gu Jing had a faint smile on his face and chose to stop talking. This was a world where strength was the most important. Whoever was the most powerful would have the right to give orders. Although Gu Firmament had given the real authority to Gu Jing had now tacitly accepted Zhou Xian as his replacement. The other people of Gu Palace also stopped talking. Even Desolate Wuling was slapped in the face by Zhou Xian. It was better for them not to offend Zhou Xian at this time. There was no one who wasn't afraid of this rising genius of the younger generation. It didn't matter if a person's cultivation was strong or not, but his way of doing things could make people fearful. Take Zhou Xian for example. People's impression of him wasn't only because of his tyrannical strength, but also because of his ferocious way of doing things and means. He would kill as he pleased regardless of the occasion and who the other party was. He would kill according to his own whims. Such a person was the most terrifying and the most difficult to deal with. This was an absolute deterrent force. Seeing that no one dared to speak anymore, Zhou Xian looked at Tyrant and the others and said loudly, "Little monk, let's talk over here." Upon hearing this, Tyrant, Great Master Ran Feng, Han Yen and Yen Qinyu immediately flew over. They had seen everything clearly, but they had already gotten used to Zhou Qian's overbearing manner. Killing the abbot and the eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple and slapping the supreme elder of Desolate Palace was an incomparably satisfying thing, especially to Tyrant. He had long disliked the Great Lightning Tune Temple and wanted to teach them a lesson. Han Yen had fully comprehended the Great Devil Curse. He believed that it wouldn't take him more than 2 days to break through to the 6th grade Great Saint. Both he and Tyrant had shown a rising trend. There was no one in the younger generation of Saint Origin world who could be their match. "Little monk, are you interested in controlling the Great Lightning Tune Temple?" Zhou Xian asked with a smile, as if the Great Lightning Tune Temple was already in his hands and he could control it whenever he wanted. He didn't need to discuss with the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. "What ability do I have to control the Great Lightning Tune Temple?" Tyrant said, showing a little modesty. "There's no need to be modest, little monk. Your current strength is enough to be called the #1 expert in Buddha sect. Plus, you are the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Everyone knows about Ancestor Green Lotus's prestige in Buddha sect. It's the best choice to let you control the Western domain Buddha sect. I hope that Buddha sect will flourish in your hands and regain its glory in the past." Zhou Xian said. "Since that's the case, then this poor monk will accept it." Tyrant didn't refuse. Green Lotus Mountain had been oppressed by the Great Lightning Tune Temple all these years. Now that the day to turn the situation around had arrived, Tyrant naturally wouldn't be polite. Ever since the decline of Buddha sect, it had been declining year by year. As a genius of Buddha sect, it would undoubtedly be a magnificent feat if he could bring Buddha sect back to its former glory. The eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. God made fools of people. All these years, Green Lotus Mountain had been under their surveillance and control. Now that little monk had become the master of Great Lightning Tune Temple, they didn't know how he would treat them. However, no one would say anything about letting little monk become the abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. First of all, it was useless to say anything. Secondly, just like what Zhou Xian said, the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus naturally had the right to control Buddha sect. Furthermore, little monk had already shown his incredible strength. Even those 7th grade Great Saint Eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple weren't a match for him. The devil waves were monstrous. The devil army had already launched their attack. They weren't far away from the Great Lightning Tune Temple. The war would break out at any moment. Little monk, you will lead the Great Lightning Tune Temple to take the lead. Buddha sect needs to transform itself in battle. Zhou Xian said. All right. Tyrant's combat intent was monstrous. He was in high spirits when fighting the devil army. Plus, Buddha sect really needed to transform. All the people of Great Lightning Tune Temple, listen up. Follow me to eliminate the devils and raise the prestige of Buddha sect. Tyrant roared at the Great Lightning Tune Temple and took the lead to rush towards the devil army. Han Yan and Yan Qinyu followed suit. This was Han Yan's main battlefield. He wouldn't miss any chance to improve himself. The others of Saint Origin Palace, follow me and kill our way into the devil army. Today they won't be able to return to the devil world. Zhang Chen's body was filled with domineering qi. His body was shrouded in golden light, making him look like a peerless god of war. Through the iron-blooded means just now, no one in Saint Origin Palace dared to disobey his command. Plus, the devil army had already launched their attack. Everyone had to join the battlefield. Desolate Wuling looked at the back of Zhang Chen, doubting Zhang Chen's identity even more. That little monk and the other two are Zhang Chen's friends. Gu Chen didn't hesitate to kill the abbot of the Great Lightning Tune Temple for the little monk. Their relationship must be unusual. Plus, Zhang Chen didn't show up in the war in Western Domain. These two people are probably the same person. We must find a way to get rid of them as soon as possible. I will send a message to Desolate Palace now, asking the hidden peerless geniuses of Desolate Palace to come to Western Domain and eliminate this man. Cold light flickered in Desolate Wuling's eyes. He was more certain about the identity of Zhang Chen and Gu Chen. In order to get rid of Zhang Chen, the hidden peerless geniuses of Desolate Palace had to take action. The 9th grade Great Saint was distracted by the Super Devil Saint of the Devil race. No one else was a match for Zhang Chen. If he allowed Zhang Chen to continue growing, there would be endless troubles in the future. Chapter 1006. Just like what Zhang Chen had expected, Sangba's death didn't dampen their morale. Instead, it aroused their fury and brutality, making them even more ferocious in the battle. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Half of the Western Domain, including the Great Lightning Tune Temple and the Devil World, had been plunged into the battlefield. Devil waves billowed up to the sky. Tyrant led the monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple and took the lead. The 3 supreme Dharma seals blasted everything in their path, sweeping away everything in their path. The monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple followed Tyrant into the battlefield. Gradually they felt the feeling of the Golden Age of Buddha sect. In the Golden Age of Buddha sect, they were the nemesis of the devil race, suppressing them to death. Buddha sect alone was enough to suppress the entire devil world. But now, as soon as the devil race was stirred up, they had to immediately seek help from Saint Origin Palace. As disciples of Buddha sect, they felt extremely humiliated. Tyrant's strength had allowed them to see the demeanor of Buddha sect once again. They could see the hope and future of Buddha sect from the little monk. Gradually they walked out from the shadow of the death of their abbot. Their combat strength began to soar. Buddha light soared into the sky, truly suppressing the devil race. Everything that Zhang Chen did had its own reasons. Killing the abbot in front of the enemy wouldn't bring any negative impact to the human race. Only in the hands of Tyrant could Buddha sect truly flourish. Only by experiencing the baptism of life and death could the disciples of Buddha sect truly transform and rise. This war would be the key to the transformation of Buddha sect. Western Domain was the symbol of Buddha sect. Not only Xianxia but many monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple also began to believe that under the leadership of Tyrant, Buddha's sect would certainly return to its former peak. Moreover, Tyrant had an even more convincing identity: the successor of Ancestor Green Lotus. Although Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't a disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, his status and influence in Buddha's sect couldn't be replaced by others. Xianxia's ferocity was unimaginable. He rushed into the army of the devil race alone and created a storm with a wave of his hand. As the storm swept across, countless devils died tragically and turned into powder. Even the powerful 6th grade and 7th grade devil saints couldn't withstand the storm attack of Xianxia. Their huge bodies were crushed on the spot. The Zulong Tower was hidden in Xianxia's body, like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. All the devils that were killed were absorbed by the Zulong Tower. With the continuous absorption of energy, the 5th floor of the Zulong Tower gradually condensed. Xianxia himself had also gained a lot of benefits. New dragon marks began to form on his body. With each new dragon mark, Xianxia's combat strength would increase. To put it bluntly, the process of Xianxia's battle was a process of constantly improving himself. Such a speed of growth was unimaginable and incomparable to others. Lord Devil Venerable, this is the man who killed Sangba. In the sky above the camp of the devil race, someone pointed at Xianxia, who was rushing back and forth on the battlefield, and said while gritting his teeth. The devil who was addressed as Devil Venerable was a bald middle-aged man with a ferocious face. His chi was incomparably strong. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 8th grade devil saint. This man is really arrogant. How dare he intrude into the hinterland of the devil race alone? He really doesn't know what's good for him. He killed Sangba. Let's join forces and kill this man to avenge Sangba. It will be a great blow to the human race to lose such a genius. There was another 8th grade devil saint standing beside the Devil Venerable. His black eyes were flickering with cold light. He didn't conceal his killing intent towards Xianxia at all. Kill this man, the Venerable said with an expressionless face. Swoosh. As soon as his voice faded, the 8th grade devil saint vanished. In the next moment he reappeared in front of Xianxia. Terrifying devil pressure rippled out like a vast ocean, enshrouding Xianxia instantly. Arrogant human brat. How dare you come to this place alone? You are really courting death. Since you killed Sangba, I would like to see what kind of ability you have. The 8th grade devil saint transformed back to his true form. He opened his huge mouth that was 3 meters wide, setting off a stinky storm. Then he pounced at Xianxia as if he wanted to swallow Xianxia whole. You want to eat me? I'm afraid your teeth aren't strong enough. Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. Given his current strength, dealing with an 8th grade devil saint was a piece of cake. Because of the inherent restraint between them, killing an 8th grade devil saint was much easier than killing Desolate Wuling. Flang. The heavenly saint's sword turned into a blood-red dragon. Wherever it passed, the void would be torn apart. The sword light was extremely fast. Countless sword chi interweaved into a sword net of the purest yang chi. The purest yang chi alone was enough to restrain the devil. Under such restraint, even a mighty 8th grade devil saint wouldn't be able to exert his full power. Many devils in the surroundings were looking at the sword light that seemed to have come from hell. They initially thought that this human brat would surely die when facing their 8th grade devil saint, but they didn't expect that the scene would turn out like this. The 8th grade devil saint who had opened his mouth was slashed into 2 halves by the heavenly saint's sword. Devil blood splattered everywhere, filling the air with a foul stench. The 8th grade devil saint roared angrily. He didn't die even after suffering such a serious injury. After all, he was a mighty 8th grade devil saint. He wouldn't be killed so easily. However, his fate was basically sealed when facing Xianxia. Xianxia wouldn't give him a chance to live. The heavenly saint's sword rippled once more. This time it was even more violent than before. How could the 8th grade devil saint who was already seriously injured resist this strike? He was killed on the spot. The terrifying essence chi was instantly absorbed by the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower that was hidden in Xianxia's body buzzed and vibrated violently. After devouring and refining an 8th grade devil saint, the 5th level of the Zulong Tower was fully condensed. Awesome! Xianxia exclaimed inwardly. Although he hadn't fully unearthed the secrets and uses of the Zulong Tower, he was very clear that the more levels of the Zulong Tower were condensed, the greater the benefits. Now that the 5th level was completely condensed, Xianxia had also obtained great benefits. The number of dragon marks he had condensed was more than 100. His essence, qi and soul had also experienced a slight sublimation, and his cultivation base had become more stable. Chapter 1007. The surrounding devils were in an uproar. Their facial expression changed dramatically. They naturally knew that this young human was very terrifying. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill Sang Ba. However, they had never thought that Xianxia would be this powerful. Even their 8th grade devil saint was killed in an instant. How could this be possible? As a matter of fact, it wasn't easy for Xianxia to kill an 8th grade great saint unless he transformed into a dragon. However, it was a completely different story when it came to dealing with the devils. The natural restraint of the devils gave Xianxia a great advantage. This advantage was unparalleled. The devils were destined to suffer a great loss when they encountered Xianxia. Xianxia laughed loudly. Terrifying waves of qi struck at the surrounding devils. He was like a flood dragon in the vast ocean, wreaking havoc in everything with a casual move. No one was a match for him and no one could withstand his sharpness. Wails lingered in the air. Blood splattered everywhere. A large number of devils died tragically without any resistance. This was a one-sided massacre. Xianxia had turned into a peerless war god. If this continued, no matter how many devils there were, they wouldn't be enough for Xianxia to kill. Lord Devil Venerable, this man is too powerful. The cultivation technique he cultivates seems to be specially used to restrain the devil race. It's even more powerful than the Buddha sect. The faces of the higher-ups of the devil race changed. Let's attack together and kill this man. The Devil Venerable's facial expression changed as well. However, he had a noble bloodline and a powerful cultivation base. So he wasn't afraid. Besides, they had so many experts now. He didn't believe that they couldn't kill a human brat. The Devil Venerable attacked. A black devil weapon rushed out from his head. It was a wolf-tooth mace that was full of saw teeth. It was glowing with dark light and covered with complex devil marks. It looked incomparably ghastly and terrifying. The Devil Venerable raised the wolf-tooth mace high. The powerful devil weapon locked onto Xianxia's qi and lunged at him. At the same time, the other 2 8th grade devil saints launched a pincer attack at Xianxia from 3 different directions. Good, all of you become my nourishment. Xianxia's eyes flickered with rays of 7-colored light. In the face of 3 powerful 8th grade devil saints, not only was there no trace of fear on his face, but he was also incomparably excited. To him, these powerful devil saints were the top-grade nourishment for him to condense the Zulong Tower. Among the 3 8th grade devil saints, except for the leading Devil Venerable, the other 2 weren't worth mentioning. Xianxia could kill them easily. The leading Devil Venerable was slightly stronger. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of 8th grade Devil Saint, only a step away from 9th grade Devil Saint. Furthermore, his bloodline was nobler than the others. In the devil race, the nobler the bloodline was, the more powerful he was. Of course, no matter how strong the bloodline of the devil race was, it would still be restrained by Xianxia's dragon transformation skill, True Dragon Fire and True Thunder Fire. No matter how powerful an 8th grade devil saint was, there was only one ending for him when he met Xianxia: death. Hong Long. The super spiked mace slammed down. The terrifying devil wave was like a mountain. The mountain was filled with an evil aura that could shake one's soul. Xianxia didn't use his dragon transformation, nor did he fight the Devil Venerable head-on. He used the spatial shift and the flaming wings appeared on his back. With the help of these 2 factors, he disappeared with a swoosh, escaping from the target of the super spiked mace. In the next moment, Xianxia appeared in front of another 8th grade devil saint. Due to his incredible speed, the 8th grade devil saint didn't have the time to react, but Xianxia was faster. The heavenly saint's sword slashed down, cutting off the head of the 8th grade devil saint with a sound of pu chi. The ancestral dragon pagoda then tore open a hole and devoured the 8th grade devil saint. What? Upon seeing this, the other 8th grade devil saint couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately he turned his spear and charged at Zhou Xian. The same goes for you. You can't even withstand a single strike from me. Zhou Xian didn't put it in his heart. The heavenly saint's sword was covered with reddish-golden flames. With a slash, the devil weapon in the hand of the 8th grade devil saint was sent flying away. Then with lightning speed the sword pierced through the head of the 8th grade devil saint. Bang! A destructive force burst out from the long sword. The huge head of the devil saint exploded with a bang, turning into a mist of blood. The whole scene was extremely bloody and brutal. All the essence of the dead 8th grade devil saint was absorbed by the Zulong Tower in an instant. Damn it! This bastard is merely a 5th grade great saint. How can he be so powerful? The venerable with the spiked mace finally changed his facial expression. He knew that he had underestimated this human brat from the very beginning. Now that the 3 of them had joined forces, 2 of them had already been killed by Zhou Xian. Looking at the ferocious look on Zhou Qian's face, he was afraid that he wouldn't be a match for Zhou Xian even if he attacked him. Zhoush. The venerable wasn't an idiot. He knew that he wasn't a match for Zhou Xian, so he decided to flee. However, Zhou Xian wouldn't give him the chance to do so. The 5 elemental sphere spread out instantly, enshrouding the devil venerable before he could escape from the void. At this point, Zhou Xian couldn't care less anymore. He casted out all kinds of techniques. He didn't care about being recognized. The current him didn't care that much about his identity. Plus, the battlefield was in chaos. He had killed his way to the center of the devil race. Even if he casted out some powerful techniques, he wouldn't be discovered. What a powerful domain power. To think that it could actually imprison my main body. After being trapped in the 5 elemental sphere, the devil venerable felt a strong sense of danger. Under the influence of this chi, his mood instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. You have already attacked. Do you still want to escape? Zhou Xian stood in front of the devil venerable with a long sword in his hand. His whole body was filled with intense killing intent. Devil breaks the army of 10,000. The devil venerable didn't waste any time talking. He immediately went berserk. The mace in his hand danced in the air. Violent devil chi filled up the entire 5 elemental sphere. Within the black devil wave, it was as if there were 10,000 terrifying devils roaring at the same time. Just such a scene and the horrifying screams were enough to make one feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Zhou Xian wasn't affected at all. He slashed out with the heavenly saint's sword, tearing the darkness into 2. The devil army collapsed instantly. The devil venerable was forced back by the sword. A huge hole appeared on his chest and devil blood gushed out. No. I won't die so easily. I have the bloodline of an ancient devil. The devil venerable started going berserk. However, his combat strength had been greatly reduced. Facing the lively Zhou Xian, he no longer had any strength to fight back. Die. Zhou Xian moved once more. He became one with the sword, turning into a bright lightning. After rushing past, the head of the devil venerable disappeared. Taking the opportunity, a hole appeared on the Zulong Tower, swallowing the devil venerable whole. Wing. Chapter 1008. The 5 elemental spheres retreated into Zhou Qian's body like a receding tide. With Zhou Qian as the center, there was not a single devil left within 100 miles radius. To the devil race, Zhou Qian was a malignant star. He could easily kill an 8th grade devil saint without any resistance. Unless a 9th grade devil saint personally intervened, anyone who encountered him would end up dead. Currently, most of the 9th grade devil saints of the devil race had been blocked by the experts of St. Origin Palace. In this battlefield, Zhou Qian was the real overlord. He was like a fish in the water, invincible, and could do whatever he wanted. Another level of the Zulong Tower has been condensed. My combat strength has improved again, but this time, I've only condensed 1 level of the Zulong Tower after devouring 3 8th grade devil saints. It will be even more difficult to condense the 7th level. This thing is like a leech, but with the Zulong Tower it will be greatly beneficial to me. I can use the Zulong Tower to absorb unlimited energy from the devils and condense dragon marks without affecting my foundation. This is much better than refining the devil soul. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The real secret of the Zulong Tower had to be slowly excavated in the future. For now, the Zulong Tower could play the role of a carrier. It could help Jiang Chen refine the devils from the middle, allowing Jiang Chen to obtain energy without worrying about affecting his foundation. Devil smoke billowed. The flames of war had spread across the entire western domain. Jiang Chen wasn't idling. He was like a ghost on the battlefield, disappearing in a blink and heading to another battlefield. Wherever he went, he would definitely set off a reign of terror. This was an ancient war, the ultimate battle between humans and devils. The battlefield was too wide and the number of devils was too huge. It was undoubtedly unrealistic to end this war in a short period of time. It was normal for a war like this to last for a month. Jiang Chen, Han Yen and Tyrant were the biggest beneficiaries of this war. After Han Yen obtained the Great Devil Curse, he had already advanced to the 6th grade Great Saint during the battle with the devils. Due to the influence of Gu Tianma's bloodline, he was able to restrain most of the devils. Saint Origin Palace, Desolate Palace. There was another spatial zone inside the spatial zone of Desolate Palace. It was rich in immortal qi. It was a true treasure land for cultivation. At this time, a youth in blue combat armor walked out of the spatial zone. He had a head full of blue hair, a high nose bridge and a pair of blue eyes, which made him look somewhat demonic. However, he wasn't from the demon race. The qi he exuded was the qi of a human. The blue-haired youth came to the main hall of Desolate Palace. A white-bearded elder seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. Judging from his cultivation grade, he wasn't weaker than Desolate Emperor and Gu Firmament. He was a mighty 9th grade Great Saint. 9th grade Great Saint was the peak of Great Saint, the pinnacle of this world, the existence at the top of the pyramid of Saint Origin world. Supreme Elder. The blue-haired youth bowed respectfully to the elder. Changyun, the family has been secretly cultivating you for so long. Now it's time for you to serve us. The western domain of Saint Origin world is in chaos and the devil race is wreaking havoc. Go and kill a man now. The elder said. Is it someone from the devil race? Asked the blue-haired youth. No, it's a human. This is the information about him. The elder sent out a divine sense, telling everything about Jiang Chen to the blue-haired youth. A puny 5th grade Great Saint actually needs me to kill him personally. The blue-haired youth frowned, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Don't underestimate this man. He is a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Your brother, Desolate Chongfeng, has been killed by him. The elder said. What? The blue-haired youth was shocked. His face was instantly filled with unconcealable anger. His name was Desolate Chongyun, the elder brother of Desolate Chongfeng. Naturally, he was infuriated when he heard the news of his brother's death. I'm going to kill him now to avenge my brother. Desolate Chongyun clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Without saying anything, he entered the spatial passageway. To him, it was no longer important whether Jiang Chen was a genius or how powerful he was. What was important was that Jiang Chen had killed his brother. He must avenge his brother. Desolate Chongyun was one of the supreme geniuses that Desolate Palace had secretly cultivated. He was now at the peak of 7th grade Great Saint. His body had been cleansed by the immortal qi all year round. Once a peerless genius like him was born, he would surely shake the heavens and earth. He was powerful enough to kill any powerful 8th grade Great Saint. Only a 9th grade Great Saint could suppress him. In the battlefield of Western Domain, the sky was blotted out. The mountains and rivers were broken. Jiang Chen had just killed a large number of devils when he suddenly frowned. A sense of danger rose in his heart. Then he felt a destructive energy suddenly attacking him from behind. Someone was sneaking up on him. The Great Soul Derivation technique had given him a strong perception. How could he be ambushed by others? Even the assassins of Dark Shadow had failed to assassinate Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned abruptly and slashed at the incoming energy with the Heavenly Saint's sword. Ponglong. The unparalleled impact caused a large area of the void to be filled with sparks. The spatial zone was smashed on the spot. Countless waves of the void wreaked havoc in a radius of a few hundred miles. Deng deng deng. Under the impact of this extremely powerful energy, Jiang Chen was forced to take a dozen steps back before he could regain his balance. He raised his head and saw a young man in blue armor standing in front of him. The young man's emotionless eyes were staring at Jiang Chen like a venomous snake, making Jiang Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. 7th grade Great Saint? Has the hidden weapon of Desolate Palace finally made its move? Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. If a 7th grade Great Saint could force him back, then it wasn't hard to guess the identity of the opponent. Except for the hidden weapon of Desolate Palace, he couldn't think of any other person who could force him back with just a 7th grade Great Saint cultivation base. After knowing the identity of the opponent, not only did Jiang Chen not feel the slightest fear, but a strong combat intent was aroused. According to Ancestor Green Lotus, each of these geniuses that Desolate Palace had secretly cultivated was an outstanding genius. They were the true favored sons of the heavens. They had been cleansed by immortal qi all year round and had even been enlightened by immortals. Jiang Chen had long wanted to meet them. Today he finally had the chance. Jiang Chen could also guess that the arrival of this person must be the work of Desolate Wuling. Sure enough, you have some skills. You are able to stand here unscathed after blocking my attack. I never thought that Gu Palace would have such a genius. Chapter 1009. Facing a formidable enemy, the supreme genius of Desolate Palace, instead of exterminating the devil, you came to deal with me. The way your Desolate Palace does things is really unflattering. Jiang Chen's words were filled with sarcasm. I, Desolate Chongyun, will kill whoever I want. The common people of the world have nothing to do with me. Guchen, you have killed my brother, which means that there is an irreconcilable hatred between us. Today I will personally kill you. You should be proud to die in my hands. Desolate Chongyun said arrogantly. Although he was surprised by Jiang Chen's strength, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all because of the absolute suppression of his cultivation base. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. He, Desolate Chongyun, had to eliminate his enemy and display the imposing manner of a genius of Desolate Palace. There were many people like you and said the same words as you, but they all died in the end. So your ending is the same. Your brother is a good example. Jiang Chen moved his body casually. The tremor didn't affect him at all. After figuring out his opponent's identity, Jiang Chen also understood that today's battle was inevitable. Desolate Chongyun was Desolate Chongfeng's elder brother. Now that he wanted to avenge his brother, there was nothing more to say. In that case, he might as well go all out and fight. Jiang Chen also wanted to have a showdown with the hidden supreme genius of Desolate Palace. Arrogant fool. Desolate Chongyun raised his arm and gently drew a line in the void, directly isolating the void within a radius of hundreds of miles, turning it into a separate battlefield. The battlefield was completely separated from the outside world. Not even the devil qi drifting outside could seep in. This was a closed battlefield. At the same time, Desolate Chongyun had also completely controlled the void here. He had completely locked onto Jiang Chen's qi, not giving Jiang Chen any chance to escape. Guchen, that was just a probing attack. You're not a match for me at all. If you surrender now, I might be merciful enough to let you die a quick death. Desolate Chongyun shouted at Jiang Chen. His body was steaming with qi waves. Don't worry, I'll let you die a quick death. Jiang Chen also released his powerful aura and immediately transformed into his dragon form. At this point he felt that there was no longer a need to hide. Even if his identity was exposed, he could still be like a fish in water on this battlefield. More importantly, he had already sensed Desolate Chongyun's strength. Without transforming into his half-dragon form, he was no match for Desolate Chongyun. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his half-dragon form to kill Desolate Chongyun. There's actually such a transformation skill in the world. Xiao Chongyun's expression changed. He could clearly sense that Jiang Chen's battle strength had increased by 10 times after his dragon transformation. Under such circumstances, the gap between him and Jiang Chen had been bridged. Rumble. After Jiang Chen transformed, he immediately launched an attack. He unleashed a tyrannical true dragon palm. Now he was no longer restrained. He could fight to his heart's content. The huge blood-colored dragon claw was dozens of feet long, and it enveloped Xiao Chongyun. Very powerful. Xiao Chongyun was startled. In a battle between experts, one could see the opponent's true ability with just one move. Just like now, the true dragon palm of Zhou Xian in his dragon transformation actually made Xiao Chongyun feel a trace of pressure. This was unimaginable. Xiao Chongyun had never thought that he would feel pressured by a 5th-grade great saint. Heaven-splitting divine claw. Xiao Chongyun bellowed. The heaven-splitting divine claw was unleashed. This was the unique combat skill of the Desolate family. Many people in the family knew how to use it, but the power and destructive power were different. It wasn't the first time that Zhou Xian had clashed with the heaven-splitting divine claw of the Desolate family, but the heaven-splitting divine claw in Xiao Chongyun's hand was undoubtedly the most powerful one among all the experts he had ever met. Honglong. The true dragon palm fiercely collided with the heaven-splitting divine claw. The collision was not fancy at all, but it immediately set off thousands of ripples. The battlefield within a radius of hundreds of miles was filled with destructive energy waves, and a large area of the void was completely destroyed. Although the battlefield had been isolated, the powerful shockwaves still spread out, attracting the attention of many people. There is a very powerful energy wave over there. There are at least 8th-grade great saints fighting, but why do I feel that it is a fight between two humans? That's right. Now that the war between humans and devils is going on, what's the point of fighting among ourselves? Many of them noticed the situation of the battle. The devil chi here was extremely sparse. There wasn't any chi of the devil race being emitted from the battlefield. Obviously, it was a fight between two humans. It wasn't supposed to be a fight between humans in a battlefield like the Western domain. Many of them felt puzzled. On the other side of the battlefield, Desolate Wuling was fighting with an expert of the devil race. After sensing the powerful ripples, his face revealed a hint of joy. They are fighting. Let's go and have a look. Immediately, Desolate Wuling got rid of the expert of the devil race and flew towards the battlefield of Zhou Xian and Desolate Chongyun. When Desolate Wuling arrived, he saw Desolate Chongyun and Zhou Xian fighting fiercely. When he saw Zhou Qian's dragon form, he immediately became excited. Sure enough, just as I expected. Gu Qian is Zhou Qian. He was originally a human. I should have killed this little bastard long ago to allow him to grow to this level. Desolate Wuling's eyes turned red. He had long suspected the identity of Zhou Qian, but he didn't have any evidence. In order to find the evidence, he even sacrificed Desolate Chongfeng's life. Now that he had confirmed the identity of Zhou Qian, he couldn't wait to rush forward and tear Zhou Qian into pieces. At this time, many experts of Saint Origin Palace had also noticed the battle. Many of them couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Zhou Qian in his dragon form. That's Zhou Qian. He has finally appeared. Who is fighting him? It seems to be one of the geniuses of Desolate Palace. I never thought that Desolate Palace would have such a heaven-defying genius. Both of them are fighting. That's Gu Qian. It turns out that Gu Qian is Zhou Qian. Both of them are the same person. My God. This is a big secret. Zhou Qian has killed so many experts of the 6 major families and exchanged them for Saint Origin Palace. Zhou Qian's identity had been exposed. Someone had recognized that Gu Qian was Zhou Qian. This news would spread very quickly. When the experts of the 6 major palaces learned about it, all of them would gnash their teeth in hatred towards Zhou Qian. However, they had no way to seek revenge from Zhou Qian. The war with the devil race was incomparably fierce. No one had the time to deal with Zhou Qian. Furthermore, the human race shouldn't have internal strife at this time. Chapter 10:10. The already chaotic battlefield became even more chaotic because of the battle between Zhou Qian and Desolate Chongyun. This was supposed to be a war between humans and devils, but now 2 human geniuses were fighting each other. This was a good thing for the devil race. On the human side, no one stopped the battle between the two. Zhou Qian's identity was already very sensitive. Plus, if the genius of Desolate Palace wanted to take revenge, no one could stop him. Even Gu Firmament had said that he wouldn't participate in the battle between the young generation. However, the fact that Guqin was Jiangchen had a great impact on the 6 major palaces. Many of them hated Jiangchen to the core, regretting that they had missed the best opportunity to kill Jiangchen. If they knew that Guqin was Jiangchen, they wouldn't have let him walk out of Saint Origin Palace alive. Jiangchen's identity was shocking, and so was desolate Changyun's appearance. It even made the other 7 palaces feel uncomfortable. Given the current situation of Saint Origin Palace, the strongest among the young generation was only a peak 6th grade great saint. There wasn't a young 7th grade great saint genius in Saint Origin Palace. This desolate Changyun was obviously a hidden genius of Desolate Palace. He didn't even show up when Sangba challenged him. For the past 100 years, the strength of Desolate Palace had been constantly increasing. Now that they had hidden a genius, they couldn't help but wonder what their purpose was. Desolate Palace had Desolate Changyun, they might have even more terrifying geniuses. In the battlefield, Jiangchen and Desolate Changyun had fought for dozens of rounds. Under Jiangchen's frenzied bombardment, Desolate Changyun was forced to retreat again and again. He was almost pushed to the edge of the battlefield. Jiangchen in his dragon form wasn't someone that Desolate Changyun could deal with. Damn it! How can this bastard be so terrifying? How can such a heaven-defying bastard grow to such an extent? Desolate Changyun yelled in anger. Given his current cultivation grade, he was almost invincible to anyone below the 9th grade great saint. Even a peak 8th grade great saint like Desolate Wuling would die if he encountered him. Therefore he didn't put Jiangchen in his eyes from the beginning. Now he was being suppressed by a 5th grade great saint, which made him feel extremely aggrieved. Such a scene wasn't something that he had ever dreamt of. All these years he had obtained a lot of high-grade cultivation resources in Desolate Palace. It was his first time fighting a 5th grade great saint, but he couldn't defeat a 5th grade great saint. This was a humiliation to him. I don't believe that I can't defeat a 5th grade great saint. Thunderbolt Immortal / Xiao Changyun was completely enraged. He took out his long sword. It was a domineering big sword that was full of immortal marks. Obviously, it had been enchanted by an immortal, which made it extremely powerful. An ordinary great saint weapon wouldn't be able to contend against it. Honglong. The terrifying huge sword tore the entire battlefield into 2 halves, slashing at Jiangchen's head with rolling thunderbolts. This strike had exerted all of Desolate Changyun's combat strength to the extreme. The chi that was released was enough to deter anyone from 100 miles away from the battlefield. Whether it was the human race or the devil race, no one dared to get close to this terrifying battlefield. Of course, everyone was fighting their own battles. No one would enter the battlefield. Even the experts of the 6 major palaces would only observe the battlefield from the corner of their eyes. This strike is not bad, but it's far from enough to deal with me. I'm not going to let you go. Jiangchen's chi fluctuated crazily. A pair of flaming wings appeared on his back, intertwining with his dragon wings. With a gentle flap, Jiangchen vanished from where he stood. At this moment, over 80,000 dragon marks in his body were roaring. Inexhaustible energy was instilled into the Heavenly Saint Sword. At the same time, Jiangchen and the Heavenly Saint Sword merged into one. The Heavenly Saint Sword turned into a 300 meters blood dragon, while Jiangchen turned into a dragon tail, rippling waves like a heavenly river, rushing at Desolate Changyun's huge sword. Honglong. 2 earth-shattering huge swords collided with each other with the most powerful chi. This strike almost carried the most powerful strike of Jiangchen and Desolate Changyun. The power that was created was enough to be described as appalling. The battlefield within a radius of several hundred miles collapsed in an instant, turning into a chaotic zone. Thick smoke rolled and covered everything. Many people looked over, and their faces turned ugly when they felt the terrifying chi and waves on the battlefield. Desolate Wuling had been paying attention to the situation here. His face turned stiff when he saw the fight between Jiangchen and Desolate Changyun. With his eyesight, he could tell that even if he was brought into the battlefield, he would die without a doubt. In other words, if Jiangchen wanted to kill him outside the Great Lightning Tomb Temple, it would be a piece of cake. Jiangchen had become so powerful that Desolate Wuling felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He once had a chance to kill Jiangchen regardless of everything, but he missed it. Now it was impossible for him to kill Jiangchen again. This was truly a tragedy for him. This man is too big of a threat. Desolate Wuling couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't get rid of a freak like Xianxia as soon as possible, he would become a big threat sooner or later. One day the entire desolate palace would fall into the hands of this man. That was an unimaginable scene. Barf. In the middle of the chaotic battlefield, desolate Chongyun spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. The blue battle armor on his body was cracked. Blood kept flowing out from the wounds on his body. He looked incomparably miserable. Compared to the beginning, his condition was completely different. He had suffered a great shock from the collision just now. His injuries were extremely serious. Although he wasn't at the end of his tether, it was impossible for him to continue fighting against Jiang Chen. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Chongyun's body swayed and he chose to escape. Today's battle was the greatest humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. However, humiliation was better than losing his life. If he could temporarily keep his life, he could take revenge for today's humiliation in the future. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to escape, Jiang Chen would never give him the chance to do so. Up until now, none of the enemies who were severely injured by Jiang Chen had been able to escape from him. It's too late to run now. Jiang Chen's voice was transmitted to desolate Chongyun's ears like a ghost. His facial expression changed dramatically. He felt that the void around him had been completely confined. The battlefield had turned into a cage. He raised his head and saw Jiang Chen appearing in front of him. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast for him to react. The ice-cold longsword was right in between his eyebrows. Although the sword hadn't pierced through, desolate Chongyun could already feel the ice-cold killing intent from the longsword. It was the taste of death. Don't kill me. Chapter 10-11. Damn it. Desolate Wuling, who had been watching the battle from afar, almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time desolate Chongyun fought with Jiang Chen, so he didn't know much about Jiang Chen's character. However, he knew Jiang Chen too well. Jiang Chen was a cruel and merciless man who killed without blinking an eye. It was useless to beg for mercy in front of him. Desolate Chongyun's fate had basically been decided after falling into the hands of Jiang Chen. Death was the only thing that awaited him. Puqi, just as desolate Wuling had predicted, Jiang Chen's sword pierced through desolate Chongyun's head without any hesitation, killing him. Desolate Wuling was so angry that he wanted to jump up after witnessing the tragic death of desolate Chongyun in Jiang Chen's hands, but there was nothing he could do. When Jiang Chen killed desolate Chongyun, he was the first one to rush to the scene, ready to avenge Jiang Chen's death. But now he didn't even have the courage to do so, because he knew very well that if he rushed to the scene now, it would be no different from courting death. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. A lot of people saw how Jiang Chen killed desolate Chongyun. Even the higher-ups of the 6 major palaces couldn't help showing a trace of fear. They had never seen such a terrifying figure before. The hidden 7th-grade great saint genius of Desolate Palace has been killed by Jiang Chen just like that. This is the true #1 genius of the young generation. This Jiang Chen is too scary. A mere 5th-grade great saint could easily kill a 7th-grade great saint genius. That also means that an 8th-grade great saint would die without a doubt. Such combat strength is truly terrifying. He is almost invincible to anyone below the 9th-grade great saint. This man has truly grown. If we can't get rid of him as soon as possible, the 6 major palaces will never be able to avenge him. Don't worry. Given the foundation of the 6 major palaces, it won't be a problem to kill him. Although Jiang Chen is strong, a 9th-grade great saint can still kill him. Plus, there are some supreme experts hidden in the 6 major palaces who are half-step into the immortal realm. Jiang Chen is overestimating himself if he wants to fight the 6 major palaces alone. However, this man has grown too fast. We can't let him continue to grow. Putting aside the 5 major palaces, Desolate Palace alone will never let him go. No one wasn't shocked. The last time there was a devil incarnate in Saint Origin World was the greatest saint over 100 years ago. Today's Jiang Chen was obviously many times stronger than that greatest saint. His abnormal strength had gone far beyond people's understanding and imagination. Jiang Chen ignored those shocked gazes. Since his identity had been exposed, there was no need for him to hide anymore. He didn't even bother to retract his dragon form. He grabbed Desolate Changyun's corpse and threw it down from the sky. Then he took the long sword in his hand. This sword is engraved with immortal marks. I'm afraid that only Desolate Palace could have such a treasure. It's a rare treasure. I'll give it to Xiaoyu later. I'm sure it won't be bad. Jiang Chen kept the long sword slowly. He wouldn't let go of such a spoil of war. Swoosh. Then Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned to a spot in the void. A cold current overflowed from his body. Old dog, you have been watching for so long. Now it's your turn. The flaming wings on Jiang Chen's back flapped. He drifted along the edge of the spatial turbulence and appeared beside Desolate Wuling in the blink of an eye. Currently, Desolate Wuling was facing a powerful devil, an 8th-grade devil saint. Both of them were fighting fiercely, but the devil saint's facial expression changed when he saw an uninvited guest. Without saying a word, he turned and fled. Whether it was the human race or the devil race, Jiang Chen was a star of calamity. After witnessing the terror of Jiang Chen, the devil saint didn't dare to have any thoughts of fighting him. Seeing that the 8th-grade devil saint was fleeing, Jiang Chen struck out the True Dragon Palm. True Dragon Fire and True Thunder Fire rolled out from the giant dragon claw, enshrouding the 8th-grade devil saint in an instant. Arg! The 8th-grade devil saint let out a blood-curdling scream and was burned to ashes in an instant. Jiang Chen could easily kill an 8th-grade devil saint in his true form, let alone in his dragon form. Killing an 8th-grade devil saint was as easy as killing a chicken, as effortless as blowing off dust. After killing the 8th-grade devil saint, Jiang Chen turned to Desolate Wuling. Now that his identity had been exposed, there was no need for him to hide anymore. The first thing he wanted to do was to kill this old man. This man had been plotting against him all the time. Jiang Chen had long wanted to get rid of him. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Desolate Wuling's face turned pale. He could feel the cold killing intent overflowing from Jiang Chen's body. Fear rose in his heart. What am I doing? You are so smart. Can't you see it? Old man, you have always been going against me. You have tried your best to figure out my identity and put me to death. Now you know who I am. I am Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen is me. I will give you the chance to kill me now. Make your move first. Jiang Chen's blood-red eyes glinted with cold light. It was so cold that it didn't carry any emotion. Jiang Chen, we are now facing a formidable enemy. Instead of killing the devil, you came to kill me. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Saint Origin Palace? Desolate Wuling said. Bullshit, Saint Origin Palace. Let me tell you, I, Jiang Chen, only have myself in my eyes. Nothing can suppress me. The devil race is my enemy and so is your Desolate Palace. You, Desolate Wuling, are the first one I want to kill. Since you aren't going to make your move, I will. Jiang Chen's heroic spirit soared up to the sky. He was extremely domineering. The terrifying True Dragon Palm was unleashed once again. It turned into a cage as big as a mountain and fell down from the sky, completely trapping Desolate Wuling within it. Desolate Wuling's expression became extremely ugly. He immediately unleashed all his skills, unleashing all the energy in his body in an attempt to break Jiang Chen's cage. However, he found out that the dragon claw was indestructible and he couldn't break it at all. Jiang Chen, you are a heartless beast. Desolate Palace will never let you go if you kill me. You will suffer so much pain that you will wish you were dead. You will die miserably. Desolate Wuling roared crazily. He knew that he was going to die today. There was no chance for him to survive. Desolate Palace is nothing. Sooner or later I will annihilate every single one of you. I might as well tell you that I already know all the secrets of Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor is going to die. Those monstrous geniuses that you have been hiding will also be killed by me. Those immortals that didn't ascend will eventually become ghosts in my hands. Unfortunately, you won't be able to witness such a scene. Jiang Chen's dragon aura was vast and mighty like a peerless devil god. Every word he said was like a sharp knife stabbing into Desolate Wuling's body. How did you know all these? Desolate Wuling widened his eyes. This time he was truly terrified. It was impossible for outsiders to know the secrets of Desolate Palace, but Jiang Chen knew all of them. How could he not be shocked? Go to hell. Chapter 10-12. After killing Desolate Wuling, Xianxia returned to his human form and vanished without leaving a trace. He rushed into the battlefield again. His identity had been completely exposed and there was no need for him to hide anymore. In this vast battlefield of Western Domain, apart from the ancient people and the demon race, everyone else was his enemy. He would still try his best to kill the devils, but if any of the experts from the 6 major palaces dared to find trouble with him, they would end up like Desolate Wuling and Desolate Chongyun. Xianxia wouldn't show any mercy to them. Furthermore, Xianxia knew very well that the monstrous geniuses of Desolate Palace weren't just Desolate Chongyun. He was afraid that Desolate Chongyun was the weakest among them. The true monstrous geniuses hadn't appeared yet. However, Xianxia wasn't afraid of them. He was looking forward to meeting the monstrous geniuses of Desolate Palace. Clashing with such geniuses would only make his blood boil and make him feel more interested. The news that Guqin was Xianxia spread like a storm. The news of the death of Desolate Wuling and Desolate Chongyun spread like wildfire. At this speed, it wouldn't take long for the news to spread across the entire battlefield of Western Domain, and all the experts of the 8 major palaces would know about it. However, it was useless even if they knew about it. Desolate Wuling was already dead. Who among the 6 major palaces would dare to deal with Xianxia, unless a 9th grade great saint took action personally? However, all the 9th grade great saints that came from Saint Origin Palace were fighting against the super devil saints of the devil race. They had opened up the extraterritorial battlefield and couldn't pay attention to what was happening here. In other words, in this vast battlefield where there were no 9th grade great saints, Xianxia was the absolute king, the strongest existence. No one from the devil race or the human race was a match for him. Anyone who wanted to kill him would only end up with one ending: death. Damn, he's too ruthless. Desolate Wuling has been killed by him. This Xianxia has completely grown up. Only a 9th grade great saint can kill him. We shouldn't defend him now. Otherwise this man will be ruthless. He won't care about the war with the devil race. He will still kill us. Everyone in Dan Palace, listen up. Stay away from that crazy devil Xianxia. He is 100 times more dangerous than the devils of the devil race. We have missed the best time for revenge. After the war with the devil race is over, the first thing we have to do is to kill this man. We can't let him grow any further. It's just too scary. He can easily kill an 8th grade great saint while he's only a 5th grade great saint. If he reaches the 6th grade great saint, won't he be able to fight a 9th grade great saint? If he continues to grow, I'm afraid that Sure Palace will fall in his hands. Kill. We must kill this man. After this battle is over, we must gather all the 9th grade great saints to eliminate this little monstrous genius. The higher-ups of the 6 major palaces felt a trace of fear. The existence of Xianxia was just too scary. He was a serious threat to the 6 major palaces. In this battlefield there was no one who could fight against Xianxia. The scariness of Xianxia wasn't only because of his heaven-defying combat strength, but also his heaven-defying speed of growth. It was so fast that they couldn't react to it. The higher-ups of the 6 major palaces weren't fools. They knew very well that if such a monstrous genius was allowed to grow any further, it would only be a matter of time before the end of the 6 major palaces would come. The flames of war spread across the prairie. The entire void of the Western Domain had been covered by destructive energy. Layers of void battlefields were formed. The spatial zone was broken layer by layer, touching the world barrier of Saint Origin World. Such a fierce battle wouldn't happen even once in 1,000 years. Such a battle was extremely tragic. People were dying all the time. However, such a battle was a rare life and death experience for both the human race and the devil race. Everything in the world, whether it was the human race, the demon race, the monster race, or any other species, had the same characteristic that was, if a race really wanted to be strong and grow, it had to experience the battlefield of life and death. Only by experiencing the baptism of blood could a powerful race be created. After a day and a night in the violent battlefield, Xianxia's cultivation had advanced to the peak of 5th grade great saint. He was only a step away from the 6th grade great saint. In such a battle he could reap great benefits at all times. More than half of the 7th floor of the Zulong Tower had been condensed. It seemed that the 7th floor would be completely condensed in another half a day. Corpses and bones were piled up. Every battlefield was filled with a strong smell of blood. In the extraterritorial battlefield, 9th grade Great Saint of the Devil race had fallen. Of course, the human race had also suffered some losses. There were also 9th grade Great Saints who were almost killed. The 8 major palaces of Saint Origin Palace had suffered a great loss, but there were also a lot of benefits in this war. Tyrant and Han Yan were undoubtedly the ones who had benefited the most in this war besides Jiang Chen. Tyrant had edified 3 8th grade Great Saints, basically sweeping the battlefield. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th grade Great Saint, only a step away from the 7th grade Great Saint. Han Yan, on the other hand, was truly terrifying. After acquiring the Great Devil Curse and adding the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he had become the real nemesis of the Devil race. After absorbing countless devil souls, his cultivation had advanced to the peak of the 6th grade Great Saint. Just like Tyrant, he was only a step away from the 7th grade Great Saint. De Huang Dog was slightly inferior to Han Yan, but he was still incomparably terrifying. As he wandered around different battlefields, the devil souls had become his biggest supplement. He could digest anything and everything. No one knew how many powerful devil souls he had consumed, pushing his cultivation to the peak of the 5th grade Great Saint. It seemed that even if he didn't consume any more devil souls, he would only need to digest the energy in his body to advance to the 6th grade Great Saint in a day. The existence of Jiang Qin, Tyrant and Han Yan had killed a large number of experts of the devil race, causing the devil race to show signs of collapse. The battlefield was constantly moving towards the devil world. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the devil race to retreat. And right at this time, a devilish roar suddenly came from the direction of the devil realm. This voice was ancient and gloomy, making people feel incomparably uncomfortable. This voice seemed to be some kind of summon, an order issued by the highest echelon of the devil realm. The instant this voice rang out, the devil race army that had been fighting desperately actually retreated like a receding tide. Their speed was extremely fast, and in just 10 minutes they had all retreated into the devil realm. Not only the devils below but also the 9th grade devil saints in the extraterritorial battlefield. Their faces were filled with shock and some excitement. Immediately they left the experts of Saint Origin Palace behind and entered the devil world in the blink of an eye, completely closing the gate of the devil world. Chapter 10-13. What's going on? Why did the devil race suddenly retreat? Narang Yunho was puzzled. Something might have happened inside the devil realm. I sensed some unusual movements inside the devil realm just now. However, these movements were concealed by some experts. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why the devil race retreated so quickly should be related to these movements. Otherwise, with the devil race's ferocious nature, they wouldn't have retreated so quickly. One must know that although the devil race was at a disadvantage in the previous battles, they were still far from being completely defeated. Gu Firmament said. His eyes were looking at the direction of the devil world, trying to guess what had happened inside. In my opinion, we should invade the devil world directly. Sure. Palace Master's chi shook the sky. As soon as his voice faded, he had already flown to the entrance of the devil world and was about to tear it apart with his bare hands. Hong Long. The void of the devil world was smashed in an instant, but the entrance wasn't completely opened. Inside the devil world, a dozen super devil saints had jointly laid out a seal. The devil race had actually sealed all of them inside the devil world in a very short period of time. It seemed like they were going to end the war once and for all. Something must have happened inside the devil world. Brother Gu, what should we do now? Should we join hands to break the seal? The palace master of Dan Palace looked at Gu Firmament. The eyes of the others also fell upon Gu Firmament. Now that Gu Firmament was the palace master of Law Enforcement Palace, he was the leader of Saint Origin Palace. Only he could make the decision on such a big matter. No, the devil world is different from the Western domain. It's the hinterland of the devil race. Due to the influence of the environment, our combat strength will be suppressed when we enter the devil world. Moreover, we don't know what has happened inside the devil race. If we force our way into the devil world, we will definitely suffer a crazy counterattack from the devil race which won't do us any good. Gu Firmament shook his head and said. After recuperating for so long, the devil race's foundation was already very strong. The western region was the hinterland of Buddhism, but it was already so difficult for them to fight a war here. If they entered the devil realm, they would be affected by the environment and the human race would not be able to gain any advantage. Brother Gu is right. We won't be able to gain any advantage even if we attack the devil world. Since the devil race has retreated, I think they won't come out in a short period of time. In my opinion, we should return to St. Origin Palace for the time being. This time the preparation for this trip was done in a hurry. We can go back and make more preparations. We can mobilize the higher-ups of the devil race to be ready for war. As long as the devil race dares to appear again, we will give them a heavy blow. Desolate Emperor suggested. Looks like that's the only way. Nalen Yunhe nodded in agreement with Desolate Emperor's words. All right. Go and inform your people. Tell St. Origin Palace to withdraw temporarily and prepare for the battle. Gu Firmament nodded. Thick smoke billowed across the battlefield. The 8 palace lords issued the order to retreat to their respective clans. The experts of the various clans gathered in their own camps. At this time Jiang Qin and Han Yan gathered together. Little Qinzi, what should we do now? Your identity has been exposed. I'm afraid that the 6 major palaces won't let you go. Han Yan said. Damn it. I have no idea what happened to the devil race that made them retreat in advance. This has completely disrupted my plan. Jiang Qin couldn't help but curse. His original plan was to continue this war until the end. In that case he would be able to improve his cultivation grade in this war. As long as he advanced to the 6th grade Great Saint, he would be able to deal with a 9th grade Great Saint. At that time he wouldn't need to be afraid of the 5 major palaces and would only need to focus on dealing with Desolate Palace. He didn't expect that the devil race would retreat all of a sudden, disrupting all his plans. Now that his identity had been exposed, those 9th grade Great Saints in the extraterritorial battlefield still didn't know his identity. Once they knew, they would definitely unite to kill him. Given the deep hatred between them, not even the alliance of Gu Palace and Demon Palace could protect him. This wasn't the situation he wanted to see. It wouldn't do Jiang Qin any good to fall out with them now. Instead it would bring a threat to Gu Palace and Demon Palace. In my opinion, we should enter the devil world directly. Firstly, we can temporarily avoid the revenge of the 6 major palaces. Secondly, we can also find out what happened in the devil world. Perhaps we might even get some benefits. Don't forget that Yan has the bloodline of Gu Tianma. Now that he has obtained the Great Devil Curse, he is the true orthodox descendant of the devil race. He will be like a fish in water when he enters the devil world. Both of Big Yellow's eyes were glowing. He was looking forward to entering the devil realm, a dangerous place like this. But the gateway of the devil world has been sealed by the Super Devil Saint. How are we going to get in? Yan Qinyu asked doubtfully. Jejia. Xiaoyu, this isn't Master Dog's strong point. With the few of us working together with Yan's Gu Tianma bloodline, it will be a piece of cake for us to pass through the seal. Even the Super Devil Saint won't be able to find us. De Huang Dog revealed a complacent smile. As someone who was proficient in the heavenly book of source formations, there was no seal in this heaven and earth that couldn't be broken. All right, let's go to the devil world. Jiang Qin said. He was never one to drag his feet. Given the current situation, entering the devil world was the best choice. Otherwise, there would be no place for him in the entire Saint Origin world. Once he came out of the devil world, it would be difficult for the 6 major palaces to deal with him. Haha, it must be quite dangerous for us to enter the demon realm at this time. Something big must have happened in the demon realm. Right now everyone is on full alert. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Grandpa Monk, count me in. Tyrant burst into laughter. How could he miss out on such an exciting event? It had been a long time since he and his brothers fought side by side. Just like what Tyrant said, entering the devil world at this time was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. But as the saying goes, those who are skilled are bold. With the current cultivation base of Jiang Qin and his brothers, any one of them would be able to take charge. Plus, they had the means to restrain the devil race. Therefore, they wouldn't be afraid even if they encountered any danger. In this heaven and earth, they were probably the only ones who dared to enter the devil world at this time. Qin, I won't be going. I will meet up with the ancient people later. You guys have to be careful in the devil world. Qin Yu looked at Zhang Chen. Her eyes were filled with concern and love. Little you have to take care of yourself. Also, you have to protect the people of the Martial Saint dynasty. Zhang Chen placed his hand on Qin Yu's cheek. A rare trace of gentleness appeared on his face. Qin Yu's thoughtfulness made his heart ache. Qin Yu knew very well that the fewer people in the devil world at this time, the better. Although her cultivation base wasn't weak among them, only her 9-yin physique couldn't truly restrain the devil race. Therefore Qin Yu was considerate enough to not follow them. She was afraid that Zhang Chen and the others would be distracted because of her. Don't worry, Qin. I won't let any harm come to my family. Qin Yu nodded her head vigorously. After that she turned around and disappeared, heading toward the ancient people's camp. Let's go now before the experts of the 6 palaces react. Otherwise we won't be able to leave even if we want to. De Huang Dog urged. Without wasting any time, the 3 men and the dog turned into 4 blurs and disappeared in the blink of an eye. With their speed, when they reappeared, they were already in front of the gate of the devil world. Buzz. Even though they were still far away from the gate, they could clearly feel the trembling sound of the seal coming from behind the gate. The sound carried a trace of eerie feeling, causing one's soul to tremble. This seal is very simple. It can stop any living beings apart from the devil race, but it won't stop the devil race. Therefore we don't have to waste any effort. Use your Gu Tianma bloodline to envelop the 3 of us. It's best if you put us inside your domain. De Huang Tyrant, the 3 of us will conceal our auras. Zhang Chen was able to see through this seal at first glance. It was a seal that was specially set up to stop humans from entering, but it had no effect on the devils of the devil race. It was impossible for ordinary people to pass through this seal, as they would definitely suffer the backlash of the seal. However, this powerful seal had no effect on Zhang Chen and the others. With Han Yan's bloodline, he could easily pass through this seal. All right. Han Yan nodded his head, then enveloped Zhang Chen and the other 2 with his domain. The 3 of them concealed all their qi and even held their breaths, not letting any of it leak out. Han Yan strode forward and entered the gate of the devil world. Just as Zhang Chen had expected, such a seal had no effect on him. On the other side, the experts of the 8 major palaces had gathered together. The identity of Zhang Chen had also been spread to the 9th grade great saints of the 8 major palaces. Not good. How could this brat be so careless? He has exposed his identity so quickly. Gu Firmament frowned. He could guess the reaction of the 6 major palaces almost without thinking. Zhang Chen had killed all the patriarchs of their pure land and a large number of elders and geniuses. This was an irreconcilable enmity. Now that his identity had been exposed, even if the Gu Palace and Demon Palace joined forces, they wouldn't be able to protect Zhang Chen. What? That Gu Chen is Zhang Chen. Damn it. Where is this little bastard? I must kill him. Zhang Chen was furious. Damn it. I should have thought of this earlier. How could there be 2 heaven-defying geniuses in this world? Moreover, both of them are related to the ancient people. Turns out that they are the same person. Where's he? We must kill him now. We can't let him grow any further. This man is too big of a threat. Find him, help me find him. Find Zhang Chen immediately. There's no place for him in the entire Saint Origin realm. He must be killed by 1,000 cuts. Chapter 10:14. The people of the 6 major palaces were infuriated. For a long time their biggest enemy, the enemy that they wanted to get rid of, was right under their noses. However, they had lost the opportunity to kill Zhang Chen again and again, giving Zhang Chen unlimited space to grow. This was an incomparably detestable thing. Desolate Emperor was the angriest one. Ever since Zhang Chen transformed into Gu Chen, Desolate Palace had suffered the most serious loss compared to the other 5 major palaces. Not to mention the fact that a few of their geniuses had been killed. Even their great elder Desolate Wuling was killed by Zhang Chen. If this wasn't enough to infuriate them, then the tragic death of Desolate Chongyun was enough to make Desolate Emperor cough out blood. These were the supreme geniuses that they had secretly cultivated. Each of them had spent a lot of energy, time and resources on them. Now they were all killed by Jiang Qin. How could he not feel sad? More importantly, the fact that there were hidden geniuses in Desolate Palace had been exposed. Fortunately, Desolate Chongyun was just a 7th grade great saint, which could be explained as a genius of Desolate Palace who had just advanced. Even so, the appearance of Desolate Chongyun had aroused the dissatisfaction and suspicion of the other major palaces. This made Desolate Emperor secretly make a decision. It seemed like the plan of Desolate Palace could be carried out in advance. Their anger soared to the sky. The 9th grade great saints of the 6 major palaces began to release their terrifying divine sense, scanning everywhere, not only the Western domain but also the entire divine continent. Unfortunately, they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Qin, not even a trace of his qi. Damn it. This bastard must have escaped. I have no idea where this little bastard has gone to. We can't even find a trace of him. It's as if he has completely vanished from the heavens and earth. This man is too dangerous and his way of doing things is too cunning and vicious. It's only a matter of time before he becomes a big problem. This man is only a 5th grade great saint, but he has been able to escape from the joint search of so many experts. This is unbelievable. The experts of the 6 major palaces deeply felt the huge potential threat of Jiang Qin. As powerful 9th grade great saints, they hadn't felt threatened for a long time. They were the existences at the top of the pyramid of the heavens and earth. As a matter of fact, although Jiang Qin's means were brilliant, it hadn't reached the level that they had imagined. However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they wouldn't have thought that Jiang Qin had already entered the devil world. One should know that the master of Shur Palace had personally attacked the gateway of the devil world, which proved that the gateway of the devil world had been completely sealed by the devil experts. Even a 9th grade great saint wouldn't be able to enter the devil world without a trace, let alone Jiang Qin. The sudden disappearance of Jiang Qin made the people of Gu Palace heave a sigh of relief. No matter how much the 6 major palaces wanted to kill Jiang Qin, they couldn't do anything now that Jiang Qin wasn't here. Given the current situation, even if Jiang Qin was here, the alliance of Gu Palace and Demon Palace wouldn't be able to protect him. The 6 major palaces certainly wouldn't compromise, but since Jiang Qin wasn't here, there was no need for Gu Palace and Demon Palace to protect him. Even if the 6 major palaces had the strength, they wouldn't be able to do so. Good boy, you are very shrewd. Gu Firmament revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He admired Jiang Qin even more. He had long known about Jiang Qin's identity, but he didn't expect that it would be exposed so soon. Now, it seemed that Jiang Qin had already anticipated this situation, which was why he had escaped in advance. What shocked Gu Firmament was the same as the experts of the 6 major palaces. He was shocked by the means of Jiang Qin's escape. A 5th grade great saint was able to escape from so many 9th grade great saints. After all, it had only been a short time since Jiang Qin's identity was exposed. It was impossible for Jiang Qin to escape under the eyes of so many 9th grade great saints. However, the reality was that Jiang Qin had completely disappeared without a trace. Gu Firmament, it must be you who hid Jiang Qin. Otherwise, how could a puny 5th grade great saint escape so fast? Desolate Emperor turned his spear and pointed it at Gu Firmament. That's right, Gu Firmament. Don't tell me that you don't know Jiang Qin's identity. Gu Palace is going against the 6 major palaces by shielding him. I advise you to hand over Jiang Qin immediately. This man has killed so many of our people. He must be punished. Narang Yunhe spoke aloud. The 6 major palaces had the same stance on the issue of Jiang Qin. The other 4 palace masters also stepped forward, pressuring Gu Firmament. As a matter of fact, they knew very well that Gu Firmament had been with them all this time. There was no chance for him to hide Jiang Qin from them, but they couldn't swallow their frustration. It's really funny. All of you are the masters of a palace. Why are your words so childish? We have been fighting against the super devil saint of the devil race. What ability do I, Gu Firmament, have to hide a living man in front of all of you? Besides, I have just learned about Jiang Qin's identity just like all of you. It's up to you to believe it or not. Gu Firmament flicked his sleeve. Now that the position of the Palace Master of Law Enforcement Palace was no longer useful, he might as well act shamelessly. Anyway, Xianxia wasn't here. All of you want to kill Xianxia, but you have to pay attention to your own identity and status. Brother Gu has been with us all this time. Given your ability, if Brother Gu wants to hide Xianxia, it's impossible that none of you will notice it. Heavenly Peng King said loudly. At this moment he was absolutely on Gu Firmament's side unconditionally. Heavenly Peng King also valued Xianxia's potential, plus the relationship between De Huang Dog and Xianxia. It was destined that Demon Palace and Gu Palace would be bound together. For a moment, Desolate Emperor and the others were speechless. Although they knew very well that Gu Firmament, as the Palace Master of Gu Palace, must know the identity of Xianxia, but now that Xianxia wasn't here, there was no point in continuing to pester him. Furthermore, Heavenly Peng King was right. Everyone present was a top-notch expert in Saint Origin world. Any one of them was no weaker than Gu Firmament. It was absolutely impossible for Gu Firmament to hide Xianxia in front of them. Gu Firmament, since you said that you didn't know the identity of Xianxia, fine. From now on, the 6 palaces will send supreme experts to search for Xianxia and kill him. Gu Palace is not allowed to help us. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the wrath of the 6 palaces isn't something that Gu Palace and Demon Palace can bear. Desolate Emperor said sternly. Not getting rid of Xianxia earlier had caused Desolate Palace to suffer such a heavy loss. This made him extremely angry and depressed. If he had killed Xianxia earlier, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Let's talk about it after you find him. Gu Firmament shrugged, showing an indifferent face. He was now very confident in Xianxia. Firstly, Xianxia's cultivation base was very strong. Secondly, Xianxia was brave and resourceful. He had predicted the current situation in advance and made a plan to deal with it. This showed that if Xianxia wanted to hide, not even the 9th grade great saints of the 6 palaces would be able to find him. Let's go. Desolate Emperor didn't want to waste any more time. He turned and led the people of Desolate Palace towards the Desolate family of Pure Land. If they wanted to return to Saint Origin Palace, they had to pass through the spatial passageway of the Desolate family. Desolate Emperor's face looked gloomy. After returning to Saint Origin Palace, Desolate Palace would have to carry out their grand plan that they had been hiding for 100 years. Devil World. Rolling devil waves were rolling everywhere. The entire Devil World seemed to have fallen into another kind of chaos. After Xianxia and the others came in, they still didn't dare to release their qi. The whole Devil World was filled with devils. The security was extremely tight. Plus, each of the devils had a special signaling talisman in their hands. If there was any accident, they would be able to spread the news at the first instance. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? I feel like I can't even move an inch. Asked Han Yen. Get close to a devil saint that has a similar cultivation base. I will edify him with the edifying light and ask him about what happened in the Devil World. Xianxia said in Han Yan's domain. All right. Han Yan scanned with his divine sense and locked onto a 2nd grade devil saint not far away. There was no one around this 2nd grade devil saint. He was the target. Since he wanted to ask about the situation, he had to find a devil with a certain status. A powerful devil saint was the one with the highest status. If it was an ordinary devil, he was afraid that he wouldn't be qualified to know what happened. Han Yan's entire body was shrouded in devil qi, completely fusing with the aura of the devil realm. Therefore, no one would suspect that he was actually a human when he walked in the devil realm. When the 2nd grade devil saint saw Han Yan walking towards him, he couldn't help but frown. This young man in front of him was very unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. The devil race was too big. It was normal for there to be a devil saint that he had never seen before. However, if it was a young 6th grade devil saint, he must have seen him before or at least heard of him. Such a genius had reached the 6th grade devil saint at such a young age. Even if he couldn't be compared to Sang Ba, who died a tragic death, his name would definitely spread across the devil race. It was a little strange that he, a powerful 2nd grade devil saint, had never seen him before. Who are you? The 2nd grade devil saint asked. Han Yan didn't say anything. He just grinned. Instantly, the 2nd grade devil saint had a bad premonition. However, before he could react, a ray of light that represented light appeared in front of his face like lightning and entered his mind. The second-grade Devil Saint's body shook. He hastily bowed respectfully towards Han Yan's domain. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, edifying a second-grade Devil Saint with the edifying light was an incomparably easy task. He could make the opponent unable to resist at all. "Let me ask you what happened in the Devil World?" Jiang Chen asked. "Master, there is a commotion in the Devil Mountain. It seems that a supreme treasure of the Devil race that had disappeared for a long time is about to appear." Chapter 10:15. Upon hearing the words supreme treasure, the eyes of Jiang Chen and the others lit up. They didn't know what kind of place the Devil Mountain was, but they were sure that it was an important place of the Devil race. A supreme treasure that could attract the attention of all the higher-ups of the Devil race and make them give up on attacking the Western domain must be extraordinary. "Where is the Devil Mountain?" asked Jiang Chen. "It's at the center of the Devil world. Most of the higher-ups of the Devil race have gathered at the Devil Mountain, waiting for the birth of the supreme treasure. The security is very tight," said the second-grade Devil Saint truthfully. The second-grade Devil Saint spoke truthfully. After being edified, he only recognized Jiang Chen as his master. He wouldn't dare to disobey Jiang Chen's orders and questions. In fact, to the people of the Devil race, being edified by Jiang Chen was actually a good thing. At least up until now, those who were edified by Jiang Chen were still alive and well. None of them died. Those who weren't edified were basically killed when they met Jiang Chen. "All right, there's nothing else for you to do. Don't tell anyone about how we came here or else I'll kill you instantly," Jiang Chen said in a dignified tone. "I dare not. Master, please be careful." The second-grade Devil Saint was instantly filled with fear and trepidation. Then, following the guidance of the second-grade Devil Saint, Han Yan quickly headed towards the Devil Mountain. With the protection of Gu Tianma, they were like fish in water when they entered the heavily guarded Devil world. Basically, they wouldn't encounter any danger. "Little Chen, this move of yours is just too amazing. It's simply the nemesis of the Devil race. You can make the unruly Devil Saint listen to you in an instant, not daring to disobey you. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death." Although it was not the first time he had seen Jiang Chen perform the edifying light, he was still shocked. For those who did not understand the essence of the edifying light, it was indeed unbelievable and incomprehensible. The edifying light is the essence of Buddhism. It is said to be the most important part of the Great Compassion Mantra. It is the nemesis of the demon clan. However, the power of the edifying light depends on the user's strength. If it is used on someone who is much stronger than the user will be harmed. It is a pity that I can't obtain the complete Great Compassion Mantra. I wonder how powerful this secret scripture of Buddhism will be. Tyrant explained. When he thought of the Great Compassion Mantra of the Buddhist path, he was filled with yearning. As a member of the Buddhist path, there was no one who did not yearn for the Great Compassion Mantra. Let's not talk about this first. A supreme treasure of the Devil race is about to appear. This is a big event. A supreme treasure that can make the upper echelons of the Devil race give up on the war must be extraordinary. I'm afraid such a grand event of the Devil race only appears once in thousands of years. This time we've made it. Jiang Chen said. That's right. Yan, I'm afraid this is also a rare opportunity for you in thousands of years. De Huang Dog looked at Han Yan. What does it have to do with me? Han Yan was stunned. How could it not matter? It matters a lot. I'm afraid your bloodline is the noblest in the Devil race. Moreover, you're also proficient in the Great Devil Curse. The supreme treasures of the Devil race are generally spiritual. If you can obtain it, the benefits will be boundless. Jiang Chen smiled. It depends on my luck. Han Yan shrugged. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were right. For him, this was indeed a rare opportunity. However, we can't be impatient. The Demon Mountain is the most dangerous place right now. We must maintain a basic level of calmness. No matter what we do, we must not expose ourselves. Once we are exposed, we will be doomed eternally. At that time, even the gods will not be able to save us. Jiang Chen's tone became solemn. Han Yen and Tyrant nodded. They were not fools. They knew very well that Jiang Chen's words were not just to scare them. They had trespassed into the hinterland of the devil race. Once their identities were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Nether Devil Mountain was located at the center of the eerie devil world. It was not a mountain range but a solitary mountain peak. It was a black mountain that was more than 1,000 zhang tall. Thick smoke billowed on its surface and dense devil qi filled the air. At this moment, with the Devil Mountain as the center, the area within a radius of several hundred miles was filled with devils. They were divided according to their ranks and cultivation base. All the devils were looking at the peak of the devil world with a solemn expression. The scene was too quiet, so quiet that it was hard to breathe. At the place closest to the devil world, a dozen super devil saints stood solemnly. Even with their high status, they still showed respect when facing the towering Devil Mountain. Jiang Qin and the others might not know that the Devil Mountain had the same position in the hearts of the devil race as the suspended tower was in the hearts of the devil race. It was a mountain that had existed for a long time and was a symbol of the devil race. The inside of the Devil Mountain was a self-proclaimed space. Over the years, many inheritances had appeared in it, which had cultivated many experts and geniuses for the devil race. The number one genius of the devil race, Sangba, was one of them. Sangba had obtained the great devil curse in the devil race. Today there was an unusual movement in the Devil Mountain. A supreme treasure was about to be born. This was a major event for the entire devil race. It was similar to the time when the 9th level of the suspended tower lit up in the demon race. All of them were looking forward to the birth of a supreme treasure. This treasure might be the biggest bargaining chip to change the fate of the devil race. It might be a great opportunity to revitalize the devil race. It might be the greatest reliance for the devil race to break out of the devil world and dominate the entire Saint Origin world. Therefore, everyone in the devil race was incomparably excited. They were all looking forward to the birth of the supreme treasure. Han Yen silently came to the periphery of the Devil Mountain without arousing the slightest suspicion of the devil race. This was very normal. After all, Han Yan's body was emitting the qi of the devil race. Moreover, all of the devil race's attention was focused on the Devil Mountain. There were thousands of devils gathered here. Who would pay attention to a single one of them? Honglong. The peak of the Demon Mountain shook once again, causing the entire mountain to shake. Seeing this, countless people from the Demon clan became excited once again. This was the 5th time that the Demon Mountain had shaken, and the frequency of each tremble was getting faster and faster. In other words, the time for the supreme treasure to be born wasn't far away. Jiang Qin and the others saw traces of black light at the peak of the lofty Devil Mountain. Even though it was shrouded by layers of black devil qi, it still couldn't stop the flickering of the light, allowing them to see it clearly. My God, this scene is too spectacular. So many devils have gathered together. Han Yen couldn't help but sigh. Little Qinzi, when do you think the supreme treasure will be born? Asked Tyrant. It's hard to say. The movement of the Devil Mountain isn't that big. I'm afraid it will take some time, maybe even a few days. Jiang Qin looked at the Devil Mountain and said faintly. A few days? So long? Master Dog can't wait any longer. De Huang Dog's face was gloomy. Damn dog, you have to wait even if you can't wait. Let's wait and see. Jiang Qin glared at De Huang Dog. This dog was the most impatient one. At this critical moment he couldn't afford to cause any trouble. Saint Origin Palace. After the experts of the 6 major palaces returned, they immediately prepared to deal with Jiang Qin. Each major palace sent out a 9th grade great saint to search for Jiang Qin's whereabouts. At this time they couldn't care less about their reputation because no one in the younger generation was a match for Jiang Qin. Attacking him would only be courting death. Desolate Wuling was already dead. An 8th grade great saint would be courting death if they fought Jiang Qin. Only the powerful 9th grade great saints would be able to deal with Jiang Qin personally. Narang Palace. In the depths of a spatial zone, a few powerful 9th grade great saints gathered together. Each of them was exuding a noble qi. Among them there were 3 elders who were the strongest. There were traces of immortal qi floating around their bodies. Their cultivation had exceeded the 9th grade great saint and had reached the half-step human immortal realm. The human immortal realm was the first realm after advancing from the saint realm to the immortal realm. However, a half-step human immortal wasn't a true human immortal after all. Fundamentally speaking, they hadn't truly broken away from the mortal realm. They were the three mighty supreme elders of Narang Palace, supreme experts of half-step human immortal realm. Even the palace master Narang Yunha had to be respectful when he saw these three powerful old ancestors. These three people wouldn't show up normally. Given their cultivation base, they wouldn't care about anything. They would only show up when Narang Palace was in a life-and-death situation. Their only wish was to break through to the human immortal realm and ascend to the legendary immortal world. I already know about that brat Xianxia you were talking about. He's just a 5th-grade great saint. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he still needs a certain amount of time to grow. He won't cause any harm to our family. Besides, the 6 major palaces have sent their experts to hunt him down. I think he won't be able to live for long. Narang Yunha, you are getting worse and worse as a palace master. An elder who was sitting in the middle glanced at Narang Yunha. He was the first ancestor of the 3 Narang ancestors. He was the most powerful and had the highest status in Narang Palace. The ones sitting beside him were the 2nd ancestor and 3rd ancestor. Narang Yunha's facial expression changed. Immediately he bowed, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Old ancestor, if it's just Xianxia, I won't bother the 3 of you, but I have another matter to report. Narang Yunha said. What is it? First ancestor asked. It's about Desolate Palace. During the war with the devil race, the strongest among the young generation of the 8 major palaces was only a peak 6th-grade great saint. However, when we were dealing with Xianxia, a 7th-grade great saint genius appeared in Desolate Palace. It's impossible for us not to know about such a genius. This shows that this genius is a hidden genius of Desolate Palace. Chapter 10:16. The fact that Narang Yunha was able to rule Narang Palace showed how shrewd he was. The appearance of Desolate Chongyun was like a thorn that pierced his heart, making him feel incomparably uncomfortable. Oh. The 3 ancestors knitted their brows at the same time. 3 ancestors, think about it. Desolate Palace has been developing rapidly all these years and has become the #1 palace among the 8 major palaces. They must be plotting something. This can be seen from their hidden geniuses. I can conclude that Desolate Chongyun has never appeared before. It's impossible for him to be a genius who has recently advanced to the 7th-grade great saint. Even if he is, it's impossible for him to advance to the peak of 7th-grade great saint. Plus, Desolate Emperor didn't release him when they were dealing with Sangba of the devil race. This shows that Desolate Emperor has realized the threat of Xianxia, which is why he sent his hidden genius out. Unfortunately, he was killed by Xianxia in the end. Narang Yunha paused for a moment and continued. So, I have reason to guess that Desolate Chongyun isn't the only hidden genius of Desolate Palace. Perhaps there are even more powerful geniuses. Desolate Palace is ambitious and has a big plan. No one knows how much strength they have hidden in the dark. So, I'm telling this to the 3 ancestors to see if we should make some preparations in advance. All of a sudden, the 3 ancestors fell into contemplation. Those who could cultivate to their level were no ordinary people. They understood Narang Yunha's words very well. They also knew the situation of Saint Origin Palace very well. The 6 major palaces were on the same side when it came to dealing with Xianxia. After all, they were still competing with each other. If there was a chance, Desolate Palace would never miss the opportunity to annex the other major palaces. Putting aside Desolate Palace, even Narang Palace wouldn't let go of the opportunity to become the overlord of Saint Origin Palace. First ancestor Yunha's words aren't unreasonable. Desolate Palace might have more hidden geniuses. All these years, Desolate Palace has been growing rapidly. They have been in charge of the law enforcement palace and have won a lot of cultivation resources for Desolate Palace. It's impossible to say that Desolate Palace doesn't have any ambition. Their surface strength has already overwhelmed the other 7 major palaces. Now that they have revealed their hidden strength, we have to make preparations as soon as possible. Second ancestor said. You are right. Regardless of whether Desolate Palace is ambitious or not, We have to make some preparations. First ancestor nodded. No matter what, there was nothing wrong with making some preparations in advance. The same scene was happening in Gu Palace, Demon Palace, Stone Palace, Dan Palace, Bin Palace and Hua Palace. The higher-ups of the 8 major palaces weren't fools. The appearance of desolate Chongyun had raised their vigilance against Desolate Palace. No matter what, they had to be prepared in advance. If Desolate Palace were to launch a sudden attack, they wouldn't be flustered. Desolate Palace. It was the same deep space, but this space was much more powerful than the one in Narang Palace. The void was filled with immortal qi. Standing here, just breathing could make people grow. This was an excellent place for cultivation. In front of the space, there was a golden throne with an old man in his 50s sitting on it. The old man was a bit thin with a beard on his chin. He seemed to be in high spirits, but he gave off an illusory feeling. If one were to use their divine sense to scan him, they would find that there was nothing there at all. There were a dozen powerful experts kneeling in front of the elder. Each of them was a powerful 9th grade great saint. Among them there were 4 half-step human immortals. Desolate Emperor was one of them. However, even though he was a half-step human immortal, he still had to prostrate himself on the ground in front of the elder. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly because it would be disrespectful to the elder. The reason for that was because this old man was no longer an ordinary human. He had completely surpassed the realm of mortals. He was a bona fide human immortal, an exalted existence that mortals could only look up to. Old ancestor, please speculate the whereabouts of that Jiang Chen. Desolate Emperor raised his head and said with his fists clasped. I have already gotten the information about the man you are talking about. That Jiang Chen is now in the Devil World. The human immortal old ancestor of Desolate Palace said. What? Devil World? That's impossible. The gateway of the Devil World has been completely closed and a powerful seal has been set up. Not even a 9th grade great saint can enter easily. Desolate Emperor's face was filled with disbelief. Desolate Emperor, are you doubting me? The old ancestor gave Desolate Emperor a casual glance. Desolate Emperor shivered as if his soul was about to be stripped away. A human immortal was just too scary. Desolate Emperor had a feeling that even though he was a powerful 9th grade great saint, the old ancestor would only need a glance to kill him. I dare not. Desolate Emperor was filled with fear and trepidation. He had never thought that Jiang Chen had entered the Devil World. What made him even more doubtful was how did Jiang Chen enter the Devil World. Besides, once Jiang Chen entered the Devil World, they had completely lost the way to kill him. The Devil World was currently in a closed state. Obviously, something major was going to happen. Even if they sent a 9th grade great saint into the Devil World, they were afraid that they would be besieged by the Super Devil Saints before they could even see Jiang Chen. Unless they sent a human immortal old ancestor, they could wipe out the entire devil race in minutes, let alone a mere Jiang Chen. However, this was obviously unrealistic. Firstly, the old ancestor would disdain to deal with a nobody. Secondly, the fact that there was a human immortal in Desolate Palace had always been a secret. He's just a nobody. There's no need to worry about him. Besides, that Jiang Chen is also in a dangerous situation after entering the Devil World. The old ancestor said. That's true. In order to escape the pursuit of the 6 major palaces, he didn't hesitate to enter the Devil World. However, he doesn't know that the Devil World is the most dangerous place right now. Once he is discovered, he will die for sure. Desolate Emperor nodded. Let's not talk about a nobody like Jiang Chen. The exposure of Desolate Chongyun has aroused the suspicion of the other 7 major palaces. However, after so many years of hard work, the geniuses that Desolate Palace has secretly cultivated have taken shape. There's no need to delay any longer. It's time for Desolate Palace to carry out their plan. The old ancestor's eyes flickered. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Desolate Emperor and the others sparkled. They had been waiting for this day for too long. All these years, they had been dreaming of Desolate Palace unifying the world and taking complete control of Saint Origin Palace. Old ancestor, we have been waiting for this day for a long time, but the 7 major palaces aren't easy to deal with. There are a lot of half-step human immortals among them. I'm afraid that we will suffer a great loss if we really fight them. Desolate Emperor said. That's nothing. Do you think that we, the few human immortals, have been doing nothing all these years? We have selected geniuses and secretly cultivated a large number of powerful geniuses for Desolate Palace. Now come out. The corner of the old ancestor's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. He waved his hand and clawed a crack in the void. Then more than 20 powerful chi were released. More than 20 young men appeared at the same time. Each of their faces was filled with arrogance. Their cultivation base was either 7th or 8th grade Great Saint. Each of these people can fight those who are higher grade than them. 8th grade Great Saints can be compared to 9th grade Great Saints. Of course, this is only the weakest of them. They are the truly powerful ones. The old ancestor clawed at the void again. Another group of people descended. There were a total of 12 of them. 10 men and 2 women. They had been hiding for many years. Today they had finally revealed themselves. The sudden appearance of these 12 people had solidified the air in the spatial zone. The chi that each of them casually exuded was terrifying. Desolate Emperor was a mighty peak 9th grade Great Saint, but he still felt tremendous pressure when facing these 12 people. All of them are 9th grade Great Saints. Desolate Emperor was shocked, so were the other higher-ups. The few half-step human immortals gaped in astonishment. They only knew that the old ancestor had been secretly cultivating peerless geniuses for Desolate Palace all these years, but they had never thought that they would be so powerful that they could cultivate such a large number of 9th grade Great Saints. If this news was spread out, no one would believe it. Any one of them was enough to shake the heavens and earth. If it wasn't Desolate Chongyun but one of these 12 people who went to deal with Jiang Chen would have turned into ashes. These are the true geniuses that we have cultivated all these years. They no longer have their original names. They are now the 13 Guardians. Any one of them can fight a half-step human immortal. The most powerful one is the second Guardian. Not even a half-step human immortal is a match for him. The old ancestor said with incomparable pride. The higher-ups of Desolate Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. Desolate Palace had so many half-step human immortals all of a sudden. Once they were released, it would be as easy as blowing off dust to eliminate any one of the 7 major palaces. Old Ancestor, why are there only 12 of the 13 Guardians? Asked Desolate Emperor. Because Great Guardian is breaking through to the half-step human immortal realm. I don't mind telling you this. Once he advances to the half-step human immortal realm, given his talent he will be equivalent to an early human immortal expert. He will be able to move unhindered across the world. His attacks won't be affected by the laws of the immortal world. It won't take long before he successfully breaks through to the half-step human immortal realm, said the old ancestor. The arrogance on his face intensified when he mentioned Great Guardian. That was the true killing weapon that they had secretly cultivated. Once it was released, no one in the entire Saint Origin world would be able to resist it. Haha. Great. This is great. Given the current foundation of Desolate Palace, we can easily annihilate any major power. The day when Desolate Palace rules Saint Origin world has finally arrived. That's right. No one in the entire Saint Origin world will be able to compete with the 13 Guardians. They are the true peerless geniuses that only Desolate Palace can cultivate. That Jiang Chen is nothing but an ant compared to the 13 Guardians. Let's start the war. I can't wait to see which family we will start with. The higher-ups of Desolate Palace were excited, as if they could already see the day when Desolate Palace would rule the entire world. Chapter 10:17. One had to admit that the foundation of Desolate Palace was just too strong. Putting aside the few human immortal old ancestors that were hiding in the dark, their combat strength alone was enough to make any major power look up to them. Who in the heavens and earth could compete with the 13 Guardians? With such a powerful combat strength, it wouldn't take them more than a day to annihilate any one of the 7 major palaces. It was no wonder that Desolate Emperor and the others didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes anymore. After seeing the 13 Guardians, no one in the heavens and earth could compare to them. As a matter of fact, the 5th grade Great Saint Jiang Chen was just like an ant in front of the 13 Guardians. Any one of them could easily pinch Xianxia to death with a raise of their hand. In fact, it would eventually prove that giving up on Xianxia was the biggest mistake of Desolate Palace. No one knew how much regret the human immortal old ancestor of Desolate Palace would have when Desolate Palace was annihilated. Of course, this was a story for the future. 13 Guardians, from now on, all of you will listen to the arrangement of Desolate Emperor. 3 days later, prepare to strike. I hope that all of you will show the mightiness and momentum of Desolate Palace and rule the entire Saint Origin Palace in the shortest time possible. The human immortal old ancestor of Desolate Palace said to the 13 Guardians. Yes, old ancestor. The 13 Guardians bowed in unison, not daring to show any neglect to the old ancestor. They couldn't show the slightest bit of disrespect to the high and mighty human immortal. Saint Origin Palace was calm and tranquil, but there was a feeling of the calm before the storm. It was the calm before the storm. The 7 major palaces were making full preparations as soon as possible. Their higher-ups had already sensed a hint of unrest. Meanwhile, in the Devil World, the frequency of the trembling of the Devil World was getting faster and faster. Countless devils of the Devil race were paying close attention to the movements of the Devil Mountain. The whole scene was extremely quiet. No one said a word or made a move. 1 day later, Honglong, the Devil World suddenly shook violently. The black light at the top of the world became denser. If one looked carefully, one could see that the black light was condensing into an image. It looked like the embryonic form of a scepter. Although it was just an embryonic form, it already gave people an extremely noble and profound feeling. Look, what's that prototype? Looks like a scepter. Could it be a supreme treasure that is about to be born? It's the Supreme Devil Wand. My God. That's the prototype of the Supreme Devil Wand that was passed down in the Devil World. My God. Is our Devil race going to prosper? That's right, it's the legendary Supreme Devil Wand. It's the symbol of the highest rule of the Devil race. Only the noblest Devil race is qualified to own the Supreme Devil Wand. It's said that the might of this wand is infinite. If we get our hands on it, our strength will grow to an unimaginable level in 100 years. At that time we will be able to sweep across the entire Saint Origin world. Don't speak, this is blasphemy and disrespect to the Supreme Demon King. Raise your wand, all the demons listen up, kneel down. Everyone was shocked. Some experts of the Devil race could see the embryonic form of the Supreme Devil Wand. They knew that the treasure that was about to be born was the Supreme Devil Wand. Naturally, they were incomparably excited. A 9th grade devil saint ordered all the devils to kneel down. That was a form of respect to the Supreme Devil Wand. Han Yan also knelt down. Now was the most critical moment. He must not reveal any information. If his identity was exposed at the critical moment of the birth of the Supreme Devil Wand, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was afraid that he would be torn into pieces by the experts of the Devil race. Little Chinzi, what is this Supreme Devil Wand? Is it very powerful? De Huang Dog asked, puzzled. I don't know how powerful the Supreme Devil Wand is, but this supreme treasure has a symbolic meaning to the Devil race. Let me put it this way, the existence of the Supreme Devil Wand is like the totem of the demon race. Think about the reaction of the demon race when the totem divine seal descended on your body. Jiang Chen said. As a matter of fact, even he didn't expect that the Supreme Devil Wand would appear in the Devil race this time. The significance of the Supreme Devil Wand to the Devil race was like the totem of the demon race. No matter how powerful the Devil race was, they wouldn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect to the Supreme Devil Wand. It was a kind of faith, a symbol of power and supremacy. Such a supreme treasure has its own spirituality. Only the noblest bloodline of the Devil race can obtain the recognition of the Supreme Devil Wand. Only then can they control the Supreme Devil Wand and rule the entire Devil race. Ayan, your opportunity has really come. It's a great opportunity. If you can control the Supreme Devil Wand, the entire Devil race will have to listen to your command. Tyrant's eyes were about to blossom with radiance. Motherfucker. Ruling the entire Devil race? Isn't this a little too fucking awesome? Ayan is now a descendant of Gu Tianma and is proficient in the Great Devil Curse. He has a great chance of obtaining the Supreme Devil Wand. If he can really rule the Devil race, it's simply unimaginable. De Huang Dog was incomparably excited as if Han Yen had completely controlled the Supreme Devil Wand. Han Yan didn't say anything. His eyes were staring at the prototype of the Supreme Devil Wand on the Nether Devil Mountain. He seemed to be longing for it. As a descendant of Gu Tianma, he was very clear about the benefits of the Supreme Devil Wand. If he could obtain it, it would be a unique opportunity. However, this kind of thing couldn't be forced. The Supreme Devil Wand had its own spirituality and would find its own master. It was useless to force it. He could only rely on his luck and luck. The Nether Devil Mountain shook more and more violently. It seemed as if it would collapse at any time. The prototype of the Black Scepter on the peak of the mountain also became clearer and clearer. Traces of devil might were released from the prototype, causing people's souls to tremble. Devil wind rippled and the void was distorted. Thousands of devils knelt on the ground in complete silence. At this time, everyone was waiting for the birth of the Supreme Devil Wand. They were waiting to witness the arrival of a miracle. Another hour passed. Finally, with a loud explosion, a hole was blasted open at the top of the Devil Realm's mountain. A scepter floated out of the hole. Countless black rays of light sprinkled down from the scepter, drifting to every corner of the Devil Realm. To the Devil race, these black rays of light were like sacred radiance that they didn't dare to violate. At this moment, everyone outside the Nether Devil Mountain raised their heads and stared unblinkingly at the black scepter floating in the sky. This scepter was the legendary Supreme Devil Wand. Looking at the scepter, it was as black as ink and about 3 meters long. There were many magic patterns engraved on its surface. Each magic pattern was unfathomable. The whole wand had an ancient aura. It was so noble that people didn't dare to look at it directly. The legendary Supreme Devil Wand of the Devil race symbolized power and status. It represented a kind of faith. Now that it had finally appeared, it represented the opportunity and future of the Devil race. Everyone was excited. The Supreme Devil Wand emitted a buzzing sound. It rotated and floated down from the peak of the Nether Devil Mountain. Black beams of light sprinkled from the wand and fell on everyone's body. At this moment, even the half-step devil immortals of the devil race appeared. A total of 4 half-step devil immortals knelt on the ground and were shrouded by the black beams of light. The scene was too quiet. No one made a sound. Everyone knew that this was the most sacred moment. The Supreme Devil Wand was looking for a master, or rather choosing a master. In the face of the Supreme Devil Wand, which had faith and status, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect or neglect. Even the powerful half-step devil immortals didn't dare to directly snatch the Supreme Devil Wand. At this moment, the Supreme Devil Wand was choosing its master. At this time, the hearts of the devil race were incomparably excited. Even the devils with lower bloodlines who knew that there was no hope were incomparably excited. Many of the devil race were full of desire. If the Supreme Devil Wand chose them, they would soar to the sky and have a supreme position in the devil race. Moreover, they would obtain the inheritance of the Supreme Devil Wand and their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. This was a great opportunity that they might not encounter even once in 10,000 years. The black beams of light swept through many people, including the powerful half-step devil immortals and the super devil saints. Unfortunately, they didn't stop at all. This made the higher-ups of the devil race feel extremely disappointed. But even though they were disappointed, they were fully prepared in advance. After all, this kind of thing depended on opportunities. Luck occupied the majority and it couldn't be forced. Ah Yen, secretly circulate your bloodline and the great devil curse. Jiang Chen reminded. Okay. Han Yen immediately agreed and secretly circulated his Gu Tianma bloodline to the extreme. At the same time, he secretly cast the great devil curse. Suddenly, as if the Supreme Devil Wand had some kind of reaction, the black beams of light shrouded Han Yen in an instant. At the same time, after the Supreme Devil Wand appeared, it moved again. It floated down from the peak of the Devil Mountain and hovered right above Han Yan's head. The pitch-black light beam poured into Han Yan's head and completely enveloped Han Yan. Wah! Countless eyes fell on Han Yan. None of the people present were fools. They knew that this situation was enough to prove that someone had obtained the Supreme Devil Wand's approval and had become a lucky person. Haha, it's a success. De Huang Dog shouted excitedly. This is not unusual. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He wasn't too surprised that Han Yen could obtain the Supreme Devil Wand. After all, the Supreme Devil Wand had no reason not to choose him. Who is this person? How could he be such a devil saint? I have never seen him before. But his bloodline is very strong. It seems to be the legendary Gu Tianmo bloodline. No wonder he could obtain the approval of the Supreme Devil Wand. Chapter 10:18. The bloodline of Gu Tianmo is the supreme bloodline of the devil race. Why haven't I seen this man before? He has already reached the 6th grade great saint at such a young age. It's impossible for such a figure to be unknown. No, he isn't a member of the devil race. He is a human. He must have snuck into the devil race. How could a human possess the complete bloodline of Gu Tianmo? This is unbelievable. He is a human. How can a human obtain our supreme devil wand? Kill him. The devil race didn't lack experts with keen eyesight. Some of them had seen through Han Yan's actual situation. It was true that Han Yan had the complete ancient divine devil bloodline, but Han Yan's origin was that of a true human, not a devil. This made many devils feel enmity towards him. Some experts even wanted to kill him, but because of the supreme devil wand, they didn't dare to act directly. Don't move. At this time a half-step devil immortal spoke. His eyes fell upon Han Yan and the supreme devil wand. Then he looked around and said, anyone of the devil race is not allowed to blaspheme the dignity of the supreme devil wand. Although this man is a human, the bloodline of Gu Tianmo has determined that he is a member of the devil race. The supreme devil wand must have its own reason for choosing him. Let's wait and see. If he can gain the approval of the supreme devil wand, he will become the supreme ruler of the devil race. Everyone in the devil race will have to obey him. The supreme devil wand is the belief of the devil race. If this man can't control the supreme devil wand completely, we will kill him. Since the half-step devil immortal had spoken, none of the devils dared to say another word. Moreover, the words of the half-step devil immortal were correct. The current situation was no longer the relationship between humans and devils. Han Yan possessed the bloodline of the ancient divine devil. In fact, he was a member of the devil race. More importantly, they were looking at the supreme devil wand, not Han Yan. The supreme devil wand was the supreme religion of the devil race. It was the symbol of the supreme ruler. No one from the devil race was allowed to blaspheme the supreme devil wand. It was a great disrespect. The person chosen by the supreme devil wand had its own significance. If Han Yan could truly control the supreme devil wand, then it wouldn't matter if he was a human or a devil. The devil race would have no choice but to obey his commands. Han Yan, who was bathed in the black light, had a different feeling at this moment. He had already obtained the approval of the supreme devil wand, and was gradually establishing a connection with it. Suddenly Han Yan shouted loudly. He stretched out his palm and made a grabbing motion towards the supreme devil wand in the air. The supreme devil wand immediately flew into Han Yan's hand as if it had received some kind of summons. The supreme devil wand bounced around in Han Yan's hand. It was a joyful beating. Everyone could feel the joy in his heart. Success. The eyes of Xianxia, who was wrapped in Han Yan's domain, lit up. Seeing this situation, the two men and the dog's eyes were filled with surprise. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. One should know that their current situation was incomparably dangerous. They had completely fallen into the encirclement of the devil race. Putting aside the 9th grade devil saint, there were also 4 half-step devil immortals. How strong was their combat strength? If Han Yan couldn't control the supreme devil wand, they were afraid that the devil race would immediately launch an attack on them. Even if Xianxia had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still die in the face of these half-step devil immortals. This is really good luck. Han Yan laughed heartily. Then he transmitted his voice to Xianxia and the others using his divine sense. It turns out that the reason why I can obtain the supreme devil wand is not only because of Gu Tianmo's bloodline, but also because of the great devil curse. My bloodline and the great devil curse are perfect. It turns out that the Great Devil Curse originated from the Supreme Devil Wand. When Sangba obtained the Great Devil Curse, he must have obtained the inheritance of the Supreme Devil Wand in the Devil Mountain. After cultivating the Great Devil Curse, the Supreme Devil Wand will be born. This wand should have belonged to Sangba, but unfortunately Sangba is dead. After listening to Han Yan's words, Jiang Qin and Tyrant couldn't help but sigh. This was truly great luck. This couldn't be described as a coincidence anymore. It seemed like when Sangba obtained the Great Devil Curse, the birth of the Supreme Devil Wand was already foreshadowing the birth of the Supreme Devil Wand. What the Supreme Devil Wand was searching for was the Supreme Devil bloodline that could cultivate the Great Devil Curse. Originally, Sangba was the one that the Supreme Devil Wand was looking for, but unexpectedly Sangba was dead. Coincidentally, Han Yan successfully cultivated the Great Devil Curse. Moreover, Gu Tianma's bloodline was even more noble than Sangba's. Therefore Han Yan became the true wielder of the Supreme Devil Wand. This kind of luck could only be described as heaven-defying. If Sangba knew about this scene, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot and die once again. Little Qinzi, I'm going to completely fuse with the Supreme Devil Wand. This will greatly increase my cultivation. Moreover, once I completely control the Supreme Devil Wand, I will become the faith of the Devil race. At that time, the entire Devil race will be under my control. However, this process might take some time. Now, all of you should hide within my domain and don't release your aura. Once I completely fuse with the Supreme Devil Wand, we will be truly safe. At that time, the entire Devil race will belong to us. Han Yan replied through voice transmission. After that, his body slowly soared into the sky. The Supreme Devil Wand once again flew out from his hand and floated above his head. It continuously sprinkled black rays of light into Han Yan's body. One could clearly feel that as the black rays of light continued to pour into his body, Han Yan's strength also increased unceasingly. Motherfucker. He actually succeeded. What kind of concept is that? Not to mention those super devil saints, there are even a few half-step devil immortals. If we truly rule the devil race, we will be able to walk unhindered even in Saint Origin Palace. Those 6 major palaces can all go to hell. De Huang Dog was beside himself with joy. Indeed, if we truly control the devil race, we won't have to be afraid of the 6 major palaces. Tyrant nodded with a smile. That feeling was incomparably wonderful. Jiang Qin revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't say anything. He didn't put the 5 major palaces in his eyes, but Desolate Palace was different. It was a major power that had a human immortal. No matter how many half-step devil immortals there were, they wouldn't be worth mentioning in front of Desolate Palace. However, it would still be very beneficial if he could control the devil race. At least it would increase his combat strength. Once these powerful experts of the devil race were brought out, no one knew what kind of storm they would create. The fusion process between Han Yan and the Supreme Devil Wand was destined to be a slow process. All the experts of the devil race were watching Han Yan attentively. This was the moment when they witnessed a miracle. It was a major event that had never happened in the devil race for thousands of years. A day later, Han Yan's cultivation had reached the 7th grade Great Saint. It showed how much benefit he had obtained from the Supreme Devil Wand, but this obviously wasn't his limit. His cultivation was still increasing as he continued to fuse with the Supreme Devil Wand. Motherfucker. He has already reached the 7th grade Great Saint. At this rate, I'm afraid that it won't be a problem for him to advance to the 8th grade Great Saint. De Huang Dog couldn't help but say gloomily. This is Ah Yan's fortune. If he fuses with the Supreme Devil Wand completely, it won't be a problem for him to advance to the 8th grade Great Saint. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Naturally, he was incomparably happy to see Han Yan's achievements. After all, he and Han Yan had been friends since they were in the Eastern continent. They were life and death brothers. Along the way, they really didn't expect that this day would come. Nangong Wentin had gone into seclusion in the deep layer of the spatial zone when he was in the Nebula sect. However, it was obvious that Jiang Qin and the others had left Nangong Wentin far behind in terms of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. The current Han Yan had already reached the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. He was only a step away from the 8th grade Great Saint. Furthermore, the fusion between Han Yen and the Supreme Devil Wand had already reached the final stage. It seemed that there wouldn't be any information that would be revealed. Meanwhile, in Saint Origin Palace, 3 days had passed since the ancestor of Desolate Palace had set the time limit. Today was the day for Desolate Palace to carry out their grand plan. Everyone in Desolate Palace was ready for battle. Led by Desolate Emperor, there were 4 half-step human immortals, a dozen powerful 9th-grade Great Saints and a group of 7th-grade and 8th-grade Great Saints. What was more frightening was that there were 12 of the 13 guardians. Each of them had the combat strength of a half-step human immortal. Among them was the second guardian whose peak combat strength could kill a half-step human immortal. No matter how well prepared the other 7 major palaces were, they wouldn't be able to withstand the iron hooves of Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor, the grand plan of Desolate Palace is finally going to be carried out. The time for Desolate Palace to rule the entire Saint Origin world is coming. Saint Origin world is about to usher in a new chapter. Which palace should we attack first? A half-step human immortal Supreme Elder spoke. Given their status and identity, they were above Desolate Emperor. But this time the ancient ancestor had appointed Desolate Emperor to lead the attack on the other 7 major palaces. Therefore, those half-step human immortals had to ask for Desolate Emperor's opinion. We are the closest to Narang Palace. Let's start with Narang Palace. Our powerful force will overwhelm them. If Narang Palace knows what's good for them, they will surrender immediately and submit to us. If they don't, there's no need to be polite. Desolate Emperor's chi was unparalleled. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Alright, let's start with Narang Palace. Chapter 10-19. Narang Palace. The 3 Narang ancestors walked out of the deep layer of the spatial zone. Their faces were incomparably solemn, because they had an ominous feeling in their hearts. As powerful half-step human immortals, it was rare for them to have such a feeling, let alone 3 of them at the same time. This situation could only mean one thing. Something bad was about to happen. First ancestor, how many years has it been? I have never felt so uneasy. Seems like something big is about to happen. Second ancestor looked at first ancestor and said, I have the same feeling. It seems like Narang Palace is in danger. Is Desolate Palace really going to take action? Third ancestor's eyes shifted to the direction of Desolate Palace. All of a sudden the wind and clouds changed. Countless silhouettes emerged from the direction of Desolate Palace. In a blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Narang Palace. There weren't many of them, only a few dozen of them, but the aura they exuded was countless times stronger than that of thousands of experts. All of a sudden, the 3 Narang ancestors' facial expression changed dramatically, because they could sense a strong murderous intent from these people. They had always thought that Desolate Palace was very strong, but now it seemed like they had underestimated them. The strength of Desolate Palace had far exceeded their imagination. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on them, making them breathless. Quick, set up the defensive grand formation. First ancestor shouted. The huge movement of Desolate Palace was like a raging storm. Not only the 3 Narang ancestors were alarmed, all the elders and disciples of Narang Palace were also alarmed. All of them raised their heads to look at the group of uninvited guests in the sky. Some of the weaker ones even began to shiver in fright. What's going on? Those are the people of Desolate Palace. How can there be so many experts? What are the experts of Desolate Palace doing in Narang Palace? They seem to be up to no good. Could it be that they want to start a war with Narang Palace? What a powerful camp. How can they have so many experts? Everyone in Narang Palace had an ugly expression on their faces. Many of them felt that something was amiss. The momentum of Desolate Palace was too overbearing, giving them a feeling that they couldn't resist. Furthermore, a defensive grand formation had been deployed in the sky above Narang Palace. This was the first time such a grand formation had been deployed since the establishment of Narang Palace. This was because Narang Palace would only activate this grand formation at the most critical moment. In other words, Narang Palace had reached the most dangerous moment. In other words, Desolate Palace's intention was obvious. They were here to deal with Narang Palace. So. One by one, the great saint experts of Narang Palace flew up to the sky and arrived behind the three ancestors. Their eyes fell on the dozens of experts of Desolate Palace at the same time. A sense of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. What a formidable lineup. This is the true strength of Desolate Palace. Naylan Yunhe sighed. He simply couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Desolate Emperor, what is the meaning of this? Naylan Yunhe took a step forward and said loudly. As the palace master of Narang Palace, the true patriarch of Narang Palace, he had to stand out at this moment. Naylan Yunhe, can't you see what we are trying to do? Desolate Palace has been hiding our strength for so long just for this day. We are going to rule the entire Saint Origin Palace and the entire Saint Origin world. This is our plan. Since the plan is going to be implemented, we might as well start with Narang Palace. After wiping out Narang Palace, we will move on to Hua Palace, Shur Palace, Dan Palace, Bin Palace, Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Now everyone of Narang Palace, listen to me. I hope that you will surrender now. Don't put up any meaningless resistance. From now on, submit to Desolate Palace and obey our orders. Only then will you be spared from the disaster of annihilation. Desolate Emperor's voice was loud and clear, like a clap of thunder exploding in the ears of the experts of Narang Palace. His attitude and intention were incomparably clear. Narang Palace was in an uproar. As one of the 8 majestic palaces of Saint Origin World, they had never thought that they would be annihilated one day. It was simply unimaginable. Even the 3 Narang ancestors hadn't thought that this day would come. Just like the other 6 palaces, they thought that Desolate Palace would have to pay an extremely heavy price to deal with any one of them despite their current strength. Because of this, Desolate Palace didn't dare to make any rash moves. But today it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. The strength of Desolate Palace seemed to be completely beyond their expectation. Damn it. Desolate Palace sure is ambitious. They actually want to rule the entire Saint Origin Palace. That's simply the ambition of a wolf. But how could Desolate Palace have such a powerful combat force? Did you all see that? So many young experts have emerged out of nowhere. Every one of them is a supreme genius. The weakest among them is a 7th grade great saint. Seems like Desolate Chongyun was the weakest among all the hidden geniuses. Look at the 12 experts beside Desolate Emperor. They are too powerful. Each of them is a 9th grade great saint, but they are giving me a tremendous pressure. That is to say, each of them is equivalent to a half-step human immortal expert. Plus, there are 4 half-step human immortals in Desolate Palace. How did Desolate Palace cultivate so many supreme geniuses? What kind of method did they use? What kind of earth-shattering secret is Desolate Palace hiding? The higher-ups of Narang Palace were shocked. Even the 3 Narang ancestors were shocked, speechless. They had never thought that Desolate Palace would be so powerful. It was an irresistible force that wouldn't allow Narang Palace to resist. If the 7 major palaces had joined forces to deal with Desolate Palace, they might still have a chance, but unfortunately such a chance was gone. There was a grudge between the 8 major palaces, which made it impossible for them to ally with each other. Plus, Desolate Palace had acted too fast, which made it too late for them to react. Narang Yunhe, you have seen our strength. I believe you know the consequences of going against us. This is a submission contract. As long as your Narang Palace signs this contract, you will be a subordinate of our Desolate Palace. Narang Palace will be able to survive under the protection of our Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor waved his hand and took out a golden contract, which floated outside of Narang Palace. Hong Hong. Innumerable flames of anger rushed out from Narang Palace in an instant. The 3 Narang ancestors were the first to be enraged. What submission contract? It was a slave contract. If they signed it, they would become the slaves of Desolate Palace. They would have to listen to Desolate Palace's orders without any resistance. The dignified Narang Palace was one of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World with a long history. How noble and arrogant were they? Today they were going to become someone else's slave. How could they accept this? It was simply intolerable. Haha. Desolate Emperor, your desolate palace is too ridiculous. We Narang Palace will never sign this slave contract even if we have to die. If you want to annihilate my Narang Palace, then do it. I would like to see if your desolate palace will suffer a heavy blow. First Ancestor laughed. As the ancestor of Narang Palace, he would never allow outsiders to trample on the dignity of Narang Palace. Humph. At this time, a cold snort suddenly sounded from the camp of Desolate Palace. Then a scholar with a face as white as jade walked out. He looked to be in his 30s, but his real age was probably much older than that. He was clad in a white robe, looking elegant and elegant. He was holding a folding fan in his hand, looking like a scholar in a cultured and elegant manner. But if you really treated him as a scholar, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. This man was the second tycoon of the 13 tycoons, a peak 9th grade Great Saint Supreme expert. He was the strongest expert in the current camp of Desolate Palace. After Second Guardian came out, his eyes fell upon First Ancestor and said in a cold tone, "What qualifications does an old man have to negotiate with us? Come out and fight me. If you win, Desolate Palace will immediately withdraw from this place and will never touch your Narang Palace again. If you lose, I will kill every single one of you, not even the fowls and dogs will be spared." Second Guardian's tone was incomparably cold and emotionless. He was like a devil who specialized in killing. His casual movement was enough to send chills down people's spines. "Fine, I will fight you." First Ancestor took a step forward and walked out of the defensive grand formation of Narang Palace. First Ancestor. Narang Yunha and the other higher-ups of Narang Palace exclaimed. "It's all right." First Ancestor raised his hand, signaling them not to panic. He had already seen the current situation very clearly. Given the strength of Desolate Palace, it was impossible for them to escape from this calamity. If all of their forces were to attack, their grand formation would be rendered useless. Instead of that, he might as well stand out and fight Second Guardian. Perhaps he might be able to fight for a chance for Narang Palace. Even if there was no chance, he would still fight for the dignity of Narang Palace. Primeval Thunderbolt Palm. First Ancestor shouted and took the initiative to attack. He struck out a powerful primordial thunderclap palm. Powerful energy waves instantly condensed and turned into an incomparably dazzling giant palm. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it slapped towards Second Guardian. Upon seeing this, Second Guardian's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This was his first battle since he had reached the grand completion of his cultivation base. He had decided to show his dignity and the dignity of Desolate Palace. Hong Long. Chapter 10:20. Barf. First Ancestor steadied his body and spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. His facial expression was extremely ugly, but compared to the injuries on his body, the shock in his heart was the greatest. He raised his head and looked at Second Guardian, who was still calm and composed like a scholar. His heart was filled with a stormy sea. He was a half-step human immortal, a mighty figure who had already comprehended a trace of the immortal chi. He wouldn't put any ordinary 9th grade great saint in his eyes, as he could easily pinch them to death. He had never thought that the genius that was nurtured by Desolate Palace would be this powerful. He was no match for him at all if they were to fight. You're right. Old Ancestor. Many people of Narang Palace exclaimed. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Their faces were incomparably pale. It was a look of despair. First Ancestor was the strongest expert in Narang Palace, but he couldn't even defeat a 9th grade great saint genius. To Narang Palace, this was truly a tragedy. Great saint, great saint, great saint, great saint, great saint. We're finished. Narang Palace is completely finished. The experts of Desolate Palace are too powerful. Not even First Ancestor is a match for them. How are we going to fight them? I can't believe that our dignified Narang Palace would end up like this. The heavenly Tao is unfair. The hidden strength of Desolate Palace is just too strong. Plus, it was so well hidden that we couldn't detect it at the beginning. Even First Ancestor has been defeated. That's the doomsday of Narang Palace. Everyone in Narang Palace was in despair. It was a feeling that they had never experienced before. It was like a person who was high and mighty had fallen to the bottom of the valley. On the other side, apart from the 12 guardians, all the higher-ups of Desolate Palace, including Desolate Emperor, were shocked. Their eyes were filled with a hint of fear when they looked at Second Guardian. They had expected that Second Guardian would be very powerful, but they didn't expect that he would be this powerful. He had defeated a half-step human immortal expert in just a matter of seconds. What kind of terrifying combat strength was that? King on the other side, the defeated first ancestor didn't retreat. A battle weapon appeared in his hand with a swoosh. That battle weapon looked very peculiar. It looked like a sharp wolf's fang, and it emitted a sharp and awe-inspiring light. Kill. First ancestor Narang moved again. The sharp blade in his hand slashed forward, slashing out a bright and magnificent blade light. This light startled the heaven and earth, and the void was cut in half on the spot. Countless cold air waves sprayed out from the void. The blade radiance was like the Milky Way hanging in the sky, carrying endless destructive energy. It was a combination of a super saint weapon and a powerful technique that could easily kill. It was much more powerful than the mixed origin thunderclap palm. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the second tycoon. However, such a powerful attack did not affect Second Guardian at all. Second Guardian's face was full of calmness, as if he did not take the attack seriously at all. It was as if this destructive attack was just an ordinary attack to him. Voila! Second Guardian opened the folding fan in his hand. Under his control, the folding fan instantly turned into a huge fan that was hundreds of meters in size. Countless rays of golden light shot out from the huge fan, forming a peerless barrier. Under the suppression of this barrier, the blade light released by First Ancestor actually shattered with a ka-cha sound. It didn't have the lethality that it should have. This was an absolute suppression. Hong Long. The giant fan pressing down on First Ancestor Narang. Arg! First Ancestor let out a miserable cry. He had no idea how much pressure he was under. Even with his powerful half-step human immortal cultivation base, he couldn't resist this terrifying attack. One of his arms was crushed on the spot. Just one attack was enough to make First Ancestor smell the scent of death. Voila! Second Guardian turned his palm and kept the huge fan. With a cold and arrogant face, he looked down at First Ancestor in a condescending manner. At this moment, First Ancestor was covered in blood from head to toe. He was an arrow at the end of its flight. If Second Guardian wanted to kill him, it would only take him a lift of his hand. However, First Ancestor was a supreme expert of half-step human immortal realm. Even after suffering such a powerful attack, he was still alive and could still stand in the air. Second Guardian moved again. His murderous intent soared up to the sky. It seemed like he was going to kill First Ancestor, but he was stopped by Desolate Emperor. Second Guardian knitted his eyebrows when he was stopped by Desolate Emperor. He seemed very dissatisfied. Given his current strength, he didn't put Desolate Emperor in his eyes anymore. However, First Ancestor had specifically told him that he must listen to Desolate Emperor in this war against the 7 major palaces. Therefore he stopped his attack. In order to save Second Guardian's face, Desolate Emperor said with a smile, "Second Guardian, it would be best if we can make Narang Palace sign the slave contract smoothly. There's no need to kill them all. You should know that there are still 6 major palaces behind us. If we are too ruthless to Narang Palace, it will only cause a desperate counterattack from the 6 major palaces. This isn't what we want. What Desolate Palace wants is to become the supreme ruler of Saint Origin Palace. All the people of the 7 major palaces will be ruled by us and become our slaves." Upon hearing this, Second Guardian nodded and retreated without saying anything. First Ancestor, you are a smart man. First Ancestor, you are a smart man. I'm sure you don't wish to see Narang Palace fall into eternal damnation. You are the strongest expert in Narang Palace, but to us, you are just SOSO. These 13 tycoons don't have a good temper. Given their cultivation, I won't be able to stop them if they decide to kill. I advise you to sign this contract of submission and listen to the orders of Desolate Palace. Otherwise, everyone in Narang Palace will die tragically today and your Narang Palace will face the danger of extinction. You have to weigh the pros and cons yourself. My time is limited, I won't give you too much time to consider." Desolate Emperor struck out a ray of light and pushed the slave contract to First Ancestor. He believed that first ancestor would have his own choice. If the other party didn't choose to submit, there was nothing else to say. They would just kill them all. At this point in time, there was nothing that could stop Desolate Palace from ruling the entire Saint Origin Palace. No one could resist the sharpness of Desolate Palace. The scene turned silent all of a sudden. Everyone's eyes fell on First Ancestor. At this point, his decision would directly represent the fate of the entire Narang Palace. Life or death, survival or destruction. First Ancestor held the contract in front of him in his hand. He felt that this contract weighed millions of kilograms. His hands began to tremble. This was a contract of submission in name, but in fact it was a slave contract. Once this contract was signed, it would become a symbol of shame in the history of the Nalan clan. It would make the Nalan clan unable to raise their heads again. However, if they didn't sign the contract, Narang family would instantly face the calamity of extinction. It meant that they would disappear completely and become a part of the history of Saint Origin Palace. More importantly, how could he, the first ancestor of Narang family, watch thousands of his descendants die tragically in front of him? The price he had to pay was just too great. AI. The heaven wants my Narang palace to perish. First ancestor let out a long sigh. Tears trickled down from his eyes. Old ancestor, let's fight them. Even if we die, we can't become the slaves of Desolate Palace. Narang Yunha's eyes turned red. That's right. Narang Palace has its own dignity. We will defend it with our lives. Old ancestor, please give the order. We are willing to sacrifice our lives. The people of Narang Palace were stirred up. No one wanted to die, but no one was willing to become someone else's slave. On the side of Desolate Palace, pairs of cold eyes were staring at the people of Narang Palace. The eyes of the 12 tycoons were devoid of emotion. They were the killing machines cultivated by Desolate Palace. They only knew how to kill. Their existence was for the sole purpose of Desolate Palace to rule Saint Origin world. Destiny and the life and death of a palace had come to the final juncture. As long as First Ancestor refused to sign the contract, what awaited Narang Palace would be a subversive destruction. Shut up. First Ancestor glared at the people of Narang Palace and spurted out a mouthful of blood. That was his blood essence, the bloodline of Narang Palace. He had the highest cultivation base in Narang Palace, which also represented the strongest bloodline. As long as his blood essence fell on the contract, all the people of Narang Palace would be affected by the contract. From then on, no one would dare to disobey Desolate Palace's order. Old Ancestor. Upon seeing this, many people of Narang Palace burst into tears. Only by staying alive will there be hope. First Ancestor Narang said the last sentence and then sprinkled his origin blood essence on the contract. All of a sudden the contract shook violently. A red hue appeared above the heads of all the people of Narang Palace. It was like the power of a curse that would accompany Narang Palace for the rest of their lives. Unwillingness, annoyance, anger, humiliation, all kinds of negative emotions emerged above Narang Palace, but they couldn't do anything about it. Everything had become a foregone conclusion and nothing could be changed. Desolate Emperor grabbed the contract with his big hand. His face was filled with joy. Ruling Narang Palace without bloodshed was what Desolate Palace wanted the most. First Ancestor, you are very tactful. Don't worry, your Narang Palace will have a bright future if you follow our Desolate Palace. I, Desolate Emperor, will not mistreat you. Desolate Emperor said in a loud and clear voice. I am the sinner of Narang Palace, a sinner. First Ancestor Na Lan shed a stream of tears, then he roared towards the sky. His body exploded with a bang, turning into a mist of blood. He had committed suicide. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.